Let's go live.
Whenever you want to go live as well.
Yep. Okay.
Go on.
Well, good morning, and welcome to Oxford Downs for this home counties Premier League Division 2 game between Thame Town Cricket Club and Oxford Downs. Now, I'm Colin Ride, and I'm joined today in commentary by Matt Bowden. Morning to you, Matt. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
We're a bit concerned about the weather earlier on, weren't we? But it is windy, a bit cool.
It's a little bit breezy, and apologies, the camera might sway a little bit because of the wind. But yeah, all good now.
It's not because we've had too much to drink over the bank holiday weekend. We also joined in commentary by Paul Fowler. How you doing, Paul?
Very well, very well. Wrapped up a little bit warm, given it's a little bit nippy down here so far.
Yeah, I usually commentate on football at the Gassam Stadium, up at the south stand, up at the open end of the ground, and one can never have enough clothes on there, but hopefully it'll be a little bit more civilised today. Now then, who won the toss, Matt?
Oxford Downs won the toss and elected to field.
Paul, you know this ground fairly well. Would you have taken that decision to have fielded first, or would you have got in there and put a runs on the board first?
I probably would. In that it does feel like there's a little bit of moisture in the air. We haven't had that much rain this morning. Paddy was very religious about getting the covers on and some extra covers on the bowlers' run-ups as well. So it looks like it stayed dry. However, wind moving around, a lot of cloud cover. Might be seeing if we can get a little bit of the ball to do a little bit early doors.
Okay, now I'm going to rely on you, Matt, to tell me who is bowling.
So this is Loz Brock opening the bowling. That's a pretty standard manoeuvre by Oxford Downs. He tends to open the bowling. He's our lead seamer, and it's Hugh Pilkington facing for Thame.
So a defensive stroke there, just to get his eye in. So if you're getting a bit bored with the test, hopefully we should see some pretty good cricket here today and throughout the day at Oxford Downs. I've certainly seen your opening bowler, Ollie, demolish Mr. Lovell a couple of weeks back. Our fellow commentator, Wes Spearman's stumps look as though they've been destroyed by an airstrike from somewhere. Here comes in again.
Wells into bowl.
Oh, dear me.
Just a bit high. A little bit high, but that was a very enthusiastic appeal.
It
I
was.
think it came off his pads. I'm pretty certain that came off the top of his pads, and that's the reason why it flicked up like that.
The umpire was unmoved. I'm going to call that the chapel end, all right? I think we're okay to call that the chapel end. And the end where we're sitting is what end, should we say? The house end. The house end, okay.
We need a better name at some point, but
we do, yeah.
Trying to get people to agree on different things is always tricky at a
club. We do
agree
agree on the chapel end. Yep, okay, so...
Just checking all these mics are on.
Yeah, they are all on, yeah, that's fine, yeah, they're all on, so that's fine.
Colin's got a very good mixer here, and I'm not overly familiar with it, so I was just checking all the mics are on.
Ooh, it's a bit of a swipe on that one, and so I think you're probably right. A seamer coming on first on, with the moisture in the ground, bit of a breeze, too, a hell of a breeze coming from behind us towards the chapel end. So the breeze at the moment is in the bowler's face at the batsman's back. And I mean, one of the things about cricket is that the conditions change, don't they? And it means that what was right one day, even in the morning session. Oh, wow! Look at that, a wicket straight off there.
Leg stump.
Yeah, leg stump. He moved across. It must have got some movement there because he was thinking it's going to pitch on, and it swung back, and he moved across, and it took his leg stump.
So there we are. It's the first over, 1 wicket down, and the captain's decision to field first. Knowing, I think it does help knowing your home turf, doesn't it? Frankly, you know.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. It's the wicket's quite green, but it was exactly the same conditions here last weekend, and 410 runs were scored by the team opening.
I tell you what,
50 overs is a huge score.
More entertaining than the test, frankly. I mean, seriously, low scoring. And,
early season, there has been on a lot of runs here, a lot of runs. However, most of those days have been pretty hot and sunny. Today is not that.
Yeah,
but there's been a lot of runs scored so far early this season. But last weekend was quite exceptional. I did feel for our twos having to try and go out and do anything with a score of 400 plus chase.
Yeah, but I suspect they're quite happy having had 2 years of COVID to be out there playing cricket, frankly. So most people will probably be happy to do that.
Oh, 100%.
Right. So we're going to wait for the technology update to tell us who is now facing.
Luke Hayes coming into bat.
Tall lad. He looks fit to me. So when I saw Wes Spearman's opening bat stumps get demolished by Oxford Downs at Minster Double about 2 weeks ago. Broadcasting with Wes throughout the year and throughout lockdown with Kieran Bushnell and Darren Woods, talking about opening bats and everything else, and it was not a masterclass from Wes. Anyway.
Laws into bowl again.
Nice defensive stroke there, but it's going to take a single to get the first run on the board for Downs. And 1 wicket down there. If you're just joining us, welcome to this full commentary today. Oxford Downs versus Thame Town Cricket Club. And from about 2:30 onwards, we hope to be broadcasting live across the Hospital Radio Network if our technology works. It should work, but I shall leave Matt and Paul in charge of commentary while I get twiddle some knobs here. And you may well be left with a test card for a bit while we...
We've had some messages in already. We have our very own Matt Watts is watching live at the moment and is very keen to get down here as soon as possible to see it for himself.
Tell him to wrap up warm, though. I think anybody coming down today need layers, I think. So it's one of these days where I believe once the sun comes out and the wind drops, you'll probably be sweating buckets. So anybody coming down today, layers first off, and then, you know, sort of they'll shed them as the afternoon gets a little bit longer.
So it's the end of the first over. 1 wicket and 1 run from it. And this is Matt Warner now bowling from the house end.
So what type of bowler is Matt Warner then?
He's another seamer, he is.
Okay, well, this is good then.
Yeah, our overseas player hasn't arrived yet, unfortunately. We're still waiting on a visa from South Africa. He was going to be our lead spinner. So we've only got part-time spinners in the team. So our main attack is all seam, it is.
It's amazing that at this level you're allowed an overseas player. It's fantastic, I think. So
we've had some really good experience of them in the past because not only are they playing in the first team, and this one has got experience of first-class cricket, also are invaluable for our youngsters.
Yeah,
they'll help out on juniors night, private tuition, one-on-one. So it'll be really. I've got a young lad, 9 years old. He's keen to see what he's all about, and pick up some tips and hints.
Well, again, the Oxfordshire cricket in general has got a good pathway, but anyway, into bowl, just past the umpire now. It's
soft
nice
hands there.
Yeah.
Not too many spectators in yet.
Well, I think it's a bit.
Well, the weather forecast is due to improve as the day goes on.
I hope so.
Hopefully people will maybe watch this for a while, have a bit of lunch, and then come down.
I think you're right. Now, to me, we are behind just the left-hand side of the bowler's arm. It looks to me as though there's a fairly full length he's bowling at the moment, and it's pitching up a fair amount as well. So, you'll probably pull better position to see if there's any movement in the ball there. What do you think?
A little bit, maybe at first. Let's see how. I think he's still getting his irons. Let's see how this progresses. Straight.
Yeah,
great deal there.
Yeah, but it's a full length, isn't it? He's bowling. Yeah,
it really is. It's making the batsman think and do something with every ball, which is obviously important. You don't want to give him too many gimmies that he can just leave, get his eye in, get to watch the pitch. It's making him play or do something with every ball so far.
And,
that kept a bit low. I definitely kept a bit low there. I think that was what we noticed last week. There wasn't too much movement to the left and right. Watch it actually swing around a corner now with the commentator's curse.
Okay,
but, definitely the odd one would keep low.
So well fielded there.
Solid hands from Will Watts in the covers.
Yeah, out to cover. I've got my little crib sheet here, okay, so if I get it wrong, you can have a shout, all right? So, but it foxes me when they change ends though, because it's all one direction. So yeah, I know. Yeah.
Bear's the expert. We need Bear.
All right.
He is. Where is our wonderful Bear today?
He's playing in a game at his old school.
Well, he's playing.
I was either playing, commentating. I'm not 100% certain what he's doing. He's there anyway, and he's going to be a little late. He said he'll be here about 3 o'clock, so we will have him on the mic later, all you Bear fans.
When you say game, you what, cricket or rugby or whatever?
Do you know what? I don't know.
All right. Well, maybe he'll message us in a minute and let us know.
I should have paid more attention, but. Hey, Richard Whittaker on the chat there. Morning.
It's nice we've got some interaction with people. I think you're quite right, Paul. That they're gonna take a leisurely sort of morning Saturday, and then have some lunch, and then potter down when the weather improves.
Yes.
But say, do layer up, please, from the chapel end. Then.
Rocking again.
Ooh,
that did a bit.
Could have quite easily got an edge there.
Yeah, we have to let you know that if we are able to broadcast across the Radio Channel network this afternoon, that will be radio. So if we start to do a little bit more obvious commentary for those that don't have the advantage of the visuals, then we do apologise for doing a hybrid commentary this afternoon, but we'll stick with the less obvious stuff for the time being. Swing and a miss.
I think someone will be grateful because me and Matt certainly have got faces for radio.
Yeah, well... my school reports always says he's no good at any sports. That's why I commentate.
Apologies for any background noise. There's an excellent delivery from Royal Mail happening behind us.
We've got
Matt Watts has just turned up.
It's pitching up, but
Quick single back.
Quick single, yeah.
Good start here from Oxford Downs.
Yeah, it is indeed. I think it's nice to get an early wicket. I think to
yeah, definitely slows everything down.
Yeah.
Makes the batsman think. You know.
Oof.
Dear me, he's getting very close to getting a little nick there. There's one in the Test match yesterday that the ball didn't move with an edge, and. Super snick or whatever it's called.
Yes.
Yeah, little tiny thing. But I mean, seriously, it was just a slight whisper. And the fact that
Even folks didn't pick it up.
No,
folks didn't
yeah.
appeal at all.
Yeah.
It was on ultra edge, just picked up the faintest of little edges.
Yeah. We do not have the advantage of ultra edge here today. It's going to have to be umpire's call all the way through, I think. Another punt off to cover. And well fielded. At the moment, we've had no flouncing, flowery shots to try and get over the boundary.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see too many of those in the first few overs, even though it's a power play, so you're only allowed 2 fielders. Actually got 1 fielder outside the circle, I believe, or is it 1 fielder?
See,
that's what we need Bear for, you know.
Yeah, well, this is a 50-over game, we know that, and it hasn't been shortened because of bad weather. So we should be on to 5:30. Oh.
Yeah, don't touch it, Matt.
Don't touch it,
don't touch it.
That was close. Almost lost connection there.
Well, that would be good. Yeah.
Mr. Watts just walked over to greet us and almost yanked our internet cable out of the ground.
Well, yeah. Done that.
Matt, would you, mate, take a seat? I'm going to hand over for a little while. And Matt Watts can join you.
This is Colin, Matt, this is
Right.
one of our co-
I think we met virtually, Colin, haven't we?
Yeah, you probably have Matt shaking hands here, so it doesn't work very well on radio, but there you go. So, right then, so Downs won the toss, elected to field. They're already got their first wicket. The seamers have been showing a fair amount at the moment. So, with your professional eye, sir, if you were captain and won the toss, what would you have done? Done the same? Put them in?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what the forecast is like for later on, but the deck's a bit green. It'll have a bit in it because it's 11:30, still quite early. It's quite dry, I suppose, because of it might dry up a little bit because of the wind, but it's not that warm, is it? So
No, it's not. No, we've been advising people to have a spot of lunch, layer up, and then come down afterwards. I think so. But there you go. So this is Warner coming in from the house end.
somebody else that doesn't know what the end's called, Matt.
Well,
We
no,
have
we
great debate over
We've got
this.
the chapel end or the
Yes.
church end, and we're calling it the house end down here.
Car park or whatever you
Yeah.
Nursery end, anything.
Is there a nursery down there somewhere?
Well, no, but because of the nets, but that's
Okay.
obviously a different reason
Okay,
to
yeah.
Lords that I then
No, I
found
think
out,
you're
so.
probably right. We need to get sponsorship.
We need an end.
We do need an end. Absolutely. Oh, that's the first good 4, I think. I think it's got all the way.
Freddie? No, gone.
Yeah, I think that's 4, isn't it? So that's a good, nice shot there.
Swinging away though, that's a chance, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's in the air a little bit there.
Yeah.
It would have been
Is it
to the left or the right. There would have been a catching chance, I think.
decent nut?
Inspect the ball. Hopefully, a chunk hasn't been taken out of it already.
Yeah, it did go into. I think it's got soft fencing there, isn't it? I think.
I think those pink balls are too hard to get a chunk out of them.
Oh yeah, of course we got a pink
They're
ball,
rock,
haven't
rock hard. It's weird, but they're certainly a lot harder on the hands than a normal
Yeah,
red
you
cherry.
played last week, didn't you, Matt?
Well,
Matt
yeah, I did.
played for the first team last week. He did.
And got dropped. Can you believe that?
we? Well, I'm used to dealing with Kieran Bushnell and Darren Woods, so I know all about being dropped and everything else, or breaking ribs and things. So
Oh dear, if I'm in the same bracket those two,
No,
as
no,
cricketers,
no.
I'm glad I've been dropped too.
I think Kieran's probably an enthusiastic cricketer, which doesn't speak too highly about it. He's very self-deprecating about his quality of play.
Oh, the wind's
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
The camera's gone.
Well,
That's
we're
a
wobbling
big
about.
gust there.
You've done all right there, Matt. Has survived that one.
Yeah.
So Warnes has got the new cherry because Prav's not available. So the last couple of weeks, Prav's been opening the bowling, and Warnes has been coming on first change. So it's probably ideal for Prav today, for Warnes today.
Where is Prav today? Is he injured?
Prav is in
wedding or
no, he's in Zante or somewhere.
Oh,
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Bit warmer than here then.
a bit warmer, and I'm sure he's probably no fit state to be playing cricket at 11:30 this morning. No, in Prav. Great night.
Yes.
Out.
Out.
He's done all sorts. That's a very similar shot to the shot at the start of the over where he got 4, wasn't it? He's
Yes.
just moved that little bit. Thanks for coming 8 for 2. Got the guy.
Well, he looked quite good, didn't he? But he was clearly someone that wanted to get on, push on, didn't he? You could see he was not going to stick around.
He's
didn't
got a
this
wedding
lad?
to get to.
Yeah, I think so. He looked. He's probably
clearly-
seen one too many T20 games.
Yeah.
I think, don't you?
I think the trouble is that if you feel that you're in a bit of nick and you've just hit one for 4, then you want to feel the ball off the middle of the bat. But I think these conditions that you've got to be quite sensible, and you maybe can't score at a run of ball until you've got to 30 and grind it out. 50 overs is still a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, the game can ebb and flow a lot in 50 overs, can't it? I think
Massively,
so.
yeah.
And, it is indeed. So that is it. We are in the second over? Is that right? With third over, 2 wickets down, and we have to score a total of 8 so far.
Good to see Frankie Beans with a bit of a tan. Went away on Saturday night, was at mine for the Champions League final, then got on a bus to go to Luton Airport. Went on holiday and came back yesterday, so he didn't miss any cricket. What a guy. What a guy.
Dedication is
It's
what you
brilliant,
need.
isn't it? And
Yeah.
the Goose is back. Second slip. Gus Miller.
Is he still nursing a bit of an injury?
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure he'd risk it, to be honest. And obviously,
That's
a
in the
shot.
air. What a good shot that is.
That's the way to deal with the ball, isn't it?
Is that a 4? Now, normally when it goes down the chapel of the church end into the bushes, you spend about half an hour trying to find it. But the red ball does help, doesn't it?
Big ball.
Pink ball, is it? Is it pink?
Yeah.
Definitely pink.
All right, okay. And
Oh, you've got a Kagul on. Haven't seen one of those for years.
yeah,
Where did you find
Yeah,
your
Paul's-
Kagul at this time?
Paul's come back with fully waterproof now. So I hope that's not a commentator's curse. It's going to start to weed down with rain now. So
There's a little bit of rain.
When did the leggings go on, mate?
How'd you know?
out.
That's not a bad reply, that. Thanks for coming.
Wow.
This could be a very short game,
What a
couldn't
start.
it? We could be over before.
Well, let's hope so. If it goes the right way. We
Yeah.
had horsepath here last season, and it kind of went that way. That was
Didn't
a
it?
super low-scoring game.
You bowled him out for 30 or 50. It was mad, wasn't it?
We got 60, 68, and we bowled them out for 33. First team cricket.
Because Warnes and Loz took
Yeah.
5 each, didn't they?
I've just remembered it's Shane Warne Day today. Somebody's got to at some point do some spin bowling and film it and send it off. I'll look it up. Okay, so when there's a break, but it is. I believe it's Shane Warne Day today. It's Saturday at Lords, isn't it? And that's what people have been trying to do in honour of Shane Warne, player for my hometown or home county Hampshire. And much missed and lamented. But that's what I believe people are supposed to do today. So I'm just wondering whether Downs will do that at some point.
We certainly don't have any leggies. We got somebody out there that bowls intelligent filth.
Intelligent
I'm
Phil.
not so sure you class it as spin bowling, but probably the same
We're still
bracket that
waiting
I'm
for
in.
the next batsman here.
Could get timed out. And there's somebody coming. Their kit is very, very much like the England 1992 World Cup
It
shirt.
is, yeah.
The old light blue.
He's just got his gloves on.
How long do you get, Matt? actually?
3 minutes.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
He's
Still got
all right,
plenty
I
of
think.
time.
And I'm sure these umpires will be all over it. They wouldn't take our hats last week.
Why is that then?
Well, I don't know whether or not it's carrying on from COVID, but I think it's left to the umpires' decision whether or not they do or they don't want to take your jumper or hat. So
That's a bit mean though. That's but
some umpires will and some umpires won't.
I thought it's early doors on a cricket season. You see the umpires with about 58 jumpers around there, don't you? So and 4 hats and 12 pairs of sunglasses.
They're
so
very pleased normally, aren't they, that the bowler gives them a jumper.
absolutely, yeah. It's sort of like a courtesy thing, I would have thought. But there you go.
So
Right.
The incoming batsman is Faisal Ali.
He's number 92.
Yeah.
Hope that's not in the rankings of batsmen in Thame, otherwise he won't be here for long. But
Well, I think their form so far, having been relegated from the Division 1, is they've won
I
2.
got that wrong
Is
earlier,
it?
actually. Oh, sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
They did get relegated from
And
Division
they've won
making
2
your
and lost 2.
mind up.
So they've won 2, lost 2. So
You
their form
remember
is sort of
Bucks on that.
50%. So nice little ground though, Thame Town, by the looks of it.
It's lovely, isn't it? I think they lost a few players to Rowan, haven't they? I think.
Well, Aston Rowan looks like another team that I'm told money's involved.
Oh, controversial.
I know, but there you go. I've been told like places like Henley pay big bucks.
I think there's quite a few, certainly in the league above, but I'm not sure about this level, but I know that there's quite a bit of murmuring about people getting money and it's not an even playing field. But as I kindly pointed out to one lad out there, that, it doesn't make you a better cricketer.
No,
If
but
you get 50 quid or 200 quid, it doesn't make you any better at the sport.
are there rules about fees and things or not?
No,
Like
I
a-
don't
like a
know.
wage
There's certainly,
cap?
I think there was in the Churwell they tried to
Yeah,
introduce
there's
something, didn't
no.
they?
It's purely amateur, but I think at this level you can pay players.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we've got an overseas pro in. He's been in the departure lounge in South Africa for
Yeah.
4 months.
I did hear that. Yeah.
So Cockles has bought himself into second slip. Oh. Shock higher. Shock horror. Will dies when George is just gently, calmly behind him.
So we got 3 slips. Is that right?
3 slips and a point, gully,
Backward point.
backward point. Pretty attacking field, would you say, Matt?
Well, 12 for 3. I suppose you can afford to. The ball's probably hooping. Loz is clever enough to move it both ways. He will push it across the right-hander, and then he's got a great inducker that he cleaned up the last guy with. So
I feel some rain.
it's definitely raining,
Do
but they'll
a
be
bit
all
of
right.
drizzle. Cricketers are hardy chaps, aren't they, at this level? So they'll stay out there, and unless it's thunder and lightning, I think.
A lot of it depends on the umpires, I guess, doesn't it? And you don't want the deck to get too wet.
That's true. Yeah. I mean,
In a way, I'm quite relieved that I'm not running around with the number 71 shirt on, because that's all I've got.
is that right?
Bloody cold, and also these guys have got long sleeves and jumpers. I'd have been
Yeah.
I'd have been Bolchik, wouldn't I? But isn't it good that a very slender 17-year-old lad is wearing the same shirt and trousers as me?
Last
There you go.
Yeah,
Well done, Matt.
it's amazing what a bit of elastic can do to someone's waistline.
Yeah. Yes, well, it comes a point in one's life where one goes for comfort and not so much style. I think I'm on that. I've been there for quite a while, I think so.
I've never had any style, so I'm okay.
I like Jasper Carrot. It tells you how old I am. But like Jasper Carrot's joke when he used to say, you're getting old when you walk past Dunn & Co. and go, that looks nice. And Dunn & Co. have been shut for about like 30 or 40 years. So just even the joke dates you, let alone what he said. So, but
Like a modern day CNA or something. Like
Yeah.
that.
Oh gosh, it's really coming down a bit now.
Raining. They'll be coming off now,
Yeah.
any minute.
Any
Here
second.
come the covers. No. What are you doing? now?
umpire's not doing anything, is he?
Especially with the wind, because it will blow through. It's not. Doesn't really got darker, is it? Matt, is the forecast for rain today?
Who knows? It's one of those. I did think we wouldn't get any, but it's certainly looking like
We're getting some.
not the case. Yeah.
I know Tim Hook, our famous farmer, and the only one we can really trust with the weather, is adamant that tonight and tomorrow is going to put the VKO in doubt tomorrow. But
Oh, okay.
this is absolutely. This is raining,
This is-
chaps. I
we
just
can
don't
hear
understand the
if
umpires.
if I put my mic to the roof of our little gazebo here, it sounds a bit foreign, doesn't it? But there you go.
It's a great nut. The umpires keep looking at each other, and I think they're waiting for the other one to make a decision. This is ludicrous.
Well,
Absolutely ludicrous.
Well, that is heavy rain, isn't it? And that's he's having a.
I'm
where's
all
the-
for playing cricket, but it's Potter. There's our groundsman, legend that is. Pad, would you come off at this? Just walk off.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I think I'd have done the same. Are you going as
there
head
you go, the
groundsman? 'Cause of the
umpires. They're going to have a chat
yeah,
now.
look, head of cricket James Atwood is taking no notice of the umpires. He's just coming to get the cover. Got a smile on his face, and
They're
we're
off.
I'm going to help the boys.
Okay, so we've lost our commentator's girlfriend to pull the covers off now, and
you'll see him dash on with the covers.
yeah, top end. Okay, I think, in all honesty, I think they should have pulled them off a bit earlier. I think to get the covers on, don't you, to protect the wicket. And,
It'll take a fair bit. That's
Yeah.
the good thing. You know, we haven't had nowhere near as much rain as we had last year, so there's plenty on there. Yeah, good. You can come under here.
yeah, that's good though.
We've got Will.
We're going to be very popular now, aren't we, with people coming across? So and. So Will, what was the wicket like out there? You can pick up that mic there, and you'll be having a chat. So to do it, so yeah, what was the wicket like?
The boys have got the most out of it, I think, to begin with. There's definitely a little bit of movement. There's more movement in the air probably than there is on the pitch, given the conditions, especially the way Loza swings the ball. It's been a very good start.
Yeah, three wickets down, and like I say, that was moving about quite a lot. I thought the ball was so.
Yeah, I mean the first wicket was testament to that bowler on his legs. He did move across quite a lot, but Loza swings the ball early on a lot. So
You must be cold in that shirt.
no, I was starting to think that actually, because usually first up there's a few to chase through the covers, but I haven't had that today yet. So
Well, we're advising people to have a spot of lunch, okay, get themselves warm, bring plenty of layers down, and then look to come down this afternoon. So, have you not got a change of kit, or just got the one set of shirts?
we've got another shirt, but the other one's short sleeve, so I don't wear that in this weather.
Put it on underneath.
Yeah, I might stick a jumper on, I think, over the top.
Like you say, if you're running about, it's fine, or if you're bowling, it's fine. But if you stood out in the outfield when it's a howling gale and peeing down with rain, a bit like being a goalkeeper, you know, to a ground with an open end with a gale. You know, I always used to feel sorry for the kids. I used to be a coach for Cumberland Miners, and there's some pitches where they're completely open, and you get a howling gale, and the poor old goalkeeper stood there doing nothing at all for like 30 minutes or so. You know, he'd be absolutely freezing, the poor lad. So, but yeah.
It's all right for folks like Georgie and I in the covers. running around a lot, but it's the
Yeah.
guys in the slips I feel sorry for. They just got to sort of stand there and get
Yeah.
I like the way you swap with your dad there. Your dad's out there running around, and you're.
Yeah,
you're-
he's come underneath here.
He's doing his bit. I think that's fair. It's all
He was
fair.
sharing his experience last week, in the first team. His,
Yeah?
Debut, yeah.
All right,
What
so
was his feedback? He loved it, didn't he?
He did. He said he got dropped or something like that.
Mm.
And he was saying how the kit that he had fits Ollie perfectly, and there was no adjustments required to it whatsoever.
Slightly bigger on Ollie. He's a slightly different frame.
Now senior pro, no covers, just straight to the microphone.
yeah, there you go. So on the covers it says net end. So we could say it's the church and the nets end, couldn't we? Yeah,
It's
do you
always been
think?
the chapel end, the top end.
Yeah, chapel end. Okay, yeah, right, chapel end. I think you're right. So, but yeah.
Car park, house.
Well, it's not. It's more than one house, though, isn't it? So.
I think it needs to become the Bowden end perfectly.
Yeah.
The Bowdens live there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Do more than most for the club.
Bowden's End. Okay. What's beyond there? You got fields beyond there, haven't you? So in the bridle path. I'm sorry, I'm pointing. It's not, the camera's not on us, and I'm pointing. Not much point in doing that, is there? But look, behind you is the fields, isn't it?
We call it the old ground.
Is that right?
Exactly where the old pitch was here.
Well, we call it. I think we're net. I'm going to call it the net. Anybody who knows the ground knows where the nets are, don't they? Yes. Yeah. So I think I'll stick with net end when I'm doing something here. So when I'm on my own.
Will's gone. Yep.
Yeah. Will Watts has
I
gone
think
off.
we tend to sign off when
Okay.
when there's a weather break like this, and then just come back on when the players come back out.
Well,
and my hand's cold through holding the mic up
Okay,
as
right.
well.
So what we're going to do is we're going to leave you with what is, I suppose, a pictures of the net end of the rain that's here. If you're coming on, right, we do apologise. We did start on time, and if you just tuned in expecting to see some cricket, then the cricket's been pretty good so far. 3 wickets down. Downs did win the toss and elect to bowl first, field first, and done very well. Seamers have been doing extremely well. The ball's been moving about a little bit. They've been bowling quite full, and they've got 3 wickets as their reward so far today. So, for the time being, though, we will shut up shop, leave you with the pictures there, come back on when we do get some play. Just to remind you that today we do hope to be broadcasting live from about 2:30 across the Hospital Radio Network, and that should be an interesting afternoon for us as long as our technology works. For the time being, though, from myself, Colin Ryan, from Matt Bowden, everybody here at Downs, we shall take a rain break and be back with you as soon as the umpires judge it is safe and sound to come back on out on the pitch. Bye for now, though.
Right, as you can see, the covers are off. Play is due to resume at 1 p.m. We have lost 4 overs, so it'll be a 46 over game. Yeah, sorry, Nick, I should have given an update before that. We were running around having lunch, actually, but that's the only excuse I can come up with.
And finding slightly warmer clothing.
Yes, yeah, I've put a body warmer on now and found a pair of gloves because my hands were cold holding the microphone. So I've got a couple of player interviews here I'm going to play. Hopefully these will come across okay. I'm going to play those now. Let me just pull that out.
Delighted to be joined by Loz Brock, who's had a rather interesting start to the game. Loz, how did you see those first 5 overs?
A little bit nippy early doors, but a few false shots, I think. Still doing a little bit. But,
Yep.
Still doesn't mean that you've got to put the ball in the right area. But yeah, we still looks like we're going to come back on in a sec.
You are happy with the decision to field first?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No.
Win the toss, bowl first, and a bit like that. A little bit of grass on it. A little bit of feedback. Maybe need to go back to Paddy or Tony. Who knows? They won't be happy with that.
Brilliant. Well,
but yeah,
all the best, and yeah, let's see if we can get the win.
cool. Thank you.
Be joined by down skipper Tom Costley. You won the toss. You elected to field. Pretty predictable. What was your thoughts though?
Well, just looking at the amount of rain we've had in the last 12 hours, covers have obviously been on. When we first turned up this morning, it's a bit damp. Conditions were perfect.
And they were perfect, right?
Yeah, 12 for 3 off 5 when we came off the rain. So yeah, delighted to get those early inroads, but it won't mean a lot if we don't stick to our task in the next 40 odd hours.
Now we've lost a little bit of time in the game due to rain. So can you give us an update on what that means? How many
so
overs?
we're starting again at 1 o'clock, so about 22 minutes, and it's 46 overs aside. So we've lost 4 each, which isn't a massive thing. But no, if we continue as we are, then hopefully we'll get them out for a low total in the 1 o'clock.
Brilliant. Thanks, Tom.
Cheers.
Good luck.
Right, thanks very much, Paul Fowler, for those 2 interviews. And as you can see, the players are back on the pitch. Brightened up quite a bit, Matt.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's like a different day all of a sudden. Temperature's gone up quite considerably.
We're still wrapped up warm though. I think this.
I went and got a pair of gloves, I did.
Did you? And a nice padded gilet.
Yes.
He's not gone for a cagoule. He's gone a bit more stylish, okay, so.
A cagoule.
Cagoule, yeah.
Great cagoule. You putting your gloves on? Are you going to be refereeing some snooker a bit later, or are they your running ones? Are they? You're going to do a couple of laps. Right,
That's a lot better.
Warner's. We didn't finish the over, did we? They went off
2
mid over,
balls.
did
Yeah,
they?
I'm going to put the score back up. There you go. I think
It's
there's 2 balls.
12 for 3 from 5.4 overs. Matt Warner, left-handed bat. What are they starting with? 1 slip in the gully, cover point extra, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket if the skipper's staying there. Square leg and Lozzers down at fine leg in Vodafone corner, as it's called.
Vodafone corner. Of course, there are other transports are available, aren't they? So other.
It's called Vodafone corner because years ago it's the only place you could get a signal
Oh,
in
okay.
Stanlake. So everybody used to run round to the corner, sit on the benches. Everyone thought you were having a tantrum. You just got
Okay.
out. No, it's because you wanted to text your wife, your girlfriend, your mum to say that you'd got out. That's the only place you could do it. Or boyfriend, obviously,
Yeah.
nowadays, all inclusive.
So Warner to bowl from the net end. Ooh, little scoop round the corner there, and
Leg bye.
yeah, I didn't hear anything, did you? Didn't hear sort of leather
No,
on
umpire
there.
signalling a no leg bye.
Yeah.
So he's got sky blue, white pads, and orange boots. Interesting
Rainbow
combo.
of colours.
Yeah, very good. Bathed in sunshine.
It's glorious now, isn't it? I think that'll dry out quite quick, won't it? There's a wicket.
Bit of wind in the air as well. Sun and
Yeah.
wind dries a wicket really quickly.
Is there a little bit of slope? Is it slope from left to right? Is it the ground or not? Up towards the scoreboard?
There's definitely a slope when you stand up the scoreboard. You can
Yeah.
see it a lot more as you look down towards the square.
So it is, I'm right in saying it is
Yes.
from the right-hand side. So we're looking out towards Whitney, I think, at the chapel end. If you're not familiar with the ground, if you're listening or watching from Thame. And the right-hand side of your camera where the scoreboard is, the ground does slope from left to... But it's not a pronounced slope. And certainly if you go to North Lee Football Club, there's a slope and a half there. But
It's like going up a hill.
it's going up a hill, yeah. So, and Siren Sister's even worse. It's got a slope and a dip in one corner. And there's another one, Hungerford too. It's got a massive Great Big slope on it.
Have they?
Yeah, I mean, even that's the level
rugby
they
pitch
are
is
at.
flat.
Yeah, but the level they're at, which is probably about the same, this is probably about the same cricket level, I think so, as teams like City and North Lee. But yeah, big
Charlie
slope.
Austin from Hungerford.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
They do. They share the same grounds as the rugby club, don't they?
Yeah.
So Brock's coming in from the chapel end. Straight on it first go.
So who do you think that would have helped more, that break, Matt? I guess the batting team would be better off through that little short break.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe gives them a chance to have a bit of a chat, but being on and off doesn't help. It's almost like a restart for them, isn't it? And they just got to dig in now and make sure they bat the 50. The 46. I think it's gone to 46 overs aside. So one bowler can bowl 10, the others can bowl 9. I think that's the restrictions they've come up with. As for power plays, they let us know by swinging their arms in a ferocious manner, I guess.
So it's the first 15 overs is power play, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's 2 men outside the circle? Although we've only got 1.
Yeah. That will obviously change. Whether or not that drops to 14 overs now because of the 3 or 4 overs taken off the total, I don't know.
I'll have a chart to see that in, I'm sure. Actually, we haven't got a single man outside this.
No,
No,
but
we have, yeah. He's
We've
right
got
back
Loz
here.
down, Matty Wall. Smith has been relegated down to
Fine
fine leg.
Yep.
But at 13 for 3, I'm not sure you need too many boundary gallopers, do you?
No.
Oh, that's gone.
That's Freddie Smith's area.
Oh, he got it.
Yeah,
Well
great
done,
effort
sir.
there. Throws off a 1 knee, very good. He's the most disinterested cricketer in the world until the ball goes to him. It's just like he can't be bothered. He's such a natural sportsman.
Is he like that in training as well?
Yeah,
When he's in the
and the
nets?
warm up, him
Yeah.
and Prav, it's just like you want to run and give him a bit of a kick up the butt, but you know that when it comes to it, they deliver in that bit of field, improved it. I think he's the same at hockey. I think he's the same at everything he does, but he's meant to be a very, very good hockey player.
It's interesting. He would obviously play right-handed with hockey, and he's a left-handed bat.
And throws right-handed.
Oh, does he?
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Wow. Proper ambidextrous.
Funny, I think people bowl left-handed and bat left-handed, and then they play golf left or right-handed. It's can't work it out. I struggle just doing everything with one hand, but
No, I never really played cricket, but when I did get stuck out there for student versus teachers sort of thing and everything else, I was a left-handed batsman, right-handed bowler, which
okay.
confuses the field, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly when they're taking a quick single to you.
Oh, that's out.
I think that's hit his pad.
No.
Oh no,
He's
I
gone,
think
is
he's
he?
hit his pad.
He's not sure.
He's not sure at all.
The umpires said he looks as though he's squaring up to.
It might be his pad. That's what I
he hit his pad.
Or the
I
bat hit his pad.
He looks as though he's squaring up to thump somebody then, doesn't he, actually? So he wasn't happy, was he?
No, I think
If he hadn't
fine.
got squared up with a shot, he might not have been out.
Yeah.
Whee. Well, we won't know, I suppose, will we?
Yeah, particularly from this end. I can replay it, but it's not going to show a lot, really.
I think from his reaction and the noise that it's very difficult because of the wind, but it's definitely quite a thick sound of bat hitting pad. Anyway, it's 14 for 4.
It's going pretty well, I think. And the sun's shining. What more can you want?
Yeah, sun is out.
He's got his hat on.
The wind's picked up a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's probably good, and it's going to dry out the outfield a bit. So Matt, what's the performance like so far for Downs this season so far, the first team? How have they been doing?
Miss, really. Had pre-season against Aston Rowan, obviously in the league above. They were fantastic. Really, really good run chase. Freddie getting 100 and looked very, very good. And I suppose it's been mixed. Last week was very disappointing away at Wargrave. We probably let them get a few too many. They got 190. We probably should have kept them to 150. But I think we were thinking that 240 was probably par, and I'm not so sure we even got half of that. So we didn't bat very well, me included.
All right.
But so last week was a bit disappointing. It was just one of those games that nothing really seemed to flow, click, or whatever the right terminology is. Well, they lost a great Brick Hill here, and that was a similar type of thing. We let them get too many, didn't bowl well enough at the top, and then we just didn't bat well enough. So they'll be looking forward to trying to get 4 points today. Should be quite confident.
Mark Nelson took an amazing catch to get Tom Cosford out. And
he did.
that made a big difference because Tom looked like he was.
Is he swinging into the left-hander there for Matt? Yeah, that was a good grab, and it went a bit viral, Matt, didn't it?
It did, yeah. It went onto the cricketer.
Oh, there you go.
People put their logo in the top right-hand corner.
Yeah, I know how. I do them
matter.
for passing off, as they say in the licensing trade.
Yeah, it made the cricketer Twitter stream.
But it was a great grab.
Yeah, it was.
And it's funny, just something like that happens in an absolute nanosecond can change the game.
Yeah.
And that certainly gave them a big lift and momentum. They had 3 good spinners, didn't they? One's their overseas pro.
Yeah.
And we struggled, really. Sometimes when we batted first, we haven't used our full 50 overs, which I think is a bit of a cardinal sin.
Oh, little clip. That sounded like pad to me again.
That's how the boys are on it, though. That's just gone down to very, very short square leg, and 4 fielders descended, 2 each side of one each side of the get the ball, and the other 2 backing up with beans at the stump. So it's nice to see the boys are on it, lively.
Warner in the game from the net end. Oh, that's pinged off, dear me.
So it actually looks like that dismissal that we're talking about, whether it hit his pad or not, was actually given LBW.
Oh, interesting.
LBW, but caught by beans.
Yes.
So maybe it's flicked the top of his pad. I don't know.
Yep.
We will never know.
The umpire was quite definite. He wasn't a sort of didn't think about it. He was sort of
because we thought it was caught behind, didn't we?
Well, that's what I thought he was giving it for, because of the noise. But there we go. We'll have to find out, won't we? It's there clearly in the book, Matt. Look in the book, as they say. That's a great cricket shot.
Oh yeah,
4 runs
on the up. Just push through extra cover between Willsey and George. Great shot.
I've got my crib sheet here. It did say extra cover, so I'm not correcting you. I'm just quite pleased that I got it right.
Well, the crib sheet's got it right.
Yeah, but when they go to a different end, it's all backside round, okay. And I think, hang on a minute, which way?
You turn it upside down then?
Yeah, I could do that. I couldn't read it, so I have to.
and then you get a left-handed batsman, and you have to
I've tried several times to sort of correct it all, and I get it wrong each time. So I rely on you, okay, over there.
That's the best, yeah.
Yeah,
I love that.
Often leg too, because that changes as well. So, but no.
And also with a left-hand, right-hand combination, it's going to make it a little bit harder, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah.
I was just about to say, I think Loz will be
lovely.
looking to take this away from the lefty, who nicks it through fine third man. Have a look on your chart.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I've not got that
Cockles.
one. I've got mid off. I've got long off. I've got deep extra cover. I haven't got a fine man down there. Oh, fine leg I have. Yes, it's over the other side. So, but, there you go. But I did talk to people down at Hampshire about how they commentate, and because they, in the outfield you can't see something who the hell is fielding and things, so they guess basically. So.
I suppose if it's on radio, nobody can pick them up, can they?
Quite right too. TV's a bit more difficult, yeah. So And,
what a wonderful way to spend your life, though.
it is, I think, yeah. And young Wes Spearman, who I say earlier on commentary, saw his wicket get demolished by Downs at Minster Lovell, first up about 2 weeks ago. He's down at Hampshire now as part of their social media team, so it's a dream job. Oh dear me, a bit of a waft there, a wide. So he's got his dream job. He's done a media course, broadcast with us through lockdown, and did his sort of finals there. And then he did some work for BT and Sky editing stuff. And now he's got a job with the Hampshire Cricket Club doing their social media stuff. So he's got his dream job.
Yeah,
you know.
fantastic.
Yeah,
really good.
See youngsters struggling these days to get a job. He's done really well.
There you go, good handsome goose.
Yeah. This batsman looks quite good, doesn't he? So remind us who he is at the moment.
Kashif Nazima. So
you would presume he's the fourth man in, isn't he? I think that's right. Fourth, batting at 4.
Yes, he's
4.
fourth. Yeah. You've got the 4th and 6th.
I just wonder with Loz taking the ball away from the lefty whether or not Freddie might be better off down at third man, because obviously he's getting forward, he's lunging, he's nicking a little bit through here. So Goose has stopped one, one's gone to the boundary. I suppose that's just whether or not Loz will trust himself to keep that line in length outside the off stump.
I think you're right, Matt. I think the break's done them good. Don't you think the Thame?
Great shot.
He's good, is that, isn't he? Yeah.
Outside the off stump. Nice square cut, just back of the square.
I don't think Freddie would have stopped that at third.
No,
man,
he wouldn't.
No. But you're right. It can quite easily go through the slip cordon, and that's 4 runs, isn't it, on this fast outfield?
Well, I always think the same watching international cricket. There's that amount of runs that go through third man is mad. I just suppose they don't worry about it. But the way the England bat, I think they save every run they can at the minute.
No, I've been saying to people, if you're fed up with the Test, come and watch some decent cricket.
It's another wide there.
Tune into
hurry up.
Oxford Downs, yeah. Actually, commentator's curse. As soon as I said that, they bowl a wide. I think they get this man out because he looks quite comfortable, doesn't he? If he gets set a bit more, he could be in for a decent run total.
I hope that's commentator's curse.
Yeah, I hope so
Oxford
too. I
Downs
was
is
trying hard.
Another wide, I think, as well.
That's gone off a length.
I always think it's harsh. If it pitches in line and then moves away, it looks so harsh to be a wide, but I guess them's the rules.
Well, league rules are literally no leg side wide, so everybody knows that at the start. I mean, last week we bowled probably 30 extras between wides and no balls, so that's the difference. How many runs did they score from those extra balls as well? That's short and
They're
wide.
lovely, aren't they?
Half the stops.
He just looks so relaxed, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got time, isn't he?
He has some say. So
Better hurry up, though. No, I think he's back. I think those old bright red shoes did him all right there.
Yeah, they go faster shoes, aren't they?
I think so. Put the burners on then.
Let's put up the scorecard quickly.
So just a quick recap. It's 30 for 4 from 8. And there's the scorecard.
If you're just joining us, rain did stop playing. We've lost, I think, 4 overs, so we're down to 46 today. But we should be, hopefully, with the weather improving. There's a bit of a breeze today and now, and the sun's out, as you can probably see. And so we should be going through to 5:30, I think. Or there's an extra half an hour to 6, is that right? You can go carry on if you need to.
It's just when the overs are completed, really. I think you get 3 hours, 20 minutes to bowl 50 overs. So it will just be slightly less than that per side. Yeah, I think it would be round if the game goes to the full length, it's kind of like a 6 to 7 o'clock finished.
Ooh, I can't see the game going to full length. There's another outside edge that's Fred is off to third man. His hat's blown off. He slipped over. Look at that arm. Just a whip.
Yeah.
Wallop. Brilliant.
Straight in. Yeah.
I think there'll be a lot of low scores today, won't there? After quite a lot of moisture about last night.
So this pink ball's harder than a Dukes or a Kookaburra ball. Does it go soft at all or not?
No, it doesn't tend. They do get a little bit softer, but
that's gone. That's 6.
That's over the pavy. That's right in the slot. He's picked it up. One bounce on the roof. That pink ball's now a little bit softer.
Yeah.
Got
so
one
the roof
flat side.
Yeah. Yeah, brilliant. He got hold of that, didn't he?
Didn't he ever? Great to have the confidence at 40 for 4. You're up against it.
Yeah.
You get one in the slot and just hit it against the wind as well. That's a big hit.
Yeah.
See what Warnes will come back. Very experienced. Great player, Matt. Really good bloke.
Oh, that's
Never seen a man eat a pizza so quick in my life.
Is that right?
Yeah. Not expecting it from Warnes, but blimey.
He's a young chap, though, isn't he? They can eat.
Eat and drink, yeah. That looked like a Yorker to me almost. Is that right? Right in his feet?
He's trying digging it in there, getting in the old block hole.
He's got that.
Oh,
yeah.
Chance.
Nice little
Dive
bit
from
of
Will.
a-
Did that carry?
I think it would have been another cricketer Twitter feed job.
He
if
does
he got
like
that.
pulling them out the bag
He
every now
does.
and again. Anyway, back to Warnes Pizza. I'll give a shout out to Pizza Pilgrim, the top of the Westgate. If you want a good pizza, get in
All
there.
right.
But I took Warnes in there with a few others on the way back from cricket one night, and by the time I got my cutlery out, the pint glass and my napkin,
He's finished it. He?
Warnes had finished. I was a bit worried because he was sitting
Oh,
next to me,
that's a
whether or not I was
flinch.
going to get all
Oh,
mine
well
or not. but
stopped.
Brilliant from Freddie. Just behind square, backward point, dive into his right, left. I don't even know what pizza he had, nor did he.
He just shoveled it down.
Yeah. Probably with some mac and cheese balls and garlic bread, but
There's
he
no
was-
weight on him, is there? He's
no, he was on form.
and a let.
Hi, Prav. Watching from Zante.
He's we had a few ribald comments about whether he'd be in a fit state to watch actually in Zante, but he's up and he's watching.
Yep,
He's through squinting through one eye, I expect. Morning,
Yeah.
Prav. How are you, buddy? I'm following you on Instagram. Looks like you're having a blast. Wakers. Hello, mate. How are you? How's sunny France treating you this morning? Any tame jokes? I don't know. give me 20 minutes and I'll have a think of one.
Keep it clean. It's a family show, and especially when we're broadcasting across the Cherwell network this afternoon from 2:30 onwards. Hopefully, we'll be broadcasting on the Oxford Hospital Radio Network. So
Be interested just for 5 minutes, wouldn't it? Good
Yeah.
afternoon, everybody, and
yeah,
thanks for coming.
yeah.
Yeah, if we bowl them out.
Oxford Downs are chasing need one.
Yeah, I've got a problem then. I got 3 hours program to fill. I think I better go on a bit. Yeah.
I could waffle for that time. Don't worry.
Well,
I'll help you out.
I've got some stuff I need to. I've got to get some stuff. If we're not streaming it live at that point, then I can just swap things around and.
Could always talk about EastEnders with Charlie and Camilla turning up on Thursday night.
Yeah.
Did they really?
Yeah, proper job.
I
What a
didn't
day
know
for
that.
EastEnders fans that was, Matt.
Didn't even know.
It did, yeah.
We had a very busy day down here on
Yeah,
Thursday.
you did. Yeah, we did. Just quickly, that Warnes has popped now down to third man. So is Freddie still at fine leg? I don't think he is. Where is Freddie? Freddie's hat, so he's at backward point. So, yeah, so with Lods taking the ball from the lefty, no fine leg, third man in. Hopefully might save a couple. Watch this go flying through fine leg. Oh, nearly. That's a wide.
So we've had, what, 3 or 4 extras so far, is that right? On a 50 over, you want to keep those down to a minimum, don't you, really? 'Cause
one leg by and 5 wides.
Leg by, obviously you can't out, but 5 wide, so it's an extra ball. How many runs come off those extra balls?
that's true. That could prove costly, couldn't it?
Yeah, it's something the boys could definitely improve on. It's easy from here. There we go.
Nice little
That
dig,
would have
though.
been
Just
4. In he comes.
you're right about that. This lad's 33. He's got all the time in the world, hasn't he, to judge it and just place the shot.
They always say that they class whether or not it's rugby, cricket, football. They just seem to have more time than
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
than
yeah.
Joe average. So
Yeah.
Gets himself set in a good position, plays it under his nose. Doesn't look at any threat at all, does he? The big
Well,
guy this end, he's big, isn't he?
He
He's
is. He must be 6 foot lots.
6 foot plenty, isn't he?
Yes.
Alex Brown. This is.
Alex Brown. Brownie, I guess, his nickname. Well played. This is a guy that just calmly picked it up and whipped it over the top of the pavy. Wonder where he could get the chapel mat with the win today.
There's a bottle of champagne.
Is
Well,
that
it was-
right?
It used to be a crate of champagne. I guess the cost of living's hit.
I
is it?
think it's a
There's
bit much now,
crisis
so
on.
yeah. Unless you go and get some from Aldi but, or Lidl.
Or any other supermarket
Yes.
that may be available.
Well, we're doing well with the pizzas now, so we might as well big up.
Yeah, I might get a freebie next time I'm
Yeah,
in.
absolutely. Ooh, dear
he
me.
went for
Just
that, didn't he?
God, that bottom of the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a brave shot with Loz swinging it in so late, back into the right-hander.
I think we need a wicket. He says we, meaning Oxford Down. Sorry if you're watching from Thame, because
I'm pretty happy with the scores. You know,
yeah.
42 for 4 after 10. You've got to be happy with that, man.
But
Yeah.
these two,
It's static.
It's a great start, and of
Yeah.
course, if we could, I probably should stay impartial, but if we did bowl them out for 60, we should go on and win. But I quite like to watch a day's cricket, to be
Yeah.
honest. So whatever they post, if we get one more, it's been a good day, I think, really.
Yeah.
And we are bathed in sunshine, not a cloud,
Yeah.
really. It's a bit wispy, but it was a bit black over Will's mother's a half hour ago, wasn't it?
It didn't have to come down.
it
but
was pretty. I was sitting here thinking, oh, if we get a sudden wind and it goes the electrics, that'll be us taken out for the day. But,
End of the 11th over, 43 for 4. So what's the partnership, Matt? I can't see that because I haven't got my glasses.
partnership.
Why don't you wear glasses? We're the same age. Actually, you probably don't answer that.
no, he's lived a cleaner life, I
You
think. Yeah. Well, that's what his wife thinks. Anyway, that's what he's told his wife.
I know in Matt at school, and I was like, he probably has led a much
Yeah.
cleaner life.
29 off
Thank
24.
you. There we go.
That's not bad. I'm saying I think this could be a big
It's key.
partnership. I think.
I don't know what they're batting like. I don't know if they're strong all the way down. Most sides seem to have. That's a really good cricket shot. Just
yeah,
lent
you
onto
should
that.
just.
It's not going to go. Freddie, can you watch this little arm here? Look, just a whip. Amazing.
Yeah.
It's not.
It is, isn't it?
But I think
it's not very
you-
long.
No, most people sort of
Recall, I put my hand
Yeah.
right back to try and get
take a run, and the coach used to point, and then you got this front swing your body through, and he just whips it in.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the hockey. I don't know.
Yeah. He probably got quite strong wrists, didn't
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
he?
that's
Oh, another
harsh.
wide.
That's harsh.
he's played over the top of that as well, hasn't he? I
Well,
think
you
that
did
is-
say about leg, didn't you? I think down the leg side that looks a bit wide to give it.
It was offside, so
Oh, is it?
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
poo.
There's the easiest way whether or not a leg are off is whether or not it goes behind his backside or not.
All right. Okay.
So where his bum's pointing is the leg side.
Okay.
That's
Right.
the
I've got-
easiest way.
That is a wide.
You're going to draw something on
I
you.
am. I'm going to put bum one side and the other one side now.
That other one was definitely a wide.
That was definitely a wide, yeah. That's definitely wide. Looks like Loz is... What's he doing down at fine leg? He's taking his shoes off, is he?
Don't know.
At least he's been struggling badly with shin splints, Loz, since the start of the season. And that's a great nut. Swung in very late. Guy pushes it to extra wheels he picks up.
Yeah, it looks like he's stretching his calf muscles.
Yeah, he's been struggling with shin splints. I sent him off to see our physio at Gosford. Cost him a few quid, but at least she squared him up and gave him a bit of a programme to look after himself, because the only real thing you can do with shin splints is to rest. And he isn't going to want to do that. It's really good from Warnes now.
Get gel innards for your
Yeah.
shoes or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you can do, but I suppose how your feet are aligned and whether or not you got big arches or no arches, or it's beyond me. That's why there's professionals out there, I guess. But I know he's been struggling, a lot of pain, but he loves his cricket. Yeah, well done,
Slip.
Warnes. You can tell the wind's up. Gary Brock's had to remove his hat.
So who do you think first change will be to Ollie?
Well, I guess it'd be good to see the young lad get a go. Whether or not you bring him on sooner the better in a way, really. But it's a bit of a balance for the skipper, because clearly we're still on top, and one wicket could be could bring the tail in. But you've got a young 17-year-old lad that's been probably up all night, bit nervy this morning. Will want to get that pink ball in his hand and have a trundle. Not easy conditions though. It was a quickie because the wind's quite blustery. But they'll all be rooting for him. He's been doing really well. He's a great kid, great future. There we go. Brilliant hands.
Yeah, well
really
done.
good cricket.
Good fielding. I mean, say they are sharp today, aren't they? So and
Even Tom, look at Tom Cosford coming up here. Look, absolute athlete. It's like young Linford Christie going like the clappers he does.
So with gusting wind. Would that cause the ball to move at all in the air?
Yeah, it will. It will. It will. I think the worst thing about the wind is there's a quick bowler that as you get into your delivery stride and you're in mid-air, if you get a gust of wind, it can certainly knock you about a little bit. So.
Yeah, the camera's moving a bit, guys. Sorry about that. You might feel a little bit seasick. Hopefully not. There's a little I can do.
Nick Rivet, what is happening? It's called cricket. How's the body, Riv? I think you over-bowled on Thursday. Chat down, Eric. Poor old Rivet. We played in an all-day game on Thursday. It was a brilliant day for Coates' 40th birthday, even though he was 42. And they didn't have a lot of bowling, but they turned to Nick Rivet from one end and Dan Hartley, the Abingdon opening bowler, from the other end. And I think they flogged him into the ground. Neither of them have been seen since, so I don't know. I think Dan's 47 and Riv's 52, is he? 53? He's older than me and you, isn't he?
Yeah, just a bit older, not much.
Yeah. Great day, though. 200s to win the game. Young Henry Welsh get his first ever 100 at 14.
I tell you what, since I saw him year before last, the Taverners, when he was barely above his pads, he shot up, hasn't he? The young lad. So
yeah, he's a great kid. You know, he's a really good cricketer. He's obviously everybody that knows Henry knows that he's a very, very, very good leg spin bowler with lots of variations, which is a difficult thing to do. But you know, he fields brilliantly well, and he can also bat. But he never gets a bat because he's always a leg spinner. So
okay.
Some genius captain decided to chuck him up the order. No names, but it's just great to see any kid get their first 100. Everyone's rushing around when he was on 80 to call his dad to get his dad down near his chairman.
Did he make it in time?
He did make it in time, but then was very, very late home, and I believe that he went to Lord's yesterday a tad squiffy.
Okay, I did see him today because his son was playing in the seconds today, I think so. So he was up
at Sanford.
Yeah, and so he drove off. He did look too bleary-eyed to me when he drove off today.
No, he's had 24 hours to recover.
Is he? Okay, fine, but yeah. Well, if you can't share your son's glory with things like that, after all the running about you do as a parent, anybody who's got kids who've got sport knows that they have to sort of travel around the countryside looking after them.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more. I'm glad Henry's still alive. Stop from James Howard at mid-on. So you can tell here, look, we've got Ollie down at sort of deep backward square leg. And then you've got James Howard at mid-on. So there's only two fielders on the leg side.
Yes.
Huge gap. So obviously a lot of trust, and Loz has got to make sure that he
on the leg side there, because that's 4 runs.
Sticks the pill in the right area. Well, there we go.
That's it. Little tickle
Here
around the
Ollie
edge.
going like the clappers. Attacks the ball. Look at that. 17. Brilliant. Well done, Al.
Well
That'll
done.
make you feel a bit good. He's been warming up, so is he going to get a chance? A thumbs up from one or two senior pros.
The other week they bowled Loz through, didn't they? He did. Looks like TC coming on to bowl now by the look of it.
Oh, Captain Cockles.
Still a seamer, or are we changing style of bowling?
Yeah, he will push it through. He's got a very, very long run up, and if you watch that, he sort of ambles in, but when he gets to the crease,
very quick arm.
The whole body comes through.
Shoulder.
Massively powerful young man. I've said it many times, serious sportsman, not just at cricket, brilliant rugby player.
And football.
Yeah, he used to play a lot of football, but fortunately I got him back. I've pinched him from the dark side.
Just don't injure him, please.
He injured himself, mate. I don't do anything to cause injuries to these boys.
Oh yeah, he whips across.
And I don't expect them to do anything that I wouldn't, Matt. So
that's very true.
That could have been caught and bowled there, but a little bit more speed on that.
I think that bumped then.
Yeah, maybe. It's quite soft hands, to be fair. The wicket's going to be a bit spongy. The ball will stop a little bit, which means you get through the shot too early and sometimes just push the ball up into the air. Good shape, swinging in. Look at that. 1 foot, pick it up. Like a magician. Should be on Britain's Got Talent, Cockles.
Why is his nickname Cockles then? Is that just a
Far Show? Do you remember the Far Show?
Oh, right,
and
okay.
They used to have a bloke called Tommy Cockles.
Yeah.
So that's it. No other reason. It's just sort of stuck. Have you seen me washboard?
Ooh.
That's a good shot.
Oh, yeah.
Slightly over
Lovely.
pitched. Doesn't hit it hard, does he? Just
No, he just it's just
leans
it's
into it.
timing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just timing and letting
Very-
the ball do the work. So like a good footballer, like sort of first yards in your head supposedly, and then make the ball do the work for
Yeah.
you.
So straight away they've changed the field. I think pushing George through to deep cover. So that was really good cricket shot. Almost off one knee. George has just come into orthodox cover to try and cut that off. Tom's trusted himself to make sure he's on the offside all the time. That's a good ball. Well back. I think Ollie must be getting a bit nervy now. His time is up nearly. He'll be ready. Oh, it's a bit flashy. He's gone back a point.
Yeah,
Freddie
look at
didn't pick it
that.
up. Now he's going like the clappers uphill.
I think the ball's going to win.
Yeah,
Ball has
that's
one.
it. Boundary 4, yeah.
That's 8 off this over. Both over pitched, but no doubt
Oh.
Cockles a bit. What's George Sandbach doing? The man is as mad as a peach.
Just
Literally.
slipped over.
I don't know what he's doing. Oh, up we get Georgie. He is honestly as daft as a brush. He slipped in one of the wet ends. Well, the umpire's going to have a look. Health and safety executives will be on in
Yeah,
a
no,
minute.
yeah,
Matt, risk
that's it,
assessment.
yeah.
Have you got your folder ready?
Oh dear.
I hope the game isn't stopped because of that.
No, it won't be stopped, but they might get some sawdust or want to put some. Oh, we just got a leaf come in the commentary
Yeah.
box. But
We've got-
open-ended this commentary box, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Silence, really.
I think as you go up the leagues, we'll have to get a hut, won't we? I think commentary huts.
I
So
would quite like a trailer if anybody has one. Then
yeah,
I could just
wheel it out. Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
on the side.
Well, I thought you were going to take us to market or something.
No, I think a beach hut's quite good. There's I think Lewis Football Club have got beach huts that you can hire as executive beach huts.
Have they?
Yeah, you get a little patio, you get your meals served to you there, sit and watch the footy on a little raised bank in little beach huts. About
Brilliant.
6 they got. Yeah, executive beach hut. I think it's a fantastic idea.
That is a great idea.
I've suggested Oxford City Football Club that could have executive sheds,
Yeah.
like a little thing there, and sit there with that. Be brilliant.
Yeah, very clever. So do you
Yeah.
mean like a horse box, Matt, or just a 40-foot open
Well,
side
yeah.
curtain?
Transit would be perfect, I guess, or something like
Well,
that.
there's
Something
great
you can a camper van,
But so-
but they're very expensive.
Maybe,
aren't they?
maybe like an old fish and chippy van that's just
Yeah,
got that thing. You
exactly.
just.
Yeah.
What about an ice cream van?
Yeah,
Ice
no,
cream, and then it can serve-
a
yeah.
bar. You could serve drinks in
Yeah.
between commentating, couldn't you? So
You
yes,
can
you got 2 hands, haven't you? One for the microphone, and one for pouring
have
pints.
discussed
That'd be £2.60, mate, please, and the ball coming in for the.
Yeah.
You want Guinness? Sorry, mate. You'll have to go to the other bar.
That's it, yeah.
Anyway,
Mate,
cricket.
cash only.
Hope the tax man's not
Yeah.
listening. Back to the cricket. There we go. So George, who's just fallen over and caused a little bit of chaos, is up and running. No problem at all. They haven't covered that end or put any sawdust down. So I know the other week George was playing, and I had to run to the car and try and get some spare spikes, like the Ultimate Pro I had. But then George's were so worn, he couldn't change them anyway. So he's probably still got the same old shoes he had when he was at Chowton College 16 years ago.
Oh, good.
Because the poor old Sandbaches are hard up and can't afford a new pair of cricket shoes. But maybe we start a Just Giving page.
Yeah, Ted, you know what to get George for Christmas birthday present.
Yeah,
New
rather
set
than buying
spikes.
him a new bar, maybe you could just get him a pair of cricket shoes or something.
He's gone over and tapped his shoes against the flagpole.
That'll out.
Yeah. I'm just making sure I've got my Samuel Pete Sundial correct. It is 1:30, isn't it? So, and because I've got to, hopefully we will be going across the hospital radio network at about 2:30. And I'll let
How exciting.
Matt and Matt and Matt. Yeah,
Matt
two
and Matt.
Matts. Yeah.
Matt squared.
Yeah. And take over the YouTube commentary when I fiddle about with some knobs and things and get us on air for Radio Charwell.
So will you feed off the YouTube stuff into Radio Charwell? Is that how it
We're
works?
going 2 ways. We're going to the right-hand side, and our little commentary position feeds into the YouTube channel. On the left-hand side, a little box of tricks will take us hopefully through to Radio Charwell. So, which is our first time of cricket commentary live on Radio Charwell.
Oh, so Ollie's on. So Ollie Armstrong, 17-year-old, just bowled his first ball in home counties cricket. Short of a length, decent line. Well done, young
Is this
man.
his debut?
It is his debut at home counties, yeah.
He did play in the VKO the other week,
He
didn't
did, yeah. Slightly different standard.
He's 6 foot fair amount, isn't he? So he's coming down from a long way, isn't it?
Yeah, his dad's very tall. Short
that's
length, that's 4 holes. The trouble is that when you come up to this level, then obviously at second team level, that length of ball at his pace, he may have got away with it, but I sort of sit up and that's buffet really at this level. But he'll learn, he's a quality player. The boys really rate him. They got a lot of support, so straight away George is staying out at deep cover. Certainly with a wicket like this, somebody needs to talk to him, make sure he's just bowled in line and length. Get the ball up there, give it a chance to swing.
Looks like the power play is over because there are 3 fielders outside the circle. So this is the 14th over.
Yeah, so they've altered that, haven't they?
I didn't see the windmill from the umpire.
No, it's
did
very
you?
disappointing. Maybe he's in fear of taking off in this wind.
Yeah, he's probably right.
We just weren't looking.
Or we were talking about something else.
I think we were talking about giving him a bar to serve from and commentate, I think. So sorry about that. We're back to the cricket. You're quite right, so.
The umpire probably did, but we just didn't see it.
So bowling to the lefty now. George has gone back in front of the score box. Maybe he wants to go and kick the flag again, see where it helps his spikes. But so we got a mid-on, a mid-wicket, mid-off extra cover point, a gully, 1 slip.
Oh, a nice
third
little
man,
dink
which
again.
Matt Warner's straight into action. It's just a little dab down.
Yeah, these little dab shots are great, aren't they? Just timing, just.
Are you more of a dabber or just a straight hitter?
Depends if I see it, Matt. Depends how quick they are. If it's too slow, I'll get bored and play about 14 shots to it and either miss it or sky it. If it's too quick, I don't see it and then walk off. So either way, it doesn't make a lot of difference. That's a much better length.
Yeah.
Much, much better length.
It takes a while, doesn't it, to sort of get your eye in, I suppose. Like, so,
Yeah,
I mean,
you
the thing about cricket is that conditions will change, won't they? So until you get out there and do something, you're not entirely sure, are you? So.
And also, because he's obviously been playing age cricket and he's a tall, strapping lad for his age, so he will push it through. That's a full bunger. And so, for, most kids of his age and kids that he's been playing against would be frightened to death to face him. Second team cricket, they'll have 1 or 2 players that will tuck into him, but mostly he will be good enough at that level to take wickets and keep the runs down. But here's another level at all. So he probably needs to be bowling a foot closer to the batsman in this cricket than he has been playing for the twos, if that makes any sort of sense.
Yeah, I mean, presumably you can watch this back, can't you, on YouTube?
Yeah, you can. That's why I've been really nice about him.
Yeah, and I think that yeah.
Because his dad's much bigger than me. He's a quality kid. He's a great kid, and I'm really pleased he's got the opportunity. And like I said, he's got my shirt. I have told him I want it back. But see, look at that length.
Straight there again.
That
he's out. He took about a long time to think about that, didn't he?
It just looked out to me.
Well, to be fair, it was a very, very good appeal, wasn't it? And it kept going and going and going. And I think the only way the umpire could get any peace and quiet was to put his finger over it. But he did take a big step across. It was a good length.
It looked right to me. It looked. I mean, we're a fair way away, aren't we? So, and
can we zoom in, Matt? My computer at home, I can do that, and I can zoom in. But
no, we're not. We're just.
We're just.
And I can do an instant replay, but the last 2 times I've done that, the stream hangs. So I'm
no,
try that.
We'll just sing it instant.
We're just quite happy that the rain stopped and the cameras stopped moving about. Right? So we're not going to try anything clever, are we?
No,
mind you,
it did look
Mr. Bolden's still got his gloves on.
Yeah.
And he's got shorts on. This is the most unusual combination. So he's got his gloves on, right? But he's exposing his knees.
With a padded gilet hoodie.
I know.
Funny old it's a bit like when footballers wear a short sleeve shirt and then wear gloves.
Yeah, he's. I think he's.
That's how I go running sometimes in the winter.
Do you?
He's
Your
hands do get cold.
Yeah.
Pinkies get cold. And
Poor old boy.
Yeah. His extremities, and he's flashing his kneecaps.
So them old bits of cotton hang out the bottom of his shorts, so they don't get cold then.
no. It's all hair on them.
Oxford Downs Cricket Club. You are listening to a cricket commentary, believe it or not, and we are looking at 63 for 5 so far on the 15th over. Is that right? Yes, I've got that right. So
yeah.
And if you just tuned in, the sun's out now. If you think about coming down to Oxford Downs, you're more than welcome. Do bring some layers though, because the wind is still up, but it's dropping, and the sun is still shining. So we're looking forward to a full afternoon's play. Cockles into bowl now.
Tommy Cockles. Great nut, good length. So there's their main man gone. We've been waxing lyrical, haven't we? He's a
Yeah.
very good player, but sort of got trapped on the front foot. And I'm sure that Tommy will be saying it was missing leg and missing off. Therefore, hitting middle paw just to make sure you get that joke. Well done.
Oh, dear
Very
me.
well watched. That could have certainly bounced in a very uncomfortable position there.
But Mr. Watts, you are quite right. I'm not being formal. I'm just because there's two mats. Otherwise, we don't know who we're talking to. But I mean, Cockles is actually bowling a fuller length, isn't he?
Yeah.
More or less right towards a Yorker sort of style, and he's getting more results, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. He's a pretty experienced old boy. That's a great length. That really well bowled. Look at his foot. Look at his landing there. Look. Mrs. Cockles has turned up. That's probably why he's come on to bowl, because his girlfriend's just turned up.
Is that right?
Yeah, he likes it a bit like a peacock, old Tommy.
Showing off, is he?
Yeah, showing off. Oh, my girlfriend's here. Give us a ball, I'm bowling. Oh, bowled.
Just lucky to get the bat down there. That was
That's a decent nut. That's gone the other way. That's just
All right, so what's a reasonable total to chase down to give us a full afternoon's cricket? I'm only saying that because I've got a 3-hour sports show to fill. So the BBC got the same problem this afternoon, BBC Radio Oxford. They've got a sports show and not a lot of sport. We might get a phone call from them later on.
ideally. I suppose really it's more about the time, isn't it? If you want them to fill the holes up, then we're only 15 overs in and they're half of the best batsmen are out. So, oh, hello, what's going on? We've got some interference from behind. Then have lunch, would be 40 minutes. There'll be 10-minute change between innings, depending. They might take lunch between.
Yeah.
So there's at least another hour and 50 minutes if they have a big clatter of wickets now. But hopefully, Thame got 35 overs to bowl to bat. That's 210 balls. That's a long time not to use them up. So I think that's right. Somebody better check the maths on that. But if it is right, I'm going to buy myself a pint. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So my maths was really quite good there, but they're actually incorrect. The calculation was right. Yeah, because I thought we were playing 50.
Oh, he thought about.
Right, I might just drop the mic and disappear now. I've been pulled up by Paul Fowler, who knows as much about cricket as Pauline Fowler, and he's tucking into me. That's unbelievable.
get him on the mic.
Yeah.
What a guy. What a guy.
Can have a quick go on the mic.
Right, he's coming in centre stage.
He
And
is,
you can stand
good
up.
afternoon,
Oh, yeah, he's got afternoon. We welcome to Paul Fowler back.
Pauline.
Well,
Pauline.
it's a rather interesting stage.
It
state
is.
of play.
It is, and I think that from what was looking to be pretty disastrous with the rain tipping down, I was sitting here praying it wasn't going to suddenly all sort of come off the roof of our little gazebo here and cover the mains power with the wet stuff. But thankfully, it's and the wind's dropped too, isn't it? Which is great. Yeah. So.
Well, I just for the record, I'm not wearing gloves. Matt has.
No.
If you check out our Instagram feed, you'll see Matt is wearing gloves to commentate.
He's doing a puppet show, I think, in about 20 minutes.
Is that
That's
what
what
it
it's doing. Another finger mouse or finger bob or whatever.
We showed our age. We already done a joke about Dunn and Co. and realising that Dunn's have been out of business for about 25 years, isn't it? At least something like that. I think so.
We have our finger on the pulse here. We are for
do.
the TikTok generation.
Are
with
we?
our references.
You're
our
joking.
cultural
Yeah,
references.
I didn't even know there was such a thing. Now, I got to give a shout out because my daughter-in-law and my granddaughter are watching and listening.
Oh, well, there you go.
So, hi, Isla and Frankie. I'm sure Frankie has got a clue what's going on, but she's asleep.
She'll have more of a clue than I will, obviously.
Yeah, Pauline.
Her knowledge will be exceptional compared to mine.
Keeping Dad awake.
So it's the young 17-year-old to bowl again.
Yeah,
This is
Ollie
Ollie.
Armstrong into the win. Bit better length. Hits the deck hard, which is a good thing. .64 for 5 off 16. So the last man's got 25. So more than 30%. I don't know what they've got to come, but it'd be a shame for it to finish too early, Paul. Before the bar gets open, so I know how much you old boys like a drink.
Oh,
He's actually now pitching the ball a little bit fuller, isn't he?
Yeah.
Don't you think? From what
Yeah.
I can see, and it's working. So clearly he's learned from his first over.
Maybe he's got an earpiece in and he can hear us, Colin.
Is that
I think.
bit of advice from you, sir?
No, no one's
Mr.
going to
Watts.
listen to me. Let's be honest. Apart from the poor innocent people that are watching and listening now. It's good
Ooh.
nut, very well bowled. That's the length.
Yeah,
Must have
and
played
he's
back.
got. It didn't take him long, did it? It was only about a couple of balls where he wasn't quite on it, and
And he'd have been nervous, you know.
Yeah,
He'd
I
have
mean,
been really nervous. I think it's much harder for a quick bowler to play at this age, at this level, than it is a batsman.
yeah,
One of
it's-
their early batsmen actually was someone saying only 16 or 17.
What, for Thame?
Yes.
Oh, brilliant. I love it. I
Yeah.
absolutely love it. And everyone says you've got to give the youngsters a go, and whether or not that's right or wrong, it's about the best people that are available on the day. And I always think that in all sport.
I mean, I've been
even in-
broadcast with Darryl Woods through lockdown, and other guys, both former pros and men and women cricketers. Oxford's got a good pathway through, isn't it?
Seems
in terms
to
of
have.
of good youngsters and giving them a good level of cricket.
But I think if you're good enough, you're old enough, it doesn't matter whether or not you're
Yeah,
50 or 15.
absolutely,
I
yeah.
just think that, you pick your best team that's available.
But these aren't academy games; these are real games in the league, aren't they?
Yeah.
With good guys who've been around the block at this level and above sometimes, so they're getting good experience, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah. And obviously you got the guys that are coming down that have played county cricket, or maybe
That's
straight
going
down
to
our
come
throat.
right towards us.
That's 4 holes.
That's 4. Yeah.
Foot short, straight over mid off. But that's okay. Very similar to the ball that he hit over the pav. So, there's a number of boys that will have a contract with either, I don't know, maybe it's Northants, Surrey or Middlesex. It might have a red ball contract, so while the guys are playing white ball, they come down and play for the likes of Wickham and Henley or Slough and some of those teams. So, our boys are being exposed to some pro cricketers, which is great because you
That's
can
some serious cricketers.
clearly see the difference. There's a guy called Dan Lincoln that played for Slough last year, was just a cut above everybody else. Also, I heard that he was a contracted goalkeeper at Reading.
Oh right.
So
Oh
it's
my
a-
God, that's far too much talent. In
It's
one
a
person.
very
It is,
annoying
yeah,
man. I
it
don't
is,
know
yeah.
him, but clearly with that much talent.
That's old school though, because it used to be that you'd play cricket in the summer and then you play football in the winter,
yeah,
or rugby.
I just heard that somebody told me he signed for somebody else that next year as a goalkeeper. But yeah, seriously good cricketer. Then you've got Gus Miller at Gully now. He's in his first year as a full-time contract at Northants. So, Oxford Down boy, through and through, went to Oz for a few years, came back. Seriously, cricketer, great lad. And has got an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just
yeah.
coming back from injury, but it's always good to see him playing for the Downs. That's a great nut.
Getting
Wasn't
close.
it Compton who played obviously
Dennis.
exceptional cricket for England and also played for Arsenal? Or am I getting
Yeah,
those
Yeah.
Dennis Compton, were
And,
they brothers?
Both of them also played for someone like
Gunthorpe.
Scunthorpe. Yeah,
Gunthorpe.
that's it.
Had
Yeah.
a little bit of a run out
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, there's a few. J.K. Smith used to play for Oxford. Who's at Oxford University, played both cricket and football, I think, or cricket and rugby for England.
I think the standard of university cricket's gone down, though, hasn't it? I think so. Over the years,
Yeah.
it used to be pretty good, didn't it? But
It's and rugby was the same, its
Yeah.
pathway in Oxford or Cambridge, and your next stop was Twickenham, really.
it used to be that you get a first-class touring side go to the parks, and I can remember
Yes.
about 20 years ago, probably, when I was working for the university, one of the students was a blue cricketer, and the West Indies were in the parks. And it was when the West Indies were the West Indies, not
Yeah.
what they are now.
And they came over for their black
Yeah,
wash. or
and I
whatever they
stood
did.
behind the nets, behind the nets at the wicket ends. I couldn't see the ball, it's just that is. So when the lad finished playing, I said to him, "What was it like? We'll just see this ball through." Oh, and a
Great
let.
shape, good.
And he said he got out to the wicket to see one of the big lads, sort of the ball coming down from about 7 foot whatever and 100 mile an hour. And he said, I got to the wicket, he said, and I said, the thought went through my mind, what the am I doing here?
Really?
yeah. He said, no, I mean, he just survived, but
Yeah.
it was good stuff.
Amazing.
Australians too, we saw there. in the
Yeah,
parks.
they all used to come, didn't they?
Yeah, he did.
Well bowled.
Yeah. You now just get, you get county games in warm-up pre-season, and they also combine Brooks and Oxford University
the
proper
combined
to try and do it
universities,
all. Yeah, but Yeah, you said that he did. His first thought was, "What am I doing out here?"
Amazing.
Yeah.
What an experience there.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely,
there are
yeah.
better sporting
Yeah.
experiences than somebody trying to take your block off with a hard nut, but there we go. So Ollie's really found a good line in length now.
He's doing well, and he's
Yeah.
just. It's impressive because it only really took him the first 2 or 3 balls, and then the first over. You said he was bowling a little bit too short, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Giving the batsman too much time, I think, to find his way to hitting the ball. But now he's tightened up a lot, and it's showing an awful lot.
Perfect opportunity for him, really. With them at 68 for 5, then, you know, they don't want to be throwing wickets away. So he's got time to find his line in length without somebody coming at him and trying to put him off. But that last pill was absolutely perfect.
It's certainly frustrating Mushtaq. He's yet to get off the mark from 13.
Yeah. Good spot, Paul.
Saw him
Might
knocking
take
up.
back the Pauline Fowler gag. Might bring it back later, though, when I'm short of material.
There are several work colleagues who still call me Arthur Fowler.
Are there?
Yeah,
Is that,
former one.
have you got a bench named after you somewhere then? Or?
Not yet, not yet. Not yet. When I'm gone, make sure there's one here for me, will you, Matt?
Yeah, I'm sure there will be.
Yeah.
If you've lost this plot here, as we may all have done, this is an EastEnders sort of extended joke there. Poor old Paul Fowler's been called all sorts of things, but that's the EastEnders link. As Oxford Downs are in the lead at the moment, believe it or not. There's still a cricket match going on, 68 for 5.
Oh, look at that carry through as well. He's getting a real confidence now, Ollie. It's like Piccadilly Circus.
It is, yeah.
EastEnders.
You might be able to hear a bit of traffic in the background. These mics are pretty good, though. They don't tend to pick up a lot of their... Paul's going to go off for a bit, so we'll kill his mic, and I think I've got that right way round.
So, Connor, how did Oxford City finish up?
Oxford City finished 5th. They got to the playoffs. They beat Eastbourne, and then they were who in the end. I think it was Dartford away. I think in the end,
Right.
and they did really do well against Eastbourne at Court Place Farm, but picked up a few injuries there, and then just one game too many, I think. So,
Okay.
but in all honesty, just see this ball going through.
Was that probably about right? Are they strong
Yeah,
enough if they'd have gone up?
I was saying to Matt's wife that I think they were saying that the Oxford Downs did really well with the beacon lighting in the bar.
Yeah.
And you know, I won't say on air what cash went through the bar, but but that is actually one of the biggest income earners for non-league football clubs. So Oxford City, North Leigh, places like that. And if Oxford City had gone up, it meant you couldn't have a pint and watch the game. So the bar sales would probably have gone down. So it's one of these very, very sort of...
So you're not allowed to sell alcohol at a certain level, is that right?
Yeah, if you go...
I better stop coaching Gosford All Blacks then.
No, if you go to up to the National League now, the one below the league proper, you can't serve and stand and watch a pint. Watch the game with a pint. And the same goes for some FA games as well. There'll be crowd segregation. So if you get a big club come down to a non-league club, the same league rules apply. And actually,
is that the world gone mad?
Well, it's the law of the land. And in fact, if you go to Wembley and you're in a box, the shutters come down.
Yeah.
And you can't sit inside the box with a pint and watch the football.
No, I've been to Anfield a few times and lucky enough to be in a box, and you can't drink during the game because obviously people
that's it.
sitting
Yeah,
out the front will get angry with you. But it's just blimey. There we go. That's a hell of a shot.
Oh yeah, it is a nice
really
shot.
Good shot. He can play. That's the guy at the other end. Is that his first scoring shot? Looks like it is.
71 now for 5.
That's his first scoring shot, over pitched and just gently pushed through, but it came off the bat, didn't it?
19 overs gone. We're going for 46 today. There's a bit of a rain delay earlier on.
Again, they're similar.
They faced 16 balls before that scoring shot.
Yeah. Some things are worth waiting for, Matt, I guess. Oh dear. Yeah, I slept too long last night. I must have nearly got 7 hours sleep, weirdly, which is about a week's total for me. Oh, well bowled. Oh, so that's that. I think that's bounced higher than he thought. It's hit his gloves and gone onto the stump. So yeah, officially chopped on. We just seem to get a wicket whenever we seem to want one, really. So that's now 75 for 6 in the 20th over. Wind picks up again. Couple of Thame boys doing a lap. One of them's gone off pretty quickly. He's obviously got to go and get his mums and dads on. That's a pretty slow old walk from the batsman, isn't it? Do you remember? Do you remember Daddles? Daddles the duck they used to use in Australia when everyone got a duck. And this little duck used to walk across the screen.
Oh yeah.
Like that.
Well, they do it at T20s, don't they? You get this sort of the ducks and thing and everything else coming up. So we have this long debate about the difference between cricket and football with VAR reviews and the technology in cricket. And there's less money in cricket, isn't there? Yes, but far more money in football. And yet I've been to, and I always find that the reviews at T20 games are part of the excitement. Yeah, they build it all up. Yeah, you kind of just, ooh, wow, you know, that sort of stuff. Football, it's dead silence in Premiership games.
But is that because at cricket you can see whether or not it's out or it's not out? But so before you get the not out or out on the screen, you've seen it as a fan there.
Okay,
with the
but
football you don't get that, do you?
You don't get it.
Can't see it.
But both rugby and cricket, the umpires or referees are mic'd up, and you hear what's going on.
Yeah, but it's also on the big screen, isn't it? So
Yeah.
if there's a run-out chance, you can see whether or not it's in or out.
But football, dead silence, I guess, so. And it takes them an absolute. It's supposed to be clear and obvious mistakes, VAR, and yet, you know, you send like half an hour sometimes. You know, I've been at games where both fans have been shouting, "It's not football anymore," because you don't know what's going on.
But then, do you think football have brought it on themselves because of the diving and the cheating that's gone on in football for years and years and years? You sort of, you know, reap what you sow, or not? Or is that just me being a bit cynical?
I think you're right. Just whipped. Really nice shot.
And that's mad, isn't it? That I don't know. He's come in at number 8. Yes, it's a full toss or middle stump, but he's just whipped that through mid wicket and looked like a pro. And he's number 8 batsman, and you're under the pump. It's just like
it's good length, wasn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely everything right.
It's just the level of cricket that, fortunately, the Downs are playing that the Oppo can do that.
Hang on, I'll try and put your mic up, shall I? You're on now. Go on.
I'm glad that you're reading these names out, Matt.
Well, I might get them wrong, I think, but who knows?
We only did French at school.
I wasn't very good at that, I can assure you.
No, nor was I, chap. Nor was I. So 70... That's
9.
79.
79. The scoreboard still says 75, but definitely 79 for 6.
Oh, 20.
Good job you said that. Who's got their digits on the scoreboard then?
Yeah, because we're looking at the electronic scorebook. There's a separate machine in the scoring hut that they have to use the electronic scoreboard. Unfortunately, it's not all connected. It would be great if it was. I've looked at it. It's not an easy job to get it to talk to one another.
Realistically, Matt, I'm not so sure it's that important, is it? I mean, the coverage that you give is unbelievable, and also the way Helen scores with an old-fashioned book and a computer.
That's gone all the way.
That could be into that hedge that you were talking about earlier, Colin. That could be a little delay.
I think so. Yeah, I know. But it is a pink ball. I've been corrected. It's not a red ball. It's a pink ball.
But to think now that you can be anywhere in the world and I can watch and look on the internet to see what the ball-by-ball score is for Oxford Downs Cricket Club is pretty mad.
Well, over lockdown, everybody used Zoom, I take it, and we started to use Zoom as a virtual radio studio, and got it up and running. And Matt knows we've been doing that for a long time now. So it means that we can sit anywhere and have guests come in and rebroadcast what they say. Because you actually see them, it means it's a lot easier to communicate with people. I mean, if you're just on the phone, it's a lot easier. But so we found that's been a real positive.
Those 2 ones I did with you on a Friday night was surprisingly easy, and I thought the first time, how does this work type stuff. So.
Once you get over the mute syndrome, you're all right.
No, good fun though, Colin. I enjoyed those. Very good.
I think the thing is that's and we've produced an awful lot of content for hospital radio. Both cricket and football and rugby, so it's been good stuff.
No, really good. So on average, how many people will listen to Cherwell Radio?
Well, my mum usually listens. But
that's good.
Well, we don't know. It's the Cherwell is always seems to top the listenerships of a number of people. So you get a couple of hundred usually on Saturday afternoon. So and if we do the things right with the patients, we hope to introduce a patient's pundit. Yeah. So bring a patient on as part of the show if they're up to it, and become like a patience pundit in the afternoon. So that's one of the ideas we're going to float this year.
Excellent. Well bowled, Ollie. Well bowled.
He's getting close, isn't he?
Well bowled. It's good though. Slightly over pitch 2 balls ago, pumped into the hedge, and then
2 good comeback balls there.
yeah, very good. Very good.
I mean, seriously,
Shows
if he's
character.
doing this now, he was switched on from the second over, wasn't he? He's only 17. He's got a long old career ahead of him, isn't he? So if he keeps himself fit, this
Yeah.
lad should go far,
And
shouldn't
doesn't bowl too much
he? Yeah.
until he's stronger, because he's very, very slight. But you need a decent trunk to be able to bowl properly and bowl power. And
the strain that, I mean, we've had on the, like you say, Friday Night Live show, we've had fast bowlers on, and the fact that the strain on the body, and the biomechanics of it all is amazing,
it's
actually.
nuts. Is it 8 times their body weight going through their knee on their landing foot, landing knee? That's an absolute jaffer.
God, dear me.
So unlucky.
Yeah.
Interesting we haven't got a slip there, Matt.
Yeah, maybe, but I suppose that because that's twice he's been picked up, or he's been picked up and pumped over mid-on, that Cockles has dropped himself down there. I don't know. Every captain there's no right or right. A lot of it's a gut feeling, but he's not nipped that much away. He's sort of more of a length and hits the deck hard. He's not a skiddy. Warnes and Loswell, they're quite skiddy and they move the ball around in the air a bit more, where Ollie just wants to bowl quick and hit the deck. So he's getting less movement. But yeah, Matt's fair shout, 80 for 6.
He's getting a lot of pats on the back from his teammates, though, Ollie.
Great,
I think he's done well, and that's going to give him a lot of confidence,
I think it's vitally important that when a lad comes in, and look, we got a few injuries, we've got 1 or 2 people missing, but he's here on merit, and I think it's very important that the boys make him feel that he is part of it, not just here for 1 week and 1 week only. So it's just massively important, especially when you're 17. Captain Cockles is back. Little dab.
Yeah, nice. But well fielded. So what would be, on a 50-over game here on this little wicket, a good score, do you think? As to set a target, basically.
As in today, or as in on average, normal day?
Well,
the only reason I ask, Colin, it's obviously a bit wet, it's a bit green, and normally you'd want to get 240, because the outfield, it's a good outfield, it's short, it's normally quick when there's been no rain and it's dry.
Well, gut reaction thinks 240 today might be a bit too much.
I think if they both of them get 2 between them, we'll be done all right. But
so 120, 130 today, maybe?
Yeah, I think they'd be probably, if they could get to 150, they would be really, really pleased from the start they've got. It's certainly not an all-out 120 wicket, 120, is it?
No. Right, I'm going to do some technical twiddling now, so I'll leave
technical twiddling.
I know. Mr. Watson, Mr. Bowham in charge. I'm not being formal because we've got 2 Matts here, so we just want to make a distinction between the 2. I shall leave you 2 gentlemen to commentate while I go off and do some technical stuff for the radio chair. So
thanks, Colin.
Cheers, then.
Thanks, Colin. Very good. Good luck with your technical bits.
Oh.
That just stopped in the wicket a bit, Matt, didn't it? And it's a very good effort from Willsey, but sadly he's only 5'8", not 8'5".
Yeah, he needs to be a little bit taller. I wish I was a little bit taller.
I wish I was a little bit taller.
I was thinking that as he was flying through the air. He got some
Yeah.
good air.
Yeah, good
Just
hang
off
time.
camera. He went with the hand. I think he, by the
Well,
way
with
he's
his
shaking his
right
hand,
hand,
I
yeah.
think he may have just tickled it.
Maybe.
He's shaking it.
Great effort. Also quite difficult to judge, because when they go through with that shot, he's really trying to hit the ball over the top, and then it stops on him. He still pushes the bat, so it loops up. So it's quite difficult to judge, really. Yeah, this guy is looking to score, isn't he?
He's looking to get after it a bit. Wind's picked up again.
Temperatures dropped, Matt, again.
Yeah. There's black clouds coming our way again.
No, it's closed in, but it's still, it's not black as you're at, as they say. I think this guy's going to give a chance in a minute. Just back.
Yep. We talked waffle then for a few minutes. Yeah. Colin took us offline for a little while there, so sorry about that.
It's Colin's ball. He's not on to his going, was it? It's one of those.
We were just talking about the test match and how much the tickets were there, but you didn't miss a lot.
That's a shot. George is out there at deep cover. Just the one. Yeah, £160 a ticket. And I think, Matt, you just said that family of four. I mean, that's by the time you bought a tucker and you bought your kids a shirt.
£700 day.
It's a grand, isn't it?
£750 day.
Yeah, it's bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers. And it's the same at rugby. I'm sure it's the same at football. I think England, Italy used to have a concession price if you wanted to take your kids, but that was the only fixture. But certainly any of the top international teams, you're not getting it any cheaper. But I suppose as Uki calmly put it yesterday in his, still a bum on a seat, mate. So there you go. I suppose that's why. But it doesn't exactly encourage a lot of people to go, does it?
It's not like an aeroplane where it costs them a little bit less fuel if they're not. I guess that's because you do get a concession on air seats, don't you? Not
so,
much.
Not a lot. And a free meal. Yeah, we're off to the fourth day of the England-India test on the 4th of July in Edgbaston.
That's tricky to get tickets for Edgbaston for India. That's like a home game almost for them.
Yeah, it's that one-off test that got cancelled due to COVID. So it's just a one-off test, but Gussie came up trumps and he's gone off and bought the tickets. Well, that's 4 rolls. That's gone through, squirted through third man. Wide of Gus Miller at gully. Just trickles over the rope now. There we go. So 93 for 6. They're edging closer. This could get interesting if they get a little bit of a stand going. Colin's a professional. We'd never worked with such professional people. He's got 2 sets of headphones.
Well, if it works, it will be great. But
that kept low then.
So Ollie's getting a fair number of bowls, isn't he? So I have managed to communicate with the Radio Chelsea studio, so there's a bit of a trad stuff going out, peanuts.
Looks like drinks break.
Drinks break, dear me.
Well, we've made it to drinks, Colin.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay.
So it's after 22 overs, it's 93 for 6.
23 overs.
Oh. 23 overs. Well done, Matt. I was looking up there and it just ticked over.
The scoreboard's caught up now as well.
I need that time delay, don't I?
So I missed I half heard the fact that your scorer is going to be scoring at Lord's tomorrow.
Yes.
How did that come about? Is that some sort of competition or something?
No. Helen's been scoring for us a long time. So her son Johnny Mearden played down here from a sort of age of 15, 16. Really, really good kid. Went off to university, fell in love and hasn't come back, sadly. But Helen's always stuck around and she does the first team scoring wherever the boys go, T20 or home counties. You know, Helen's always there. And it's just absolutely amazing and VKO stuff. So I don't know how it came about, but I can certainly find out. But she is at Lord's tomorrow, so the big scoreboard at Lord's. Yeah. Every now and again, you'll see Helen's head just stick through the hole.
Brilliant.
So certainly when like 100, the team score goes to 100 or 200 or somebody gets 100, they always pan to the big scoreboard at Lord's, and Howes is sat in there with the old Swede sticking out. It's brilliant.
Is she the only? There must be more than one in there, is there or not?
Yeah, I don't know, because obviously there's the number of official scorers probably somewhere that trigger what goes on in the score. But I think it's still. It used to be an old-fashioned pull round stuff, but now it's all digital. So there'll be a number of scorers, official scorers with a note. But she just.
You still got to have the book, haven't you? The book's still very much part of it all.
Yeah, but I don't think Howes will be doing that.
Okay,
she just does the big score box bit. Maybe that's the next stage. But she certainly gets, or used to get, sort of access to all areas as well. But
it's brilliant.
Tightened up a little bit. County games are completely different to international games from what she was just saying.
Okay.
But, to go and just sit and have lunch with all the players in the restaurant and stuff, it just must be amazing, wasn't it?
It must be amazing. I've been lucky enough. A mate of mine, a dentist, one of his patients was the secretary of the MCC. I think she still is. So
very careful, make sure he doesn't hurt them.
Well, no, about 2 or 3 years running, he's got complimentary tickets for us. So we've been sat in the stand, the media end. Yeah. We sat to the right-hand side of that once, and then the left-hand side. The left-hand side, the bencher seats. But every now and
John
then,
Edridge stand or whichever.
yeah,
one it is,
every now and then there's a few seats that sort of come up available. So we got those, and then we stood in the tavern,
Yeah,
the tavern stand.
tavern
Yeah, we're
stand,
there.
yeah.
Yeah. But the first time I went, I couldn't believe that they banned fancy dress.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to have fancy dress. But if you see the full regalia of the Lord's cricket guys, what's it, the tomato
Bacon
sauce
and egg.
yeah, bacon and egg, and even somebody had little Moe and Ali beards on, right, and they got asked to take them off.
Did they?
And the little flags you have on sandcastles
Yeah.
that you wear, they
Yeah.
stop people waving those too. And
mad.
yet, the favourite thing is to get your champagne cork onto the outfield.
Yeah,
isn't
no,
it?
it's
They
mad,
don't, they
isn't
don't
it?
ban that.
No,
They
it's
don't ban that,
crackers.
you see. Yeah.
They were playing Jerusalem this morning, and by all accounts, it's only the second time ever that they've had Jerusalem played at Lord's. They did it just after the COVID lockdown, but yeah, so it's just
Yeah.
mad, isn't it?
But
I wore my Oxford Downs. We've got a couple of candy stripe blazers. They're green
Yeah.
and white. The lining's bright pink with our logo on. I wore that to Lord's once, and I
Well,
was like treated
you
like a
should
god.
do,
It was
yeah.
mad.
You see,
And
oh, that's a lovely blazer.
well, I was Scooby Doo last week, mate. So anyway, we're back on.
We are indeed.
Cockles drives down to mid-off. Warren picks up.
Right.
Was that the quickest drinks break in the history of
Yeah,
cricket?
it was pretty quick, wasn't it? They got to move on. They wanted to get the game going. Keep
Yeah,
the game going, I think.
I'm not sure many even take squash from the jug anymore. They've probably all got their own super
Squash
from
from the
Energy
drug. How
drink
posh,
and
the squash from the
Protein
drug.
shake.
isotonic.
Yeah.
That's a good nut.
Right, 11 minutes past 2. I'm only saying that because hopefully we shall be coming live on air with the Radio Channel people just after 2:30. And
How exciting!
I know. I tell you what, I should be a bit like Ollie. If I get through the first half hour and we go live, I should be so chuffed, I tell you. So,
Is this your debut?
yeah, it is, yeah. And, well, not with the... Oh, that's nearly a good stop.
Stop that. That's gone through. Backward point. 4 runs. Just a little gentle dab. Slightly short of a length.
Doesn't quite bring up the 100. 98.
No,
Good.
guided down. Good shot.
Good cricket, though, isn't
Nicely
it?
timing. Nice timing, sorry.
No, I'm okay. Thanks, Matt. Yeah,
I'm okay. Got some water, thanks. Yeah, all right.
I'm good. See you in a minute, Matt. So Matt's just gone for a quick comfort break. Can't walk behind the bowler's arm here.
No, he can't.
He's gonna now dash.
Just to warn the YouTube listeners, then, so around about just before 2:30, and just after, we may well go silent on commentary. Matt knows this, so I can just do a changeover. So we will be broadcasting, hopefully live on the YouTube channel and live to the hospital radio network, Radio Charwell. If you've got anybody who's in hospital at the moment and they can't get hold of video streaming at all, then just get them to tune into Radio Charwell, and they'll be able to hear our commentary on the Radio Charwell network. Go to the Radio Charwell website, and there's a listen live facility there. Just click on that, and they should be able to get it on a phone or on a laptop there. And sometimes it's a bit dodgy to get video streaming as well as sound, isn't it? So if you've got a poor internet connection, if you just got audio, it's a lot better sometimes. Uses less.
Yeah, it's pretty
less
good
memory.
now. They're pretty good. The phone network now, you can stream just about anywhere. It seems not like it was, say, 5 or 6 years ago, where
It's getting better, isn't it?
yeah,
Technology. Oh, that's gone for a whack. Where's that gone?
it's gone from
Was that a
mid-off,
6 or a
mid-off.
4?
Yeah, it's a 4. Yeah.
He hit that, didn't he?
Yes, it was near the centre of the bat. Not quite the centre. It doesn't. You can kind of just tell when it's hit the centre of the bat. There's a nice.
It did sound nice, though,
click.
didn't it?
It sounds a nice sound, but it's not quite as crisp as if it comes off the middle of the bat.
Yeah.
It seems effortless. If it's the middle of the bat, it's effortless. Even I can make it sound good, and I
Yeah.
very rarely hit the middle of the bat. Though. So yeah, that brings up the 100. It's 103 for 6 after 24 overs.
It depends what their tail's like. If their tail wags, they could put on 150, we think, don't they?
Yeah,
So
I think Matt's absolutely spot on. At this level, there's no real mugs with the bat in the side. You
Okay.
know, we bat all the way down. I'd expect Thame to bat all the way down. You know, our number 11 batsman Loz last year hit a 6 to win the game. You
Oh,
know,
wow,
it's-
yeah.
it's
we've certainly seen a few good sixes hit at the Lord's Taverners game as well, with the masked cricketers have come out on top more often than the masked cricketers. So, the masked cricketers come out more on top than the Lord's Taverners. But I've seen a few runs here before.
That's Ollie in here to bowl, and I think that's another 4 through the leg side.
They seem to have the English disease, don't they? Well, the early opening bats didn't put on much of a score. The middle order's doing a lot better, but they haven't had an English-style middle order collapse yet, have they?
No, the wickets have come just, every 5 or 6 overs. There hasn't been a flurry of wickets, and there's been quite a few boundaries recently. And
Always got hold of that.
No,
didn't
picked up through square.
Didn't run though, did it?
Through point, sorry. Looks like Matt went to get some of that orange juice that was left over from the drinks break.
He has, yeah. He's gone off to... I forgot Matt was joining us on Friday Night Live, so...
Yeah, you met Matt before, have you?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. We've had him on as a... Because is he Gosford All Blacks, is he?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, we've had him on as a rugby during lockdown to talk about the keeping any cricket club going.
He's found that orange juice that they didn't drink.
Nick some ice, Matt, so I probably owe you for about 4 cubes, but it's only the frozen stuff. It's only the frozen. There's no fresh. Oh, I might have nicked a strawberry out of the punnet as well.
Oh, that's fine.
They're the ones that Kinder's bought.
Yeah, Kinder's bought strawberries. It's great that one of the Sunday cricketers here runs a fruit farm, and every time he turns up he brings punnets of strawberries, which is fantastic.
Cherry season a couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Told the skipper he needs to be picked for that.
Oh, all right.
See what I've done there?
Yeah, very good. He's here all week,
I'll be getting on your pip next if we talk about apples.
Oh, nice. So he makes it look so easy, didn't he?
I think Georgie will get there, won't he? Yeah.
Just about, yeah.
Great throw, look at that.
Yeah.
So I'll put up, that's the end of that over. I'm going to put up the scorecard. So, yeah, Alex Brown now on to 33, and that's off 39 deliveries, 5 fours, 1 6. And Dunuska has got 20 runs off 19 balls, including 4 fours. Tommy Costley to continue from the house end.
I'll keep with the nets end, I think so.
This is 7th over. Tommy Cosford's coming out in the mid-wicket.
We see some Tom Cosford twiddling.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not it's a bit green. I don't know if it's going to take any spin, but that could be close. Great fielding from Tommy. I think the way the wicket is, the way the scoreboard is, then you've got George, you've probably got Willsey that may control a bit of seam up.
You've got Gus as well.
No, Gus is still struggling a little bit with his injured a hip flexor a few weeks ago, fielding in Northants 2, so he's been in rehab for a while. He played for Northants 2s on Thursday in the T20, couple of T20 bashes, so he's still a bit ginger on it. Obviously no Luke Maslim today, no Prav, so sort of 1.5 bowlers short really. So we've got to that point now, 25 overs in, the boys get a bit tired, so the old cheerleader, Will Watts, will try and keep them going, keep their energy levels up.
Slaps his pad there with the bat. A bit annoyed he didn't get that one.
Never understood that, because it's never the pad's fault. So I'd hate to be a pad, because everybody that gets out always biffs their pad with a £2.10 bit of willow.
That is a Tom Cosford favourite. If you notice when he gets out, he whacks pad.
Cosford or Costley?
Cosford.
Oh, yeah, okay. There's a lot of it about, Matt. It's abuse.
Yeah, you're right. Both the Toms actually are a bit pad abuse.
Well, your bats aren't cheap. You don't want to smash your bat to the ground, do you? I mean, seriously, it's not like the Who smashing your kit.
Nor are the pads, Colin.
Oh, okay,
so
fine.
But if you've got a £300 bat hitting a £100 worth of cricket pad.
Yeah.
I would. They are now cricket pads, £100 a piece.
Yeah, a decent set would be at this level test stuff. Otherwise, you get the thin ones. It tends to hurt.
Yeah, you don't want to get hurt, do you? So,
it's a cost of cricket supply crisis, Matt. Everything's a crisis.
Yeah.
Brilliant from Freddie Smith around there, diving to his right, which is his weaker hand, but great stop. Oh, little high five with his old opening partner, senior buddy. Good friendship, those two. Freddie was very young, probably 15 or 16 when he first started playing in the ones. Willsey took him under his wing. It's paid off because Freddie keeps giving him his bats he doesn't use anymore. So.
Yeah, Freddie gets bat sponsorship, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think they get a percentage off. So he was with On Hand, I think, but I think the top boys just get cricket bats made by a bat maker, and then whoever pays the most money, that's the stickers they put on.
Oh, is that what it is?
I think, yeah. I remember Joe Root, whatever, he went from Gunn&Moore to New Balance. And at the time I was looking after a sort of pub hotel in Maida Vale called the Warrington. It's quite a famous hotel pub, one of the closest pubs to Lord's. And this guy checked in late and he was on a flight the next day, so the manager said, "Oh, do you want to hammer the luggage?" And he came out with these 3 massive big New Balance bags, and the guy that was running the pub, South African guy called Barry, was a very good cricketer. So the bloke said, "I can't let you carry this one." And he said, "Why not?" He said, "It's full of Joe Root's cricket bats."
Yeah, don't drop them.
So he had to take 3 bags, one full of pads and gloves and one full of bats and stuff. So he got talking to him, and he was the New Balance rep or whatever he was, and he was meeting Joe Root at Heathrow in the morning before they went on tour with all this new branded stuff. And he was explaining to Barry that the time and effort they go in, you know, the bats and what weight and what pickup and where they want the balance, how low and the toe and all the rest of it. So yeah, he was like a kid. He sort of rang me at midnight going, "Guess who's just checked in?" And I was going to see if he can nip me something, but obviously that couldn't happen. They're going to push for 2 here. Wills is coming in along with Eric from mid-on. Eric wins the race.
Yeah, it's just. Do you think there was 2 there? If they would have really gone for it, I don't think there was. It would have been very close. It was
weirdly hit it too hard, Matt.
Nice.
So if they'd have stopped a bit softer, but then Freddie's down here at square leg, so don't know. It's quite difficult. It's quite funny watching the T20 last night. I don't know if you saw any of it, but some of the running in that was unbelievable. The way these boys just know how. Not so much where to hit it, but how hard to hit it. So it means that they got a chance of getting 2 before the fielder can. That's 4 runs probably, unless Warnes can stop that. No.
That was bat that time.
Gently flicked off his hip. Ollie's line slightly not right, but not much. So Ollie's into his 7th over. 0 for 30 at the minute. That's okay. It's a young man learning his trade. Oh, yep, the boss is in town. Here's the real boss of Oxford Downs. Keeps us all, keeps us on our toes. Fielded. So have you recovered from Thursday, Claire? Amazing day. Well done. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, I did hear a rumour. Yeah, well done. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
It's all off premises now. All the money's gone.
Good. Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
We take most by card.
I was astonished because we went off to Oxford to grab a quick pizza with Gus, and then came back because Isla wanted to watch the Beacon Light, and I sort of drove back in. I was like, well, I turned up to a concert. It's mad, isn't it? It's brilliant. Absolutely sensational. That's a good shot. Were you a bit nervous before your little speech?
I was very nervous.
Were you?
I've never done that before.
Haven't you? It's tough, isn't it?
But I felt I had to with all those people there that turned out.
Should have got somebody else to do it.
Well, Richard Snow did offer, but I thought it's got to be from
Somebody from the club. Well done, you.
I was very nervous.
Yeah, I bet you were. Brilliant effort there. Well done.
Thank you everybody for helping me.
We're going to see a little bit of spin.
Yeah, well called, Matt. So Tommy Koss-Ford is replacing Tommy Koss-Lee from the end that's yet to be decided, but Collins called it the net end for the day.
The end yet to be decided.
End. I think the old ground end now. I'm
Old
thinking
ground
about
end,
it.
yeah. That hasn't been suggested before.
Because basically where those covers are, Matt, was where the square was. So you can tell how tiny the ground was. Tiny, tiny little ground. So the
I guess Martin's Lane was the same place.
yeah, no, exactly the same
Jeez,
place.
that's a short boundary.
It was very, very small ground. So the pavy was sort of underneath that concrete tree, the other side of the pavy now, sort of where the containers are, where the groundsmen keep their gear. That was a sort of wooden, funny little shaped thing. So yeah, it's a very, very tiny ground. But you used to go at St Martin's Lane, and the car park was where you came in, where the sort of climbing frames and stuff are. So yeah, it's a wee little ground. The old ground end. I think we should propose that.
Yeah, I like that. Tom's shrugging his shoulders a little bit and looking at everybody. I don't know.
Who, Tommy Cosford? Or
Yeah, Cosford.
Yeah. Just hope the boys are a bit more together today. No niggling. Let's get on with it. It's full toss. Pump down to mid-on. James Alwood. Beautiful long barrier. Trying to get
Sun's back out.
Eric's back in the ring. So we've got just inside the ring backward. We're still like a 45 loz at cover point. So Tommy Cosford's bowl into a field, and we've got Freddie just behind square on the offside. Loza prowling. It's a chance. Great take, Willie Watts. So Tommy Cosford's bowled that. The guys come 2 steps up the wicket and smashed it through extra cover, and Will Watts takes a very, very good catch. Just at shoulder height. I'm getting a bit of stick from Sir Ted, who's walking round. The boys snaffled one. That brings the score on to 115 for 7. And the 27th over.
So in about 5 minutes, we're going to welcome the listeners of Radio Cherwell, and we're going to go through the preamble again. So apologies to the YouTube listeners, viewers.
How many we got?
It was about 20 last time I looked, something like that. 16.
16,
all over
the
place.
preamble.
So yeah, we're going to get some preamble again, but obviously if anything happens in the match, we'll jump to that. But yeah, you're going to get some preamble.
Some of your adoring fans just turned up, Matt.
I know. Mark. His wife. Right, that brings a new batsman to the crease, Adam Fippin.
Ping-ow.
Right-hander, 27 on the back of his shirt. You probably can't read that though, mate.
I can see the shirt. It's anything up close. It's
Oh,
a
okay.
bit dodgy. Looking at P&Ls all my time, it's made my eyes go a bit funny, chap. So interesting bowling change. Matt Bowden caught it. Fair play to him. And Cozza's picked one up in his first over. There we go. Decent line and length. Gets the over done. Picks his hat up. Takes the glasses off the umpire's head. And probably feeling pretty good about himself. Good though. Good bit of cricket. Shame we couldn't see the catch off a camera. But it was all right.
I was looking at other things. It looks like it was your son.
Yeah, the spawny little bloke. Yeah, snaffle. Is he coming on to bowl? Yes, he is.
Yes, yeah. Bit of middling pace.
I don't know, because he's now claiming he's bowling spin.
Looks reasonably quick spin.
No. I think he's going to change to bowl spin.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I hope not, but I think he is.
Because he was good medium pacer.
Yeah, he's
Varied his length.
Yeah, he thinks about it.
Cutters and
He does all sorts, licorice all sorts. That's years of bowling in the garden at his brother, Gus, on an unsafe wicket.
Okay, we should be going live on the Radio Cherwell Network in a minute, so there's a bit of a pregnant pause. We do apologise while we twiddle knobs and things and get this right. So we're broadcasting live, hopefully on the YouTube channel, and then on the Radio Cherwell channel as well. You may well hear a bit of music and an extended jingle, and then we'll be back with a pair of mats this afternoon.
Matt squared.
Two wrongs don't
Yes,
make a two
we've
Matts
got
don't
Matt
make a
Black.
right.
Imagine they're both in Matt Black. That's not going to work, is it?
Take your sunglasses off, Colin.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay.
Two Matts don't make a wrong.
I've got. I'm trying to do two things at once here. I've got Radio Show Studio in my ear. I've got Matt Watts and Matt Bowden here as well.
And Will Watts bowling.
Yeah, Will Watts bowling. Yeah.
The link all the way through those.
Seamless, chaps. Absolutely.
I know
brilliant.
you'll hear a jingle first on the YouTube channel, hopefully, and then a bit of a bed of music underneath it. And I'll do an introduction again. If you heard it all before, I do apologise. This is for a new audience on Radio Chair One Network. And
Done your hair, Matt.
yeah. No, we've all agreed we've got faces.
It's down at
Oh, great
mid-off,
pick up
brilliant
in the
bit of
throw.
fielding. Very, very good. He's calling him up now for the new batsman.
We're going to go back to a bit of Loz, do you think?
No, Loz has just come
Oh,
up.
sorry, yeah,
this
in
is
the
brought
field,
him up from mid-off to long mid-off to orthodox mid-off. Tommy Costa's on the trundle. Where's he going to? That's the weirdest position I think I've ever seen on a cricket field.
Right, chaps. I can hear myself coming back down from the Radio Chair studios. Bit of an echo there. So good afternoon to everybody. If you're on the YouTube channel, you've heard this before, but if you're joining us on the Radio Cherwell Network, Hospital Radio, then welcome to Oxford Downs for this first ever, I think, live cricket commentary from Oxford Downs Cricket Club for this Home Counties Premier League Division 2 home game between Thame Town and Oxford Downs. I'm joined in commentary this afternoon by Matt Bowden and Matt Watts. And Matt, tell us the score, please, so far.
Which one?
Well, I think we'll go. Anyone that wants to answer that question. So, Mr. Watts, would you like to tell us the score, please, sir?
Good afternoon, everybody. It's currently 117 for 7 from 28 overs. Been off for a bit of a rain stop for about 40 minutes, but we're back. The sun is shining, and Oxford Downs are currently on top.
Mr. Bowden, that's me. That's my colleague telling us we're on air. Okay, do apologise. You've got a bit of a do in there, but yeah, it's been a nice day so far. We were worried at first off about quarter to 12 when it came down. It was persistent, wasn't it? Rain coming down, but fortunate now. The sun is out and a bit of a breeze. It's been drying out the outfield. Downs won the toss, but they elected to field first, which proved pretty good. And so far, Mr. Watts, the seamers have been doing well, haven't they?
Yeah, the seamers bowled really well. Conditions suited it, obviously, with a little bit moist, quite dry, quite wet green top. Very windy today, so boys have controlled the ball very, very well. Ollie Armstrong making his debut as a 17-year-old is currently trying to find the ball in the hedge after Mr. Costas has been picked up and pumped home a wicket for 6. But yeah, so Loz Brock bowled very, very well. First up was 7 overs, 3 for 26. Very well supported by Matt Warner, 6 overs, 1 for 21. Captain Cockles came on. Tommy Costley, 7 overs, 2 for 36. Ollie, 7 overs, 0 for 30. Tommy Cosford's now bowling spin from the net end here at the Downs, and Will Watts has bowled 1 over, 0 from 1 from the Chapel end. But we've lost the ball, Matt.
Yeah, they're hunting. It's
We've lost
a bit
the
of a
ball.
minefield out there. It's very thick undergrowth.
You sound like David Bellamy.
No.
Yeah.
Yes, really into the undergrowth.
We did see this in the Lord's Taverners games, that if it goes to the right-hand side, so just to get your bearings here, we're at Oxford Downs Cricket Club, which is, I think it's about sort of 4 or 5 miles south of Witney. Wonderful place here, Stand Lake. A great ground, and we've come upon this, the chapel end, that, and then the wicket, or the nursery end or the nets end. But if it goes to the right-hand side, it goes into the undergrowth, and like a lot of non-league football clubs that spend a lot of their time trying to get the ball out of the undergrowth, they But we do have a pink ball today, which is a lot easier to see in the shrubbery, isn't it, Matt?
It is, yeah, than the traditional red ball. It's a lot easier to pick out. The ball is now back on, and the umpire had a quick look at it to check it was okay, and we're back underway again.
Make sure it's still in date. It might have been last week, so it's been smeared through. Mid off. Warner's great pickup down here. One bounce into the keep, into the bowler. Well, the captain's mother's just turned up. He'll have to be on his best behaviour now.
So if you want to follow a picture stream as well, if you just go onto YouTube and type in Oxford Downs, you can find us there, so you can pick up pictures along with the audio.
And if you are joining us just in hospital today, we wish you well.
Indeed we do. Well, it's glorious sunshine, but we're sitting in the shade under a gazebo, and it's actually quite nippy now, isn't it? I'm glad you got your gloves on, Matt.
Well, can we just say that we got Matt Bowden here. He's got a gilet on, and he's got shorts on, though, and he's got gloves. Ooh. So he's a little bit sartorially confused in terms of the weather. If he was to be a football commentator in the Kassam Stadium in the South Stand Upper, I can guarantee you that even in midsummer, you would not wear that. Seriously, you would be regretting that choice of clothing hugely.
Is that through fear of abuse or getting too cold?
No, it's just one of these places that never gets the sun, and we are. Richard Palmer has just texted to say we are broadcasting loud and clear. So thanks a lot for doing that, Richard. And the pair of us sit there, and I did tell Matt's wife earlier on that, do you remember about 2 or 3 years ago, one winter, there's a beast from the east, the wind coming through?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Well, at half-time, I looked across, and both my colleague and myself were covered in a small smattering of snow, which is swept in underneath the stand. Yeah, so seriously, I mean, you thermal underwear, lots of thermal stuff there, coats and things, and I've got 2 pairs of socks on today,
Well, the trouble is, when you're sitting still all day, you don't realise what a difference that makes.
It does, hugely so.
Is that a chance?
No, it was definitely a bump, but I was more worried about Will's hand, really.
Yeah, do you remember when he smashed his finger up?
Don't want to. I just came on, had a quick look at it, and then decided not to look at it anymore.
And he wanted to carry on bowling as well.
I know.
Brilliant.
Hang on, the wicket keeper now has donned a crash helmet. I thought it was a football on the pitch at one point, but it's not. It's a white crash helmet, isn't it?
That's a very old famous sort of Graham Gooch-esque.
It is a bit
white lid, as we call it. A couple of Saturdays ago, we were playing in the home counties T20, and we were away at Banbury for a 10:30 start. And we got out and fielded, warmed up, and as we set to field, the keepers put their helmet behind where they normally stand.
Yeah.
Somebody from Banbury sort of come, not running on the pitch, but making a bit of hullabaloo, saying, "Whoa, stop, there's a football on the pitch." And it wasn't, it was Frankie's lid, his white helmet that is gleaming in the sunshine. So, yeah, very old school, and I love it. But Frankie's not exactly worried about brands and logos and what he looks like. It's, I don't know how many years old that helmet is, but it's brilliant.
But why has he donned it now? Is he expecting the ball to lift a bit?
No, because he stood up, and obviously Wills is bowling sort of seam up, gentle, medium pace. Then
you don't want the batsman coming down the track at you.
Yeah, and also, so it's a top edge, so if the guy goes to hit the ball square and it hits the top edge, it flies too quickly for you to get anything underneath it. And you might remember the South African wicket-keeper that a Bale flew up and hit him in the eye and blinded him and ended his career. So I think since then there's been a lot more sensible approach from wicket-keepers that will, if they're standing up, will wear a helmet just to protect themselves a little bit.
So let's just remind people what we're watching. We're watching a home counties Premier League Division 2 game. It's between Thame Town and Oxford Downs. Oxford Downs won the toss. They elected to field first, but they're doing pretty well. The team is doing well. It's 126 for 7 wickets so far. Slightly shorter. It's 50-over game. It's been shortened to 46 overs today because we had a nasty spell of rain. The covers were on, and I was sitting here praying that the water wasn't going to come off. We've got a little gazebo here. And it was bulging a bit. I thought any minute now it's going to decide it's going to just tip it all down all over the electrics. That would be a huge great bang. We'd probably take out, because we're connected through to Matt Bowden's house behind us ago. So we'd take out his he's done it before. He's taken out the electric before in his house.
It flicked the trip, it did.
Yeah.
When I had the music and everything from here.
Yeah, he's got a very understanding wife though, because he blew his fuse completely. So he plunged. I think his wife was probably doing the hair with her hairdryer went off. Something like that. And she thought, "Oh, what's going on?" I think she was worried about putting money in the meter or something like that. And she came out, and he confessed though. He said, "No, I've blown."
Very lucky, Matt. You haven't plunged the whole of Stanley into darkness yet.
Not
then.
yet.
Not yet.
No.
We won't be long. That's been flicked off down. Ollie's chased that down to 45, and a great return.
So we are about 5 miles south of Whitney here, and this is in the village of Stanlake. So this is Oxford Downs Cricket Club that's been here a fair old number of years. It's the scene of the Lord's Taverners versus the Mars Cricketers. We've done 3 games here with some pretty good stuff.
It is. It's 100th
Our
anniversary.
centenary next year,
Oh
actually.
wow!
Colin.
And I think
That
Oh,
looks pretty out.
that looks
That
out.
looks pretty out. And
umpire's
not.
not moved.
Unbelievable.
dear. Not so sure. No one's going to get the ball.
Now, the chap who was the organiser of all the Lord's Taverners fixtures promised to do something spectacular for you guys.
Spectacular.
Yeah, that's the one, spectacular. So he reckons he could get a few superstars for you to turn up at
I think,
next
Colin,
year.
we don't need to get any foreigners brought in. Yeah, no, I did hear that. That looks pretty close as well.
Oh, yes, he's got his finger. He takes his
2 for
time,
2.
didn't he?
Did take his time.
I think he's an analog umpire, don't
Well,
you?
whether or not it's just waiting for the old cogs to click in, what he's meant to do, but
I think if he puts his finger up too quick, they say he couldn't have thought about that long,
Yeah,
could he?
no.
If he
I don't think
deliberates
it's a
a little
bad
more.
thing to go through a
No.
process before you. Is it pitching outside leg?
Yeah.
Is it the correct length?
there's no right or wrong, I
Yeah.
guess, is there? I think the one that we had earlier from when Tommy Cockles was bowling, I mean, that took an age for him to give that, and I think most of us thought he wasn't going to give it,
Yeah.
and then finally his digit went up. But there we go. That's the 8th wicket to 4.
That's 128 for 8 after 31 and a half overs.
So we did say if they could get to 140, 150
Yeah.
after the start they got, they would be relatively pleased. But, it's a funny old game, cricket. Anything could happen from here.
It's very strange, last week that's 410 runs scored by the opening team on this wicket, I know. Don't
How
tell
did-
Darryl.
Now, how did they get chasing? Was it they got 280 odd, didn't they? So nearly 700 runs scored in a day.
There must have been a fair few boundaries in that way
Oh.
to get that number of, So,
yeah, there's a lot of leather chasing, Colin, I guess.
and also I would imagine a fair few tails have been hit as well on both the pavilion and the houses here. If you've never been to Oxford Downs Cricket Club before, there's a wonderful set of houses which overlook the green, which Matt's got the first. He's got pole position. That's why we're taking the power.
Sometimes with no electrics.
Yeah, power and internet today. But anyway, who's this bowling?
Tom Cosford.
Is he a swing bowler? Is he a seam bowler?
He's off spin. Bowls off spin.
So we do believe it's Shane Warne day today. So he's bowling a bit of spin.
He wishes.
About to say, compared to Shane Warne's a big ask.
Well, he's the best there's been, I think.
Murley
Yeah,
I've chucked it.
chucks it.
Murley chucked it. I think that, listening to all the tributes that Warne has picked up, that I think most people would always say that he's the best there's been, and we can have an opinion, but I think when you've actually faced both of them and all the players saying that Warney was the best there's been, then I'll take that. Warney was the best there's been. So
I had the pleasure of watching him at Hampshire, being a Hampshire man, and in the days when I think it was Peterson and Warney both down there as players, and I watched him warming up. So he had one stump and 1 or 2 paces, and he hit the stump every time. I mean, from different angles and everything else. Okay, but he just had sort of just 1-2 run up, and bang, bang, bang.
Yeah,
Talk about
amazing.
line and length.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, seriously. So
very, very skilled. But also, I never heard anybody have a bad word about him. I mean, he was a bit of a bad boy. He used to do a little bit of this, but everybody loved him, didn't they?
I
I
think
was down in Hampshire once to see. They played Australia down there, didn't they? There's a touring side, and obviously Warney was playing for Australia in the days when he was at Hampshire. And I remember where we were sitting, and Will wasn't very old, and Warney came out mid-afternoon and just said to one of the stewards, he picked a chair up and just said, "Line him up, mate." And he stood there for 2.5, 3 hours signing autographs.
Did he?
His picture taken. He didn't need to do it, but he's just
that's gone.
just a great bloke,
4. Yeah, I think so. And what's his
picked
line?
off.
Sorry, Matt, go on. Tell us his cricket.
It just picked off his legs there for 4. I think Will bowling a little bit short there, and just picked it off his legs.
If this
And
tail
full
end
runs.
wags a bit, then they could get to 150. We reckon 240, 250 would be an average score for a 50-over game at this level, but bit
Well back.
shorter today. For those of you listening on the Radio Charwell network, the wicket is pretty green, and it's been a bit of movement in the ball early doors, but it's drying out a little bit now. We've had a slip, haven't we? Not actually in fielding, but actually it's falling over slip. And the umpire's a bit concerned about that. But
It was only George Sandbach, so it
Okay.
might not have been the conditions.
Apparently he's known for that. Oh, that's a bit of a swipe, but it's not got through the fielders.
Bit of an agricultural shot there, really.
Wasn't it? Full toss, probably deserved to get.
Well, I've heard of
six to-
agricultural tackles in football. What's an agricultural shot in cricket then?
like you're swinging an axe.
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
a golf club. You know.
Golf club.
Just
Okay.
a massive hoit. There's well bowled.
Right
Will's
then.
his slower ball. He normally grunts when he bowls a slower ball. So anybody that's played against Will for a little bit understands that when the grunt comes, it's a slower ball. But he does it sort of kidology,
All right.
big grunt, Monica Seles, and then it comes to you at half the pace it should do.
Is that the back of his hand? Or does
Yeah,
he use
yeah,
a
yeah.
slightly looser grip?
Yeah.
Oh,
off the
that's
back of his
nicely
hands.
done. Should just about get to the boundary,
Do you
should
know
it?
what? I reckon that took a funny bounce by that Astro mat, you know, and
In the ground there for where the water
yeah.
stopcock
We used to
is.
put our drinks in there when it was hot years ago.
And it is a bit lower, and if it hits the opposite side of it, it will bounce up.
I think it took a bit,
Yeah.
because it was.
Took some of the pace off the
Yeah,
ball.
definitely.
Looked like 4 when he first hit it, but
Yeah. Yeah,
Indeed.
definitely. What's Tommy Cockles doing? This is a show pony. Oh, his mother and grandfather are here.
Oh, he's-
So the full posse are here.
Got a fair few people coming. We did recommend earlier on, if you're listening on Radio Channel, that people coming down today should probably have a spot of lunch first and avoid the worst of the weather. Get some decent warm weather gear and come down there and layer up though, because you can take them off though. So you've just joined us. We are commentating live from Oxford Downs Cricket Club, home counties Premier League 2 division game between Oxford Downs, who are currently in the field, and Thame Town. And score line so far is Thame Town are 134 for 8 wickets, 32 overs in what is a shortened game today. That's been hit again, and that is going for
4 over square leg, I think, Colin.
just
Yeah.
boundary, just bumps up there. So and it is off. Pleased to be joined by 2 Matts today, Matt Watts and Matt Bowden.
Well, Matt Bowden's gone off.
Is he? He's gone off. He's
His
not gone
good
off
lady
injured, is he?
Claire turned up, who's the boss of this place. She's
Right.
turned up. Next thing you know, Matt's gone.
He's brown nosing, is he, with the boss? Is that what he's doing? Is
trying
he?
to get some points, I guess. If he
Okay.
keeps triggering the electricity, then
All right.
those two are amazing. While Matt's not here, I mean, the work that they do for this club, this is all Matt's. You know, they work the bar every night. On Sunday nights, it's always quite a bit of a gig down here with the Sunday team, and they just literally amazing. Their work is unbelievable. So whether or not they hear this back or not, I know that every single player at this cricket club really appreciates the work that they do, because every club needs people like that.
Yeah,
Colin,
I
and
believe so.
they
Yeah.
are unbelievable. That looks pretty close.
Ooh, he's having a long think about it too.
No, he's not. He's still got his trousers tucked in his sock.
He
Have you
has.
noticed that, the umpire?
Is this? He might be. Is it like a mason or a
I
buffalo?
was
Is it some
gonna
sort
say
of
that
some sort of? It's a sign, is it? So
I don't know if it's an umpires union
don't
thing.
know.
but Very good. Very good.
It's
Well, that's short. He's got away with that. So that's Tommy Cosford has just finished his 4th over. 2 for 14. Robbing another couple. He robbed 5 over at Horsepath a few weeks ago. First league game. Knows his stuff, Tommy Cosford.
Yeah, I mean the quality of bowling's good, isn't it? I think so. At any level, if you get the line and length right, you're going to be on the
there
button
or
aren't you?
thereabouts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
No, he's a very good cricketer, Tom. Plays for the county a bit, but sort of holds a lot of the training down here on Tuesday and Thursday night. Thinks about it a lot, cares about it. So a very good cricketer.
we've got the captain coming on again to bowl, haven't we? From the
Yeah,
Chapel
looks
End.
like it. You're right. That's why he was doing those funny warm-ups.
Oh,
I thought it was
okay.
just because his mum had turned up. But so Will Watts has come off after bowling just the 3 overs. So 3 for 8. I'm guessing he's got a bit of a injury, stretching pretty well actually, but he's obviously come off. So Tommy Cosford's back on, 138 for 8 off 34. Could be interesting. See what they do here. Still got 10 overs, Colin.
Yeah.
12. They reduced it to 46, did they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
So 12 overs to go. Wonder what they can get to. It's funny with cricket, we were talking about earlier, Colin, about how the game swings and fluctuates so much, where, you know, they were 30 for 5, weren't they? And you think,
Yeah.
well, the game's going to be wrapped up before we get on
No.
air for everybody. And
Yeah, I was
to our
panicking
radio.
that I'd have 3 hours of a sports show to do and no sport to do. I'd be Billy No Mates, I think. Although we would, I have thought about that. I've got some backups that we could play out. So
But I think we're going to be okay.
I
'Cause
think so too.
depending whether or not if they get to 160, that's
What are your opening bats like then?
yeah,
Go on.
good. So Will Watts is very technically good. Holds an end up very, very well. Will bat for long periods of time. Where Freddie Smith, who is how old's Freddie? 18, I suppose. 19. This is his first year at uni at Cardiff. He's a seaball hit ball merchant. Got a great eye. So the balance works really, really well. So Freddie will come in and tee off and ball one really. Then you've got the people like Gus Miller, who's he's just got a county contract with Northampton, so he's no mug. Tommy Cosford hits the ball. Tommy Costley, George Sandbach, they all go. They want to hit the ball. Where will sort of can provide the glue.
Yeah.
So he will keep things together, and the guys can come in and play around. It doesn't always work out that way, obviously, but even Matty Warnes will come in at 7 or 8. He's a very good bat. James Alwood. You won't see anybody at a better cover drive than him in cricket. I mean, generally he is brilliant through certain areas of his game.
Ooh.
So we bat all the way down. Frankie Crouch is probably going to be 8 or 9 today. Seriously good bat. But we are a bit like England. We can lose.
You can have your wobble, can you?
We can lose a lot of wickets very quickly, same as anybody can really.
Yeah.
But they're a talented bunch, and they should be all right chasing anything today. If the wicket continues to dry out a little bit, we can get off to a solid start. Then I think against Rowan in that pre-season game, obviously a league above us, but Will and Freddie put on big total, didn't they, Matt?
Yeah, they did.
Really big total without any wickets at all. And then that obviously gives confidence to everybody else. George Sandbach to take the game away from anybody is as mad as a brick, but he hits the ball further than I go on holiday, and just scores so quickly. And Tommy Costley and Cosford are both the same. And then arguably the best of the lot, Gus Miller, who's contracted, could win anybody a game of cricket. Or we could all be out for 40.
So we'll see. So anybody's guess, but there's a bit of a gap in play at the moment because the ball has gone straight down, straight back past the bowler, past the wicket, and trundled on down for 4. But he went beyond the boundary into the undergrowth there, and he's been reclaimed. We've got a pink ball today for this 50-over game, so it's a bit better to see in the green undergrowth. Very, very green. Who's just joined us. We are at Oxford Downs Cricket Club, and there's a very green wicket today. 142 for 8. Thame Town are as the captain for Downs comes into bowl now. And, that is nicely cut away. That should just be stopped.
Tommy Cosford's down the third man.
So we just had a question on the YouTube chat. Graham Coates, big question, what was lunch like today? And the reason why he's asking that is because 2 of the players actually here today have done lunch for the first time I can ever remember.
Wow.
George and Eric have done lunch today, but it hasn't been served in answer to that question.
Could you think of 2 worse boys to trust not to give a whole team food poisoning?
Okay,
It looked very tasty when it came in.
I've got a bit of radio chow or housekeeping to do, so it's 2:53 on my Samuel Pepys sundial at the moment, and that means we'll be taking the news at 3 o'clock. So our commentary will fade out. We've not died or just been taken off air, just that the studio will fade us out, and hopefully should go to the news. I shall have to swap headphones, listen to the news, and then come back to us just after 3 minutes past 3. We do know we're on air, so if you're watching on YouTube and hearing our commentary, thank you for joining us today. If you're listening on Radio Channel as well, we're very pleased to have your company, even though it means probably you're being detained at the National Health Service's leisure. Probably not the best way to spend a weekend, but there you go. And,
This is Tom Cosford bowling from the
net end.
old ground end.
Yeah, they don't
old net
know.
end.
If we got a bit of confusion here, we've got 2 Matts. There's Mr. Bowden and Mr. Watts. That's not formal, just to distinguish between the 2. And at the moment, Downs are bowling towards what we call the chapel end, which is towards Whitney, if my directions are quite right. And then I suppose behind us we've got
Abingdon.
Yeah, Abingdon that side.
Marcham.
Yeah, before then.
Kingston
so
Bagpues.
yeah,
Rose Revived.
Kingston. That's what I was going to say. Kingston Bagpues is what the Rose Revived. If you know the area, Whitney and Rose Revive, we're looking towards Whitney with the Rose Revives behind us, and that is nice.
We're fielded.
Yeah, well fielded.
It's got cold again, chaps.
I know. I've got my Rohan gear on, so I'm all right.
The man with the cagall has gone. I don't know where he's gone, but he's left the building.
You didn't tick him off by referring to his apparel as a cagoule, did you? I think he was a bit miffed by that, wasn't he?
No, but it was a cagall.
He said, "Where did you get that cagoule? What century has that come from? It's a cagoule, isn't it? Was he a scout?
I don't know where he's Paul from. I don't think he's a scouser, is he?
No. He's
Oh, he's a Suffolk boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's an
okay.
Ipswich supporter.
Ipswich Town
Oh,
supporter.
we all have our cross to bear,
Tractor
don't we?
boy.
He is a tractor boy, isn't
Tractor boy, yeah. Ex-Tractor fan. That was always a joke years ago, wasn't it?
So when do you think the openers will come back on? Do you think we'll get Loz back?
Don't know.
Shortly? You would have thought
Is
so.
anybody... The good sign, if anyone's warming up and thinking they're Mad Lizzie from GMTV from 30 years ago, but that's straight down his throat. Is it Gus Miller? No, 4 holes through mid-wicket. Not a great nut from the skipper. Pushes them up 148. They needed that 150 target, look.
Right, gentlemen, I'm going to leave you to chat now, Matt Watts and Matt Bowden, while I just make sure that we do take the news for the radio show listeners, and then I'll be back just after 3.
Thank you,
so
Colin.
leave it with you guys.
Very good. Much better from Tommy Cockles. Pushed out. This guy's very tall, Matt, isn't he? As Colin was saying earlier on, 6 foot and a lot. He's
Adam Fippins.
Adam Fippings. There we go. Guess he's a bowler, Matt.
Yeah.
He's a depth up, as my father would have said.
He's taller than me and I'm 6 foot.
He's taller than me and I'm nowhere near 6 foot. So, Tommy's into his 8th over. Is that his 8.3?
8.3,
Well
correct.
done, Matt. It's just a blur. Yeah, so I don't know whether or not... It's obviously got plenty of bowlers to come on. I'm guessing Will's injured somehow, somewhere along the line, whether or not it's his back. He'll be trying to protect that for his golf. So that's gone behind a square leg. Ollie's chasing it. Matt's chasing it. And the ball's the winner. That's 152.
This is where we can't leak too many. If
Wow.
they get a 190 something here, it'll be a bit of a...
Well, I suppose the key, they will take momentum in, and our boys will be a bit down. After having them 5 down for not many, then momentum's a big thing in sport, and then mentally they got to be prepared.
Oh, there it is.
That's a half-decent comeback. It's weird, though, really, because that's such an odd shot. He played 2 decent shots and then tries to back-cut a ball that's a perfect line and length and gets castled. So is that 9 now, Matt? I'm going to say Axis on the scoreboard.
It is 9.
It is 9. I'm so much ahead of technology. Do you know that? I'd say it before it comes on the scoreboard. Right, here he comes.
So now really would be the time to bring the openers back in, I think, at the end of this over.
Well, I think if Cockles is as good as that.
Oh, yeah,
But
Cockles
just to
good.
see what's... But also, Matt, with this, sometimes with a spinner, if you've got a guy that's not normally is not known as a batter, having pace on the ball makes it a little bit easier. Where if you've got Tommy Cosford, if he's going to bolt, give a little bit of air to it, his old eyes light up when he takes a massive big old oik and then either gets bowled or pumps it straight up in the air, which the boys at this level won't drop catches. Famous last words. So 152 for 9, 36. How many balls has Cockles got left? This is last ball. He'll be looking to York him. I've been intrigued to see what lunch is like, Matt. Do we get lunch as official?
We do.
On official capacity.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want it today, if it's done by Eric and George.
You have to wait until after the players.
Of course. Etiquette.
And umpires and scorers, but...
That's pretty close, LBW. No, that's a leg by down to Warnes. Down and picked up back in Abino. So Tommy Cosford is striding forward with his cap off. Thinks he's going to get the ball. I think he probably will.
Yeah, you're right. You called it.
Called it. He called it. There's people coming and going. In and out the ground. field we got then? We got Lozzie Brock just behind backward point. Willsy at extra. Goose at deep cover. Matty Warnes is at mid-off. Tommy Cockles, captain, is at short mid-wicket. We've got Ollie just behind square on the leg side. We've got a deep square leg with Freddie Smith. James Alwood is at mid-on, and George is at, can only be described as deep cow corner. George looks like he's got a rucksack on his back. Was he ripped his top?
Do you know what? I don't know.
He is a strange odd boy. I don't know what he's doing, but I will try and find out.
No, I think he's ripped his shirt. Yeah, he's ripped his shirt.
Has he got a sleeveless... That's
There
it.
it is.
It's all over. Bowled out. Tommy Cosford punches the air with great delight. So Thame have posted 154 from their 37 overs. So leaving Oxford Downs 155 from their 46 overs that they will receive. So it's 3 and over, and it's game on.
Do you think they'll take tea now? I think they will.
I guess they will. It's just whether or not. I don't know what the timings are. 3 o'clock, Matt.
It's 3 o'clock. I'm pretty certain they'll take tea now.
So bearing in mind, how long did we lose? How long we off a rain? Good 40 minutes. That would be 20 to 4 normally. So that means that the innings would normally be finished. So yeah, I guess it would be. So just quickly running through the bowling card. Lawrence Brock, 7 overs, 3 for 26. Matt Warner, 6 overs, 1 for 21. Tom Cosley, 9 overs, 3 for 49. Ollie Armstrong on his debut, 7 overs, 0 for 30. Tom Cosford, 5.2 overs, 3 for 15. And Will Watts, 3 overs, 0 for 8. I'm sure at the start of the day that the boys would have been very, very pleased if they'd have skittled them for 154. But Matt, when they were 5 down for not many, how do you think they'd be feeling?
I think they will be happy with that. You know, the tail wagged a little bit, but it's still below par. I think even with these conditions, I still think you're 30 or 40 runs below par there.
I hope.
Yeah. We've seen some low-scoring games in previous seasons, but I think they've got to be happy with that. Definitely.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, and I think it could go one or two ways. The boys could come out and just go out from ball one and knock these off pretty quickly, be 3 down, and win very, very comfortably, or it could get very, very tight, very edgy, and Thame get on top. It's momentum's a good thing. Over to you, Colin.
Yes. Welcome back. If you just listened to Radio Cherwell, got to swap my headphones over. Sorry about that. So a little bit of what I call a Kenwood food mix there, as it were. So didn't move seamlessly from the news into commentary. So 1 minute the RN news finished, and the next minute it was you, sir, talking, but it wasn't. But
Sorry
very
about
well,
that.
I have to say. So welcome back to the second part of the Cherwell Sports Special this afternoon. We are very privileged to be here at Oxford Downs Cricket Club doing our first, I think, live commentary on Hospital Road. I'm sure the chairman will correct me if I'm wrong. Is this a lunch break now we've got here, or is it? It's not all over, is it? Because they are...
it's the end of this innings.
End of this innings, yeah. So
They normally have lunch, Colin, between innings.
right.
So, like I was just saying to Matt, because we lost 40 minutes through rain, it's now 3 o'clock, so that would take it to 3:40-ish. So, which would be the normal time for bowling the 50 overs that are allotted to this cricket match today. So, it is. They will take lunch now. I think it's 40 minutes.
Okay.
Before Thame bowl and Oxford Downs bat.
So just to recap again, we apologise. We're doing a hybrid mix here. We've got the YouTube commentary, so they've got audio and visual, but the Radio Cherwell listeners have just got the audio. Unless they wanted to, of course, go onto the Oxford Downs YouTube channel, where they can see both, as it were, pictures and the audio as well. But if you're just listening, just tuned in on the Radio Cherwell network, then welcome to Oxford Downs. This is the Home Counties Premier League Division 2 game between Thame Town and Oxford Downs. I'm Colin Ride. I'm joined this afternoon by Matt Bowden and Matt Watts. Very confused. 2 Matts here. I've tried to do various ways of differentiating between this pair. The Matt Black didn't work. They're both wearing black tops, so that's useless. So we have to go formal and make sure we do Mr. Bowden and Mr. Watts, otherwise they won't know which Matt we're talking to. First innings there, the toss was won by Oxford Downs. They decided to field first. They decided to put their seamers in because it was a bit windy and overcast when the game first started this morning, and that proved to be extremely good. They were about 4 wickets down for about 30, something like that, when they met early
Full
doors.
of runs here somewhere, I have.
All the wickets is there.
All the wickets here, yeah. They were 1 for 0, and then 8 for 2, and then 12 for 3, 4 for 14. I'm reading some of these the wrong way around here. They're 63 for 5. So they've doubled their score, over doubled their score from the final 5 wickets.
Dodgy at first, but we have to give a big shout out to Ollie. What's his surname again? Is it Watkins?
Armstrong.
Ollie Armstrong, 17-year-old, making his debut for, I think, the senior team today. Came on a little bit wobbly at first. He was bowling, I think, a little bit short, but once he got into his stride and started to get his line and length better, and bowling fuller, he was on the money, wasn't he, Mr. Bowden, wasn't he? Don't you think?
Yeah, no, very good. It's it's a big step up. He's been playing in the 2s, and they play Chilwell League Division 2, and it's a big step up to the home counties. You've got professional cricketers here, and it's quite a tough game.
It's a good quality
game.
Yeah,
good quality cricket.
And we talked earlier on about the fact that there's a good pathway, Matt Watts, from Oxfordshire cricket through to pro contracts and things. A lot of schoolboys there, so it's a good place to learn, isn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think at this level that, like we discussed earlier on, you've got guys that have been there, had the pro contracts, and are now coming down and still in love with the sport, but maybe too old to be playing at the very highest level. You've got some guys that have got contracts. Gus Miller's one that plays for Oxford Downs, and then you'll have some other guys that will have a red or white ball contract for Surrey or Middlesex, and when they're not playing to their relevant contract, they will drop down and play either with or against our guys. So it's a fantastic level, and as you said, for Ollie to be learning his trade as a 17-year-old at this level on his debut is fantastic. And he bowled really well. Like you said, Colin, he was a bit short of bowling, a little bit short in that first over, but certainly found his line and length afterwards. And great effort, brilliant debut for him, and I'm sure he'd be very pleased with his performance.
So at the late lunch break, it's now just gone 3 o'clock. The score is 154, which is the total which Oxford Downs going to chase. They did the cardinal sin here with not bowling their full 46 overs. Is that right, in this short form of the game? As we rescue some of our stuff.
Overs is one thing that they all say. It's easier said than done. It's very easy from the sideline here.
Mr. Watts has saved some of the stuff that's blowing all over the place. The kit is there. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, back your overs, and then you've got a chance of doing something. Right, so I think you gentlemen deserve a little bit of a break. So what I've got is a couple of pre-records here that I can hopefully play out. So we were very privileged to be here back on May Bank Holiday Monday, I think it was, back then. A lovely day where the Mars cricketers took on the Lord's Taverners and beat them again. So here's a little clip post-match with both Darryl Woods and Kieran Bushnell. It wasn't last Monday, it was about a month ago, so do please forgive my lack of editing skills there. But here is a post-match conversation with Darryl Woods and Kieran Bushnell. And I start off by saying that I was in the company of Mike Gatting, Scooby-Doo and Wurzel Gummidge. And what the hell was all that about? Well, listen to this next clip and you'll find out more. I was in the company of Mike Gatting, Chris Tarrant's lad Toby Tarrant, Scooby-Doo and Wurzel Gummidge. And here is local cricket legend and coach Darryl Woods to explain a little bit more. Hi Darryl, how are you doing?
I'm very well. Colin, how are you?
I'm okay. So come on, explain to people why I was in the company of Scooby-Doo and Wurzel Gummidge, because that's not the whole point of what the day was on Monday, was it?
No, the Masked Cricketer is a little show that myself and Kieran Bushnell have been doing through lockdown for the last 2 years. We're well over 2 years now into 47 episodes actually of the series, and what's come about from the silliness of our little show, which we do just throw together because it's very, very amateur, which we're proud of, to be fair. But we've had 3 charity games. So we had the 3rd charity game, the Masked Cricketers versus the Lord's Taverners, to try and raise a bit more funds for disadvantaged and disabled children in Oxfordshire and beyond. But not only that, just to get Oxfordshire disability cricketers there having a little bit of a coaching session. That was my highlight of the day, to be fair. And just to raise awareness, really, to to the Lords Taverners and what such good work they do within cricket for those guys and gals. So it's a really important charity, and we're pleased to be able to be the first fixture in the Lords Taverners calendar this year. So it was quite a prestigious thing. We had about 100 people watching, and because I normally dress up within the show, I asked George Hiley, our resident Oxfordshire disability cricketer, what I should dress up as, and he suggested that Wurzel Gummidge was his favourite. So hence the reason I was dressed as Wurzel Gummidge. And obviously, Kieran, George wanted you to be Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, he did, and it didn't quite fit. So that tells me that I might need to possibly consider losing 1 or 2 ounces for next year, perhaps.
Yeah, but you did better this year, Kieran, because even though your outfit was a little bit snug, shall we say the least, the fact is that last year you actually ended up diving to save a boundary and breaking 2 ribs. You did a lot better this time round, because I think you got 4 leg byes, did you? Or did you actually hit the ball and get a boundary?
Hold on. Whoa. Don't you dare say it was leg byes. That was definitely runs. Yes, and thank you for saying that it was diving off to save the boundary, not falling on the ball,
no, you
as Darren keeps describing it.
No, you
I don't know if you noticed, by the way, that I did dive in the outfield once this year and saved a certain boundary off a certain Mr. Woods' bowling. So, there was a little bit of diving around, but that ground was quite hard, and I was pretty determined not to break any bones this year. So I did wave quite a lot of things past me as well, and just let them go, as Darryl, I'm sure, will testify.
So this was a charity cricket match, 30 overs between the masked cricketers, led by Darryl Woods, and the Lords Taverners, led by Toby Tarrant, Chris Tarrant's son. And also what was incredible was that he'd actually come from a radio show I think in London, straight to play. And it just shows you really the dedication the Lords Taverners have to this charity, really, because they go all around the country. I'm very pleased that they were the opening one for this season, because they go to fantastic places like Goodwood. I think in Arundel they play as well. So to grace Oxford Downs Cricket Club, Darryl, which is your home club, with their first one of the season, has got to be a great honour, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a great occasion, and yeah, Toby Tarrant, 5 o'clock in the morning on Radio X, and he's there at Oxford Downs having I think it was a pint of Guinness whilst doing the toss with me. Proper cricket, I think we could say.
I think he had more than one towards the end. But having said that, the whole point of the afternoon was raising money. The masked cricket has done very well. I believe you've reached a milestone, which means you're going to have to do something pretty stupid, considering you are, in fact, afraid of heights. Darryl, tell us about the fundraising, what you've got to do as a result of it.
Yeah, I got a little bit too unexcited about my drop from a plane to do a tandem parachute jump, which is going to happen at Hinton in the Hedges in Brackley, so not too far away. And I got the date wrong. It's actually Sunday, the 24th of July. It's already been confirmed that George Hiley will be there supporting me. He's already confirmed that the family will be there, which will give me so much inspiration to actually jump out of the plane. I'll be thinking of George when I'm up in that plane and contemplating the drop. And the exciting news as well, not only George being there, but a certain Jonathan Aggers from TMS is flying in, because he is a pilot. He's flying in to Brackley, we hope, on the 24th of July to present me with one of those big checks, Colin. I've always wanted to wave about one of those big checks like a madman, and that will be my chance to do that.
Well, fantastic news. And just, Kieran, I don't think you're going to take much persuading, but having broadcast with you now for 2, 3, 4 years, and heard you be very honest in various programs about the various things that have happened to you when you've been out broadcasting, sort of falling over things, treading on people's toes and things, plus having witnessed you break 2 ribs in a cricket match, can I just say, can I be the voice of reason here and dissuade you, if you are tempted to jump out the window behind Darryl Woods in that plane, not to do so, because I think your track record of these things is not too good, is it, Kieran?
I'm very much not tempted to jump out of an aircraft. I'm very tempted to watch him from the safety of terra firma, and I'm happy to interview him when he lands. And that is as dangerous as it's going to be. He'll probably land on me, knowing my luck. And but no, fair play to him because it's something he's absolutely petrified of, and he's pressing ahead with it. And I know that me and Daryl very often have our little lovers tiffs, but I'm very proud of him because, well, I'll say I'll be proud of him once he's done it. There's still a chance for him to pull out. So I don't think he will, though. Yeah, fair play to him because that is something that I would never, ever, ever contemplate doing.
Well, thanks a lot to Darragh Woods and Kieran Bushnell, who are the masked cricketers. Thank you also, gentlemen, for inviting me along to co-commentate on the masked cricketers games against the Lord Taverners, and for just being around you guys and coming on our various shows. For the time being, though, Darrell and Kieran, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Colin.
So there we are. That's Darragh Woods and Kieran Bushnell. And so you're listening to a live commentary from Oxford Downs Cricket Club. It's a lunch break here. Thame Town have scored 154 so far. They didn't complete all the 46 overs. We're going to try something a little bit different here because on the other end of this line should be, hopefully, if everything works today, you can hear the phone ringing now, should be Richard Palmer. And good afternoon, Richard. Can you hear me, sir?
I certainly can, Colin. Can you hear me?
I can indeed. This is a first, really. So this is our first live link up through the phone, through the mixer, live on air. I mean, it's nothing to people listening, I'm sure, but for me, it's a major triumph. So we've got good cricket going on here. We've had some brilliant football, league and non-league in Oxford over the past year. But another sport has returned to Oxford recently, hasn't it, Richard? And you're in pole position commentating on that, aren't you, sir? Tell us what it is.
Yeah, that's Speedway. The Oxford Cheetahs and their development team, the Oxford Chargers, have been back in action at Sandy Lane, the resurrection of a stadium that had lie derelict until, for 15 years, until July last year. But certainly it's come back to operation in April, and Oxford Cheetahs and Chargers have been operating there for the last 5 to 6 weeks with very good crowds and good, entertaining meetings. The Oxford Cheetahs so far this season are in 7th place in the league table of 11. Have had some difficult results on their travels and had a week back in May where they rode quite a few fixtures and unfortunately were not able to pick up any points. But their last away win they had was at Birmingham after suffering a home defeat against Birmingham the night before on a Tuesday night, a rare night for running Speedway at Oxford Stadium. And it's been looked at in recent times that that's possibly the first ever time that Oxford Speedway have run on a Tuesday night in their whole history. So, yeah, it's an unusual night for off racing, but that is the night when Oxford Cheetahs and Chargers will be staging meetings. But they did lose by 48 points to 42 on that home meeting against Birmingham. But it was a night when the rain kicked in, the track conditions sort of levelled up in favour of the opposition, and unfortunately Oxford lost out in the end. But ironically, the next night they went to Perry Bar for the return championship fixture, and the weather intervened again, and on this occasion Oxford had the levelling up situation and came out with a victory by 47 points to 43, and included in that side a guest rider from Berwick, Chris Harris, who supported Scott Nichols well on the night, the captain of Oxford, who got 16 points and saw Oxford through to victory. So a good night for the Cheetahs to go into like a mini break after 3 weeks. They've now had no action, but they are back in action, the Oxford Cheetahs, at Sandy Lane next Wednesday evening. That's the 8th of June, and they face Newcastle Diamonds. But in the meantime, the Oxford Chargers have been in action since the break for the Oxford Cheetahs, and the Oxford Chargers was the first meeting back after a mini break at Oxford Stadium last Wednesday evening, and it was a good night for the Oxford Chargers. The development side in the National League, they made it a win, the second win at home in the league, 3 wins out of 4 so far in their league campaign, and they won by 50 points to 39. They controlled the meeting throughout, but certainly in the latter stages of the meeting, they suffered a few little incidents with their own riders. Jordan Jenkins falling in his final ride and feeling a bit sore, but the pride dented, one might say, in that particular heat number 15, because he was desperate to lower the colours of Alfie Boutel, the opposition guest rider that had lowered his colours earlier in the evening. Nathan Stoneman, the local lad from Greater Leeds, he weighed in with 11+2 in his meeting on the night, but unfortunately was caught up in a couple of nasty incidents. One was in heat 13, where he was closed down on the line. In fact, it wasn't. It was actually in. Yes, it was in heat 13. He was closed down on the line by Alfie Patel, and unfortunately lifted into the first bend turn to the point where his steel shoe came off and the bike almost came back on him. But he was able to get up and walk away, but slightly sore on the occasion. And unfortunately, in his final ride, he also suffered the consequences of a fall twice in that particular heat and 2 reruns. But in the final stage, and he also lost his steel shoe. Now, anybody that knows Speedway will realise that if you haven't got a steel shoe on your left foot, then your boot can dig into the surface, and that's not ideal because it can act like a brake. And unfortunately, that is what happened on the final 3rd and 4th bend turn. And unfortunately, he lost control of the bike and went down into the air fence, which saved him, but also an awkward fall too at that point. But it was a good win on the night for the Oxford Chargers. They weighed in with 11 points for Jordan Jenkins from his 5 starts, including that fall that I've touched on. No Ben Hopwood. He's retired now from Speedway and Oxford, and that meant Oxford had to use rider replacement for his rides, but they did well covering those positions, got 8+2 from the 4 rides. Sam Hagan, the son of former rider Martin Hagan, he weighed in with 10 and no bonus following a fall in his first ride, but certainly a better performance in his final 4 rides. Jacob Clouting, 8+2. Nathan Stoneman, as I said, 11+2, but he did pick up have a fall in a couple of races, which certainly took their toll on his machinery across the evening. So he did end up with no bikes, and that obviously posed a problem for a future meeting at Bellevue on Friday, which I'll touch on in a moment. Aaron Butcher, he weighed in with 7+3, and Jacob Fellows in for Jody Scott on 3+1. So total 50 points. And the Plymouth Centurions, their top scorer was Alfie Patel, their guest, on 14 points, followed by Richard Andrews, 10+2 from his 5 starts. But 39 points to them, so a good win for the Chargers on the night, and certainly continue their rich vein of form in the National League campaign. But sadly on Friday, though, as I mentioned to you, Nathan Stoneman picked up a couple of knocks for the Chargers on Wednesday evening. He was unable to take his place in the Chargers lineup on Friday due to injury. So Oxford operated rider replacement in the lineup for Nathan Stoneman, but they were already without Jordan Jenkins, who was already on a booking with his championship club, Redcar, and they were riding at Scunthorpe that afternoon, so he was ineligible as well. So Oxford brought in a guest, Ben Morley, to replace him. But unfortunately, on the afternoon at the National Speedway Stadium in Bellevue, Manchester, Oxford went down by 57 points to 33. So a difficult afternoon for Oxford. Certainly Bellevue dialed into their home track, know it very well, but certainly the first time Oxford Speedway has staged a team at the National Speedway Stadium, just down the road from the old Kirkmanshorn Lane Bellevue circuit, where Bellevue moved to under the new premises. But certainly an excellent track up there, but unfortunately not to the liking of the Chargers with their depleted side on the night. Although or it was actually the afternoon in fairness, but although they put the effort in, Henry Atkins, and who guested in place of Ben Hopwood, and also Sam Hagan were the top scorers on the afternoon. But unfortunately, the reserves didn't really pull any points on the afternoon, which made it very difficult for the team. But Chargers going down by 57 points to 33 in that meeting. So it was a win for the Bellevue Colts, and that sees them possibly open up a little bit of gap between themselves and the Chargers. But certainly Oxford are well positioned in the league table at the moment, and the 3 points they picked up at home last Wednesday has seen them move on to 9 points, and closing in on the teams Berwick and Leicester above, but still with plenty of meetings to ride at Sandy Lane and some away fixtures too. Oxford Cheetahs, though, back in action, as I said, this Wednesday evening, the 8th of June, and they take on the Newcastle Diamonds at Sandy Lane. So a big crowd expected again for that particular meeting. So certainly Speedway has come back, and certainly it's getting good following to support it at Sandy Lane, which is what is encouraging this season and for seasons to come. But certainly the fans are coming back to support it, and hopefully more people will gradually arrive, Colin, in the course of time to support it even further as the Cheetahs start to move up the league table along with the Chargers too. But certainly a good crowd for the Chargers on Wednesday at Sandy Lane as well.
Yeah, cheers, Richard Palmer there. So just to let you know that we are broadcasting live across the Radio Charwell network, the Hospital Radio Network, this afternoon. So if you just joined us from hospital bed, then thank you for joining us this afternoon. We are out at Oxford Downs Cricket Club watching a Southern Premier League game, Home Counties Premier League Division 2 game between Thame Town and Oxford Downs. It's the lunch break at the moment, and just keep Richard Palmer on the line for a little bit longer. Just giving you a quick check. If you're just on the YouTube channel Oxford Downs, then you may well be wondering what's going on. But it is the lunch break here, and we are doing a double broadcast to both the Oxford Downs YouTube channel and the Hospital Radio Network Radio Charwell, which I think, Richard, is a first for us. I don't believe we've done cricket commentary live before on Sports, have we, before now, Richard?
No, I'm not familiar with it, Colin, and obviously there's lots of cricket going on at the moment, but certainly a key match that your listeners will be interested in, and obviously the Test match at Lords, and it has gone into the final innings for England. And at the moment, I can tell you that England are currently 74 for 4 of 23.5 overs, chasing a target of 277. They've recently lost Bairstow, so it's Ben Stokes in the new captain, alongside the old captain of Joe Root, who's on 15, not out at the moment. But yeah, it looks like it could come to a conclusion, that Test match today, after 3 days. Certainly New Zealand came back in their second innings, only setting a target of 277. I don't actually have the full details in front of me, but if you do bear with me, I can give you that. But I just thought your listeners would be interested to know it's 74 for 4 now, England, in their chase to win this first Test. And let me just tell you who the score. The New Zealand in their first innings, 132 all out. England were out for 141. Then New Zealand for their second innings were all out for 285. And England, as I said, off 23.5 overs, currently 74 for 4. So needing 203 runs to win.
Yeah, seems like a
Test match which could be concluded today, Colin.
Yeah, I think if you bought tickets for tomorrow and Monday, I think you could be a bit out of luck. They're quite expensive too. But what we have heard today is the lady who's scoring today for Oxford Downs here is actually going to be scoring at Lords tomorrow. So there's an accolade, and hopefully, if I get a word with her, that'll be quite a nice interview for us to have on Radio Charwell, won't it, Richard?
Well, she may be there tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I think the way this Test match is going,
yep.
I'd be very surprised, bearing in mind what weather forecast there is tomorrow, if they don't conclude it by the close of play tonight. Obviously, there's still a lot of overs to go. Stokes and Root are in. Stokes obviously is looking to get his first Test match win under his belt as captain of England, plus the new England coach will want to do that too. There's a reasonable crowd at Lords this afternoon, because there was talk in the early stages of the Lords Test about people not buying tickets because of the price. But it does look a good crowd there this afternoon. Bearing in mind there's a lot of sporting activity going on today, with the Epsom Derby as well at Epsom. But equally so, there is an interesting Test match going on, and I think it's nicely poised for that.
I think you are. I think if anybody can do it, a good partnership between Stokes and Root may well do that. So you forgot to mention the other sporting highlight: Home Counties Premier Division 2 League game between Thame Town and Oxford Downs. Richard, surely that worth a mention.
I was relying on you to mention that. So
yeah, go.
You're the cricket aficionado for Radio Charwell.
I am really
myself. I'm just touching on what I'm seeing on a screen in my lounge at the moment.
Okay, but I am well supported here by Matt Bowden, Matt Watts, and Paul Fowler too from Oxford Downs. They are knowledgeable. They play prey cricket, and they are also around the club as usual. So just pick up on the price. I've heard from people here that they were charging something like about £130 for the first days of Lords, I think, which is an awful lot. So if you want to go and see all 4 days, that's going to cost you a pretty packet, I think, Richard, to do that. So no wonder people are being a little bit put off. Go back to Speedway, Richard. We've had rain interrupted play here today in the cricket. What conditions, weather conditions, will stop a Speedway match from going ahead?
Well, rain definitely has a big impact on the circuit, and obviously if it's torrential and it's consistent, it's persistent throughout the day, then to a certain extent the track will become waterlogged, and certainly that will be a concern. You're looking at drainage to be right in the circuit to hopefully take some of the water away, but if it's too torrential, especially if it's late on before tapes up, then that can actually put off people attending the meeting, but it can also curtail the meeting as well, because the track racing circuit wouldn't be suitable, and they wouldn't be able to do work on it to repair it at that point. But the meeting we had against Birmingham a couple of weeks ago, where we did basically, it was being watered in the afternoon when I was over there, and then I said, well, I think there's rain coming about 6 or 7 o'clock, and that actually arrived at 7. It held up really well, the circuit, to take more rain that came later in the meeting. But unfortunately, with rain, it does mean that visibility becomes poor for the riders on a bike with no brakes, and you have to be concerned about that. So there's those sort of things they have to take into consideration as well. But certainly Oxford got through the meeting. It concluded on that night. It didn't get curtailed and it didn't get postponed. But that's a testament to the drainage system that's been put in at Oxford's Sandy Lane circuit following the regeneration of the Speedway's track at the circuit, done by the chap curator Jamie Courtney. So that's good. So yeah, circuits have to take the rain. That's the key thing. You'd probably if you had ice and snow, that would be a deterrent as well. Possibly those cold conditions wouldn't be ideal for people standing outside, but that wouldn't necessarily deter the meeting going on. It'd be down to how the circuit is and the racing surface, because that's what predominantly needs to be right. Again, on the other hand, you may have a really dry day, and getting water into the track can be a problem too. It wouldn't necessarily curtail the meeting, but what you can have is a dust effect, which doesn't work well for supporters on terracing, and is keeping the water in the track and keeping it moist. So sometimes a heavy round downpour of rain throughout the morning, consistent, is the best watering process for a track, as long as it dries up with a period of time across the afternoon for them to do the final preparations to the top dressing of the circuit. But if it comes too late in the day and they've already really watered it, then that could curtail a meeting in itself. So yeah, the elements of the weather are there to cause problems in many sports in different ways. And I think if you relate back to a game against Ipswich at the Kassam Stadium, when you and I were commentating in the League One fixture on a Tuesday night, it looked like it was never going to happen. But again, it's testament to the pitch and the way the drainage took. Oxford were able to continue that match in League One on against Ipswich on that night, when it looked very much at half time it was going to be called off because of the pool of water laying on the pitch. But the
one of those games where
worked.
It was on and off, wasn't it? They called him off, but I think more than once before they decided they finally went through with the game. So, but picking up on the
but again, it comes back to what you've got below the surface to make sure you drain properly. If you've got a lot of blockage with drains not managed properly, then that will cause you a major problem in whatever sport you're in. But a lot more surfaces now are looked after well by various curators or groundsmen to make them better and more weatherproof from meetings being curtailed. As somebody is sat on a cover at the moment at Lords, taking in the sunshine with the hat on.
Well, just to
say, one of the ground staff.
Yeah, well, let you know, we are broadcasting to the Oxford Downs YouTube channel, plus also the Radio Cherwell Hospital Radio Network this afternoon. If you're joining us on either of those two channels, then you're more than welcome. We're at lunch here. It's Thame Town have put a score of 154 on the board on a slightly reduced number of overs, 46 of the normal 50, so the rain delayed earlier on. And you can probably hear in the background the wind, Richard. Now, we've been talking to people about the fact that normally you and I are sat in the top of the South Stand up at the Sound Stadium commentating on Oxford United, and whatever we do in way of clothes, it never seems to be enough up there, does it? And I've come today with my sort of good trousers on and body warmers and some good coats and things, because it's not the warmest today. Bit of a breeze here, and I am just being joined by my other co-commentator Matt Bowden. Matt, say hello to Richard Palmer. He's on the phone to us today.
Hi, Richard.
Hi, Matt.
Well, Matt is a braver man than me because
he's dressed for the occasion.
Well, he's not. Well, you can just tell. He's come out. Okay, he's used to cricket. Okay, Richard. Matt's now going to tell you what he's wearing. Go on, Matt.
So yeah, I'm wearing a pair of shorts. Once the clocks change, I always put shorts on. Long trousers go away for the summer, and yeah, I strut around the cricket pitch with a pair of shorts on.
Yeah, well, it's a nice day, isn't it, now?
A gilet on though on the top half because it is a little bit chilly under this gazebo just here.
Oh, he's not got headphones on, Richard, which is not working very well. I'm sorry about that. So I'm.
He's not put his headphones on.
Well, I've got so many bits of wire here, Richard, which you can probably imagine with the remote mini and everything else. Okay, I've got 2 sets of headphones, one to listen to the studio, one there. But I didn't give Matt a set of headphones. I do apologise, but he did very well. Okay, it was there. Richard, thank you so much for coming on and chatting to us there, and also keeping us abreast of the Test match there. So it's the first time we've been doing
an update. I'll give you an update score.
Go on then.
It's 76 for 4, and Ben Stokes has just scored his first one, and he's been in for 16 balls so far. But it's 76 for 4, 26.1 overs, and England chasing a target of 202 to win the Test match today, possibly. Root currently not out 16-2. So England have got 2 very good players in at the wicket. If they can keep them in, then they've got a good chance of possibly winning this game today, because these players can hit the ball and score plenty of runs. However, they've got to get themselves in and cause problems for the New Zealand bowlers.
Richard Palmer, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon on our Radio Channel Sports Special. We'll let you get off to a cup of tea. Knowing your household, probably there'll be some cake involved.
I think we've got scones this afternoon.
Oh, my goodness me, how posh. Right, they're just about
Colin,
coming
I'd
out.
just like to say
Yes.
I'm also in shorts as well.
Oh, my goodness me. Well, I'm definitely not in shorts, okay, so, but there we are. Richard Palmer, thanks a lot for phoning in, and have a safe afternoon. Cheers, mate. Thanks then. Bye.
Enjoy your afternoon. Cheers,
Colin.
Colin.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
So welcome back. So we are now being joined by another young gentleman, who's looking very, very smart, sir. Who are we talking to?
Thank you very much. I'm Simon Smith, normally known as the Bear.
Oh, the Bear! We've been hearing about the Bear
very
all
nice to meet
afternoon. So where? What? Hang on a minute.
I've been at my old school in Oxford, St Edward School, putting to rest a legend of Times cricket, John Woodcock, who's an old boy of our school who died last year. So there's been a Memorial Day services and speeches and large lunch. And a cricket match going on. So
I think you got it right. I think we were advising people earlier on to have a lunch somewhere, wrap up warm. You're very overdressed for. You're probably not overdressed for a cricket match.
I've been listening to you in the car for the last 10 minutes, and I think you've been doing a fantastic job. But I did feel that with Mr. Matt Watts here, that the decorum needed to be increased with a little bit of dress sense being brought in.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So I'll do my bit.
We've had a good afternoon. Just to let you know that we are broadcasting live to the Radio Channel Network, Hospital Radio as well. It's a first for us, okay? It's all working pretty well. My college just phoned in as well. Another first for us, okay? We've had an update on the Speedway, which returned to Oxford very successfully as well. Big crowds up there.
Love the Speedway.
It's brilliant.
At the old track, yes.
The Dogs will be back soon, but we are back with cricket, sir. So would you like to take us through the first over and describe what's going on? Because I've been talking far too much. In the tea, padding it out,
So
okay?
we've got our regular openers, Will Watts, who's facing Freddie Smith, who also happens to be my son. I have to, just so that you know, just in case I get overexcited.
Okay, well, you're allowed to be overexcited.
And Will Watts at this end is Matt Watts' son, so it's
keep it
rather
in
nice
the family.
That he and I who used to play against each other many years ago, are now watching our sons open the batting together.
It's nice,
it's
isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a good sort of symmetry to that. It's lovely. So we're just, you can see the pictures there, but.
Looks to be my first view of the pitch. Obviously, it looks a little bit green, but there has been a little bit of rain recently. I imagine that we got 4 wickets quite quickly when we bowled.
Yes, we did. I think they actually 5 wickets. They were 45 for 5 at one stage.
So they'll actually be reasonably not happy, but happier with posting a total of 150.
I think the other Matt Matt Watts suggested that if they got to 150 after that start, that was a pretty good score. The Seamers did well this morning, though, in the conditions. It did absolutely, it's pretty heavy rain, though. I think they've done well to get it all back
these
on.
are perfect drying conditions. A nice breeze, a little bit of sunshine.
First ball. Nothing.
So Will Watts just drives that straight to the fielder, no run.
Bowling from the chapel end. We've decided that is the chapel end. I'm calling this the net end where we're sat at the moment. So with our backs to the Rose Revive.
Sounds more glamorous than the car park end.
It does, I think so. Or the house end. That's moving away, not wide.
I think he was lucky to get away with that.
Yeah.
Several of the balls in the Downs innings called wide on a similar width, in my opinion.
I think you're
but
right.
I am a little bit biased.
We aren't quite behind the bowler's arm either, so it's sometimes difficult to tell. Perhaps he's given the bowler one ball benefit of the doubt.
So this is Danuska Milan opening the bowling for Thame, and that's his third ball now coming in.
So, for what I understand, Thame have had a little bit of a change in personnel from the end of last season to this season. One or two players have gone to play at Aston Road. Is that right?
Yes, I think Matt was saying that. Thame relegated from the top division last season. And a few of their players went to Rowent, who are obviously a first division team.
I've got some bad news from the test as well. The Stokes has just been bowled out for one.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yes, I had just spent 2 days at Lords.
Oh well,
lucky man.
So on my build up to this far more important game here at Oxford Downs, and it's most extraordinary. It doesn't look anything in particular in the pitch there that you would assume so many wickets would fall in the space of such a short time, but it certainly has happened.
I didn't read the rest of the text. Apparently, he started to walk off, and it was a no ball. So he's still in. That's going to come.
That's probably
4
leg buys, is it?
Yeah.
So that's 4 leg buys down to fine leg. Elegantly kicked. We've just been passed by the ever golden Mrs. Berryman.
It's gone across to your front garden, Matt.
Yep.
Matt's house is actually behind. He's got a wonderful house here, just to the. It could have been built behind the bowler's arm to make it absolutely perfect, I suppose. But then you'd be in the nets, wouldn't you? It probably wouldn't have been too good an idea.
I think Matt would regard his house as being in the perfect spot.
I think you're probably right.
It's also incredibly useful for getting the Wi-Fi connected for this setup.
It is, but we have said before we've blown the power in his entire house before now with the Mars Cricketers game against the Lords Taverners. So it's mid hairdryer, I think, as well.
That's interesting. The scoreboard says just 1 leg buy there. I don't understand why that wasn't 4 leg buys.
Ooh, that was nearly a nick.
If you put that down in the bracket as an extremely good leave by Will. But I have a feeling that it bounced, and it certainly seamed and must have hit the seam. So very useful delivery. Will certainly make him think about leaving the next one.
So it's interesting here. I might just run across and just check. I think they are correcting it now. There it is, 4 leg buys.
There was never any doubt.
Yeah, they just might not have seen it. I don't know.
The scoreboard still hasn't changed.
It has on the live stream now.
No, we know. We've got the little bit of a delay between the scoreboard. Yeah, that's it. So 154 was the run total there.
So the key to this run chase is to not lose wickets and take us through to 30 overs with as few wickets down as possible, preferably no more than 3. And with our team, we would fancy finishing it from there. But it's all about the start.
And just to let you know that the Radio Channel listeners, they do leave us for the news on the hour. And then our commentary gets faded out for Channel listeners. We're still on the YouTube, and then we come back in after
so the YouTube people get to see the pictures, but your guys have to listen to our description.
They do indeed,
better.
yeah. So we apologise if anybody's watching on the YouTube channel for stating the obvious, but we're trying to give a little bit of colour to the people who are just listening. The wind's getting up again.
Yep. It's gusty.
It is. You can hear. We did put the effects mic up so you could hear a bit of the rain, but you can probably hear the wind, even though we've got mufflers on the mics.
So you've got what can only be described as gentle in-swing to the left-hander. First delivery.
It's Fazil Ali bowling from the net end.
And you're listening to a Home Counties Premier League Division 2 game between Thame Town and Oxford Downs. Oxford Downs are in the field first. And oh, that's going to run. But, oh, dear me. That was...
These two are very, very quick between the wickets, but I think that was quite marginal. But the good news is they're both young and they can turn and get back pretty quickly as well. And they have opened the batting a lot together, so they're pretty much on the same wavelength.
That's good. Yeah, you need that. You need that understanding. You don't want to be run out in this early stage, do you? Especially not with respective dads watching. That would be a bit of a disaster.
We're not very critical dads, I can assure you.
Well, that's good news. That's good to hear. You don't want to... I like the Man United Training Academy rules where it's only the kids that speak, not the parents, nobody else. So,
and that's happened for the last 19 years for me.
The ball now past the umpire. That's just a gentle nudge out, but no run.
It's definitely the sort of pitch you need to be in for a while to get the pace of the pitch.
So we've got one who sticks at the wicket, one who likes to get runs. Which one's which then?
Oh, you would say that Will is the one that you would probably base the innings around, who likes to bed in and play a long innings, whereas Freddie does like to dominate the bowlers if he can.
And Will's facing now, yes?
Will is facing now. Will's right-handed, Freddie's left-handed. That makes it extremely easy.
It's good stuff.
With helmets and very similar kit and very similar physiques, sometimes it can be difficult.
So bowling to the chapel end now. Past the umpire. That's a nice... I'd say it was a cover drive, is that ish?
That's a wide-off drive.
I'm getting better at
just
this.
Just slightly wide-ish, mid-off. Didn't totally follow through with the shot. He's just basically getting a feel for the pitch.
I said to Matt Watts earlier, I got my idiot's guide here, courtesy of Lords, but it's only one way, and I can never reverse it, so I get my field positions all the wrong way around sometimes. He's found the gap there. That's going to go through for four.
Through very nicely. That is wide extra cover, and he actually squeezed that into the ground, which makes that a very good shot.
He looks as though he had all the time in the world as well. This is not the fastest bowler in the world, is he? This guy, this lad that's bowling now.
Wily, I would say.
Yeah. Nicely timed though, Matt.
Yes.
There's only one Matt now, so it's okay.
Yes,
we know who's talking to what.
To me, and I don't need to look over. Sorry, which Matt?
We tried all sorts of things there, but in the end, I went formal. So Mr. Watts, Mr. Bowden was earlier on, so it was very, very formal.
So we have club chairman walking past
with
his latest girlfriend. No, sorry, that's not his girlfriend. and he's going to tell us all about his son's fantastic 100 that he scored recently.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, brilliant stuff. Yeah, and apparently you were somewhere else, but hacked back just in time to see it. So he's going to. Yeah.
I was staying out of the way because apparently I bring Henry bad luck.
Oh, okay.
Was that Henry's first 100? Fantastic. Getting your first 100 is always a fantastic
brilliant.
feeling. When you got your first one, Matt, how did that feel?
I've never scored more than 18's my highest score
18?
in the league. Yeah, but I've only played about 5 games, so.
So now bowling towards the net ends.
Gurus of Oxford Downs cricket, Ian McEwen and Ted Heap just walking past.
Here we go.
Hopefully Ted no one's going to pick the ball up today. It's one of Ted's pet hates, his batsman picking the ball up.
So 9 on the board. To the third over after the lunch break. Defensively there, and just not showing any signs of throwing his bat around just at the moment. Both opening bats here for Oxford Downs, taking their time, as we've been hearing. The worst thing you could do now is to not bat with all your...
So we lost some overs in the first part, so is it a 46 over game?
46 over game.
46 over game, so we lost 4 overs.
It's interesting, the revised target on the electronic scoreboard is coming up 152, but I don't think that's correct. I think it is 154 required for the win. But yeah, it's if it gets that close when they get to 152, we'll make sure we get some clarification on that.
Graham Coates has asked what was lunch like. I don't know whether you've answered that question.
Yes, it was very good. The reason why Graham Coates asked that question is because 2 of the players two of the Oxford Downs players actually did lunch today. And yeah, I think it was met with very positive applause.
It was Eric and George, is that right?
That's right. Yeah, they did chicken pasta bake.
Eric, George does run bars and restaurants, so you would like to think that that's something he could be able to do quite effectively.
My youngest lad would be here. His favourite, his signature dish is chicken and pasta bakes. This must be a student, isn't it? Sort of mainstay. Morning again from the Chapel End, and that's a lovely little.
No, it's leading edge, I would say, and he was trying to push that through the wide mid-off area, and it's obviously seemed back on him a little bit, and he's got a bottom edge, but he's got 2 runs from it. But I would say it looks like the pitch is seaming. You would expect that on a green top, so it's not going to be an easy run chase. We've just got to, and obviously as the game goes on and the wind and the sun keep at it, you'd like to see some of that green tinge leaving.
Coming again from the Chapel End, just past the umpire now, and that's gone. That could be 6, just short of the boundary, I think. That's a nice 4.
Yeah, that's certainly Freddie's shot. He does like playing that shot.
Particularly when the field's up, because we're still in a power play at the moment for 15 overs, so they're only allowed, actually it's 14 overs because of the reduced overs.
Yeah, that's very important to remember the power play, and not to get bogged down.
You're only allowed 2 men outside the circle, and they tend to be behind the bat. I've noticed certainly here.
I think it depends who you open the bowling with. I think that we've seen recently that people play with a wide sweeper, sort of deep square, either on the offside or on the leg side, for trying to just give the bowler a bit of protection from that bad shot, a bad ball rather. Where if you bowl a long hop and it gets hit for 4, that can be a bit demoralising. Whereas if it gets hit and then there's someone sweeping out there for 1, it gives you a bit more cover.
So Fazal coming in from the net end now, and just past the umpire, decides to something was not quite right, so bans his run.
So we've only got 2 fielders on the leg side here, so he's obviously going to bowl to the offside, you would say?
Yep, he doesn't want to bowl too straight because there is a slight slope going down towards the leg side.
Past the umpire now. That's a bit of a let there.
And there's absolutely no way that he's going to hit that through the leg side. That's just about the perfect delivery for the field he's got. Pitched on, probably just on off stump, swinging away and bouncing with a packed offside. As a result of that, they're now going to bring up one of their long fields and put another slip in, which really Thame have to be looking to take early wickets to stand a chance of winning this game.
So in past the umpire, and nice little defensive stroke there, and no run taken.
Is there any restriction to the number of players you could put on one side of the field?
You can't put more than 2 people behind on the leg side. If you want to put everyone on the offside, you can.
Defensive.
You remember, you weren't there, Matt, and I wasn't there, thankfully, but there was a bodyline series in the 30s where, to counteract Don Bradman, Harold Larwood bowled short pitch, leg-sided delivery against Bradman and put 4 or 5 people round the backside, back on the leg side. That was called the bodyline series, and as a result of that, the laws of the game were changed so that you can't actually have more than 2 people behind on the leg side. So if you had a leg slip and a deep fine leg and deep square leg drifted behind square, then that would be a no ball.
Okay.
So you can't do that. That's pretty much the only fielding restriction that you've got, other than obviously the power play ones.
Fires at the bowl, Chapel End, and that's hit straight down past the bowler. That's fielded well. No run. Oxford Downs 11.
I'm quite sure the scoreboard is quite right still.
Yes, 15 for naught it is.
Yes, because they've missed Freddie's 4, haven't they?
It's correct on the stream, but
so
not
I'm
on
not quite sure why the scoreboard is a little bit slow. The scoreboard we have here at the ground is a little bit slow at registering things.
Let. Which
what's going to be interesting to see if this bowler bowls one that nips back, because the way he's got his field set up and the line he's bowling, you can pretty safely leave it if it's pitched on off stump or outside off stump. But if he bowls one that nips back, then that becomes a more dangerous leave, obviously.
2 batsmen.
He hasn't done it yet.
No, 2 batsmen in the middle are having a bit of a conversation. they play with each other for a long time, open the bat together, so that's going to be a good partnership.
They could be discussing almost anything. To be fair.
We've heard about the speed with which one of your players eats pizzas today as well, so a few other interesting.
And who was that?
Ollie Armstrong.
Oh, he's the new kid on the block.
Oh no, it was Gus Miller actually.
Oh, was
it
it
Gus Miller, yeah. He ate a pizza in the time that it took Matt Watts to pick the cutlery out the pot. The pizza had gone on the other side of the table.
All this stuff we hear about professional sportsmen having nutritionists is complete tosh then.
It doesn't work, So bowling from the Chapel End again, coming in past the umpire. And punched away, no run. Well, they're definitely taking their time, aren't they? Just waiting for that wayward ball to use their favourite shot.
Yeah, I think certainly for the first power play, if they can get to somewhere in the 30s for the loss of no wickets, that would be a very successful start.
So, what did the first Thame Town wicket fall for? It was quite early on, wasn't it? I think
they had
for
none
naught.
on the ball. It was 0 for 1. It was.
Okay, well that's pretty good. They weren't much better up to 15, were they? Either?
No,
So
I think they lost their first 4 wickets for about 20 runs.
Good stuff. Just past the umpire now from the Chapel End. And, a nice stroke, but well fielded into the circle.
It doesn't look like the ball is coming on to the bat particularly freely, which means that you really do have to get acclimatised to the pace of the pitch and wait for the really bad ball. In the meantime, just get 1s and 2s and keep the scoreboard ticking along.
And again, then past the umpire. Again, nice defensively and good bowling, nice line and length then, and nothing to tempt the batsman into.
An expansive shot.
Yeah.
You certainly saw that from Thame. There's a few times he seemed to want to get a bit of a hurry on.
They did, yeah. It wasn't really. We thought they'd seen one too many T20 games, I think, but a long way to go. Just in the 5th over, past the umpire again. That's
good running.
So they put cover, dropped him back just outside the circle. It's an interesting position that on. He's not all the way back, and he's definitely not saving a single, as you can see, because they've just taken a single. So I would personally, if you're going to have someone out there, have them all the way back, because they will stop too. The outfield's fast. I don't really see the point in that position, to be honest. You're either going to save a single or you're going to save 4, and that way it's the worst of both worlds. He's not saving a single, and he's vulnerable to one game past him for 4.
So batsman having a conversation again out in the middle there. As you say, it could be about anything. Probably not cricket, you think?
Probably about who's going to get fined most this evening in the fine ceremony.
Dear me.
It's a big ritual for the.
So what's the Cardinal said then? What's the highest fine for then?
Dropping catches, wearing the incorrect kit after a game. They all have black T-shirts they're supposed to wear with Oxford logos on it, and jeans and proper shoes, and some of them get fined heavily for not wearing the right stuff.
All right. And again, defensive shot, no run.
Came in a little bit there, didn't it?
We're not quite behind the bowler's arm here, but you get a fair old view, don't you, really? So it's not...
Still, everything he's bowling is going in that direction. He hasn't done one that's nipped back the other way yet.
Oh, that's a bit of a swing, and that's going to go off. I think it's by. I do believe so. Just short of the boundary, I think. You just see the ball skip up if it's hit the ropes, don't you? I think, to give you an idea whether it's.
That's buys.
That's its buys then.
I think Freddie's eyes lit up there, and he gave it the full Monty and completely missed it, and as a result, put the keeper off. It bounced a little bit more than the previous ones have bounced,
but the outfield's quick, isn't it? The outfield is quick. Oh, he's got that one in the air. It's coming towards our commentary position. Not caught though, and just a single taken, I think.
Very disappointed with that shot. There's a leading edge. He was trying to hit that over mid-on, or over sort of wide mid-wicket, and that should be a wake-up call because he's very lucky to get away with that.
I thought when it was in the air, I thought that was out.
Yeah.
It just fell short of the fielder. Well, fell over the top of the fielder's head, actually.
Well, I was getting more concerned about getting hit by the cricket, but having been hit by a football twice, once midstream of a commentary. I was more worried about the
Rather
ball
be hit by a football than a cricket ball.
Yeah, I agree with you. Well, I don't know. I got pole at Oxford City's last home game, sort of playoff game. I got hit during the warm-up, stood behind the goal with someone who likes to stand behind the goal, and it put me flat on my back, actually. It was Ward Prowse up and over. And anyway, we digress. So no run. Scoreboard's correct now, is it, Matt?
It is, yeah. 19 for naught off 5.5, so just one ball to come of this over. 3 from it so far.
Parsi defensively there, and that's
just
the
a dot
over. Yeah.
So 19 without loss after 6 overs. Steady start.
Yeah, I think you'd settle for that. Certainly. I mean, we've had a couple of scares, but I'd take 19 for naught after 6, chasing this total.
And just a bit of Radio Chelwell housekeeping. Radio Chelwell listeners will now be leaving us for the news, and we'll be back with live commentary from Oxford Downs after the news at 4 o'clock.
So the test match is getting very interesting. We are 87 for 4, and Root and Stokes are in. According to this, I thought you said Stokes was out.
He's out off a no ball.
Ah, good. That's some good news. In the meantime, Freddie's flashed outside the off stump.
So I think that was the first. We just had a wide off the first delivery of that over. I was just checking the other scores from the home counties. Harefield set a pretty good target against Wargrave, who are currently leading the table. Wargrave, they've 4 wins and no losses so far, unbeaten.
So what can only be described as a horrible shot by Freddie over mid-wicket for 2. He's obviously decided that the way to chase down this target is to go for it.
And I think you got a couple of free wickets at it. You know, if you score a quick 30 runs, you know that's a good chunk out of that score. I don't know whether you quite agree there, Bear, but
your top 4 batsmen have to take responsibility in a situation like this to get the winning runs. I think what's happening is when the ball is just short of a length, it's just not coming onto the bat very quickly. And you just got to appreciate that, and instead of trying to go over the top all the time, just look for the gaps in the field and get 1s and 2s.
So, welcome back to Radio Chelwell listeners. After the news, we're sorry about the little bit of a clunky mixing from me. It's no fault to the guys that I'm with alongside here you're listening to. Oh, and that's out. Is that your lad gone?
That's Freddie out. Yeah, that's a very, very wide delivery to be playing at. It was a very ordinary shot, to be fair, and really should have left it. Not more you can say to that.
Was that a bottom edge, do you think?
No, outside
edge.
edge.
Outside edge.
Outside edge, yeah. Not a good shot.
I didn't hear any noise, but he didn't put up any...
Freddie has changed his tactics this year. He walks when he knows he's out, which is, as an aficionado of the old standards of the game, I'm very pleased to see.
So you're listening to Home Counties Premier Division 2 game from Oxford Downs. It's Thame Town versus Oxford Downs, and we are 22 runs, 6th over in, and Oxford Downs are chasing a target of 152. Is that correct, Matt?
Yes, I will go and check that. Although Thame scored 154, there's some adjustment with the number of overs, means we're only chasing a target of 152. But I will go and check that with the scorers, because it's I'm looking at the data on Play Cricket, and it's giving 2 different targets here. So.
Okay.
So for your listeners, the new batsman is George Sambach, who's also a left-hander, but a little bit taller than Freddie and Will. So, and George also likes to get on with things if he can.
Well, let's see as he's facing the Chapel End and bowlers in now. And he's got that one up in the air. Is it going to be a catch? He's out first ball. Dear me.
And trying to play that over mid-on has again got another leading edge, and it's just indicative of the fact that the ball just isn't coming on.
We did say earlier on that cricket is a game which can change very quickly.
We had a good debut.
And
good. Excellent.
That's what we've got now. So not quite a crisis there, but look back, Matt, please, Matt Bowden.
We do have a hat-trick ball to commentate on, which is always very exciting.
Okay. If you're a Thame supporter, that's right, yeah. So 22 for
no, stopping. 2,
is that right?
You've got to recognise that, haven't you?
22 for 2, Matt Bowden. And go back to Thame Town. What was their sort of score at 22? How many wickets have they lost at 22?
A comparison. We should have a comparison somewhere here. They were 14 for 3.
Well, that's not too.
That's a direct comparison, though.
Yeah. Don't want. Who's coming into bat now?
So this is Tom Cosford. And once again, as with the other two that have just been out, he quite likes to get on with it as well. So it's definitely a pitch where you have to invest time in getting used to the pace of it and accept that you're not going to smash it straight over the top all the time and just
so that was the
accumulate runs.
Wrong shot to choose him early on.
Both wickets so far were incorrect shots, as my personal view.
Chap at the crease now is a spin bowler, I think, by choice. Is that right?
Who, Tom Cosford?
Yeah.
No, he's batsman. A batsman who bowls, I would say, is the best way to describe Tom. He's a good off-spinner, but he can be a very destructive batsman. Coming
in from the Chapel Inn now, past the umpire. And a nice little punch ball there to get him off the mark, I think. Won't be.
What you'll see now is a change in the demographic of running between the wickets.
He's
where Will and Tom have an agreement that Will doesn't try and run Tom into the ground.
Okay.
Doesn't try and lap him.
It
has been known to happen.
You can see on the YouTube channel. This is I was going to say little and large. It's a bit unkind to say that, but it's a contrast in size.
Well, I was told we weren't allowed to say things like that when we were commentating with important people from other radio stations.
Probably light, I think.
Obviously, I've got a bit more slack than I thought.
Well, no, I'll take that back and apologise profusely there if that's deemed to be politically incorrect. But there's, shall I say, there's a slight difference in size and shape that we've got out here. But speaking as someone who's got a face for radio and a body for radio as well, but there you go. Anyway, coming in from the net end. And that's, oh, dear me, that's an edge again, wasn't it?
Yes, that certainly was an edge.
But it's gone.
And that's gone for 4, so we'll take that. But it's amazing the number of shots where we're trying to hit it through the leg side that have gone in the air on the offside. And that people have just got to understand why that's happening. It's because the ball is stopping in the pitch.
This is
not quite getting there.
The psychology of the game, though, that you've lost a couple of wickets like that, and it must unsettle you in your head, I think. Cause,
you mustn't. I mean, I say you invest time in getting used to the pitch, but you mustn't go completely into your shell so that before we know it, we're 30 overs and we've only got 60. You know, it is important to keep the scoreboard ticking along if you can. So that's bounced as well.
So a nice he got a nice line and length, this lad, hasn't he? So he's
and to be fair to him, he hasn't bowled any that have drifted down the hill with only 2 fielders on the leg side.
Very Ian Austin-esque.
Yes.
Mark Elam.
28 for 2. Ball.
Tim Bresnan.
That's ball is straight back to the bowler.
There was a while Tim Bresnan was the greatest cricketer in the international world statistically.
So we're joined now by Matt Watts, back again.
So Matt's has rejoined us as his son is batting far more successfully than my son did.
Yeah. So that's it. We're back now. We got the right Matt Watts. Good afternoon again, Matt. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Lunch was good, was it?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Yeah, prepared by Eric and George. So I went into it with not a great deal of confidence, but so far so good.
Chicken and pasta bake, we're told.
Yes. Yeah, wasn't much left by the time. Probably a good thing.
Yeah,
so
good.
You also must have had a couple of glasses of red wine because my tie got attacked when I came in.
No wine for me, Bet.
So again, if you're listening to Radio Charwell, we are live at Oxford Downs Cricket Club. Home Counties Premier League 2 division game between Thame Town and Oxford Downs.
Just wonder what you think about whether the pressure of making lunch got to George and that affected the way he batted.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah,
that's a big responsibility, isn't it? I mean, never mind Ollie having his first, debut bowling the first team, cooking lunch. I think for this lot of highly critical, Mickey-taking sports people.
Do you mean elite athletes?
Well, I was struggling for words here, but no, I mean seriously, some of these guys are, as you've said before, Oxford's got a good pathway through to pro cricket and at all different age groups. And yes,
I would say that if they took their batting as seriously as making lunch, they'd probably be all right. But there we go. George is a wonderful cricketer and can. It's always good to watch bat, and certainly can take a game away from anybody. He's got more talent you can wave a stick at, but he shot selection, stuck in the wicket, whatever. Nobody would be more upset than George. So I think we'll put it to bed there, Bear.
Well, I think we'll just let him and Freddie have a chat about their terrible shots in the changing room and come out and discuss it later when they go to fines.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be some pretty hefty fines. Last week I got fined more than any other player, which I thought was an utter disgrace. But as my son is head of the fines, and that's probably why.
I seem to end up having to pay my fines and Freddie's fines, which is obviously a double whammy for me.
Does this money go to the Darrell Woods retirement fund?
No.
Is he not retired? I thought he retired 15 years ago.
We're still trying to raise enough money to get him a Zimmer frame to bat in. I heard Woods has just got out, actually. His Zimmer frame collapsed as he's trying to take a quick single.
That's a beautiful controlled shot.
Yeah, so we're going to get just short the boundary, I think, and coming back in again.
Yep,
so
nicely controlled shot from Tom.
28, 30 for 2 now. Oxford Downs chasing a target of 152. Although we're told that Thame Town got 154 because the reduced overs. The target to win now is 152. I mean, someone works this stuff out. It's not me. I'm glad to say.
It should be called the Duckworth-Lewis madness set of method,
like that,
shouldn't it?
I know there's a lot of complex stuff goes in behind there. Nice.
Duckworth-Lewis is actually 35 at the moment, which is interesting.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think that at 30 for 2 off 8 that Duckworth-Lewis would be ahead of us, but it is.
So sun is shining here at Oxford
The sun
Downs.
is shining here, but in this wind tunnel, it's fairly chilly.
I've got my football lightweight gear on. This is sort of.
Does that mean you're a lightweight footballer, or it's just?
No, I'm just a.
Can you not be so rude to our guest commentator?
Oh dear me!
That's too high.
We thought that was a little bit of a nick there, but anyway. No, I'm normally at the Kassam Stadium commentating Oxford United, but it's a South Stand upper, so you tend to put lots of layers on because you're there for quite a long time, sat down, you see. So
would that be regarded as a decent season for Oxford this season, or slightly
yeah,
disappointing
pretty
in the
good.
end?
I think they lost a few games, really, too many. I also commentate on Oxford City as well. Oxford City probably had a better season, I think, just missing out on playoffs. But coming in again from the Chapel End, it's just a nice defensive stroke there, no run.
Nice, easy, comfortable start by Tom. Dare I say it? Commentators curse, etc.
Yeah.
But he's not. He looks like he's a man on a mission.
Yeah, he does indeed. No, just generally saying the quality of sport in Oxfordshire now is pretty good. Whether you're watching football or cricket, rugby or speedway, now the dogs are coming back as well. Your sport for choice these days, I think, which is pretty good.
So, what, does that mean that someone's actually bought the dog track? And
no, it's leased.
Lovely shot.
Oh yes, that's it.
And his weight, his head. Everything was perfect about that shot. That was a high-class shot.
So the dogs back on, aren't they? Speedway's back on.
The Speedway's back on. They've got record crowds there. The sellout. There's only 2,000 capacity. So during the lunch break, I got my colleague on to do an update about. He's the commentator actually at the Speedway now at Sandy Lane as well. So he does the live Speedway commentary, and they've got development side plus the main cheaters side as well.
So where has Speedway been for the last few years? Because it used to be quite high profile, and then, I mean, unless I've just been watching the wrong programmes, I haven't seen anything about Speedway for quite a long time.
It's been on some of the Euro channels, I think, still. I think Poole was one of the nearest.
Yeah, big in Poole. I look after a pub in Poole, and it's the closest pub to the Speedway track. So it's quite a big sport, actually, down there.
It's a big sport, and it's come back. 2,000 crowds, capacity going to go up. The dogs come back in July. So there we are.
So we played a league match at Horsepath the other day, and they have, of course, cycle speedway that happens in the corner of the cricket ground, and that's quite an entertainment.
Brilliant though, those kids, Bear, were just having a great time, weren't they? Yeah. Some looked like they'd just gone down the shop for an ice pop, and weren't they interested?
But like hell, and then they freewheel around the corners, and some of them fall over and try not to cry. It's fast
stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, no,
it's noisy.
mad.
It's very noisy.
They were having a good time.
That's his straight on delivery, by the way. That's the one that didn't swing naturally towards and he actually got the line of that right because he pitched it on middle and off. Any straighter than that and he's vulnerable because he's only got two people, both quite a long way in front of square. So if he just drifts down the leg side at all, Will can just tickle that round the corner. It's 4 runs.
Everyone loves a tickle.
Anyway,
In a while.
Just passing the umpire now to Will. Just a little defensively, just
Soft hands.
Was indeed, yes. He's been coached well. So where's Darryl playing today then, Mr.
They're away
Woods?
at Samford. I think Darryl's got 60 odd. I think he's
That's
got a
not
few.
bad.
So no, he's doing all right, the old boy.
I think a couple of years ago, Freddie and Darryl opened the Woods, opened the batting in Samford.
Did they?
There we go, in the game, past the umpire.
Shot well.
Swish. That's a nice shot. That's going to go for 4.
Is that 4 Penneth?
4 runs,
Yeah.
Just fairly whipped off. Yeah, good shot.
4.
And see, that's where he's vulnerable. Anything straight, and that was obviously short as well. It was just meat and drink to Will. That's now made our position look almost caught up with Duckworth Lewis.
Lovely place to play, Samford. Perched on the top of the hill, very nice views. Remember playing there on a Sunday fixture, and Cornbury Festival was still on. So we had the joys of Ollie Mears singing to us from a.
Oh, Samford's out that way, is it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, no, it's great. It's a lovely club. Jim Howe is that. That's a proper cricket shot.
Yeah.
It's half stop. Is it going to go bare?
Yes, I think that will.
Otherwise, no, I think the old boy's got a long run, and he hasn't got the longest of strides either.
Oh, just short of the rope, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah.
3 though.
And now he has to change the field. If he's starting to lose his line, he can't afford to play with 2 people on the leg side like that, and he knows it.
Still got left and right batsmen, have we? Is that right?
No, 2 right-handers.
2 right-handers there.
Litton large, remember?
Yeah, well, I can't. We thought that was a bit inappropriate, didn't we?
No, but you said that you're a guest, so it's fine.
Right.
You can say
well,
what you
I'm
like,
not
Colin.
a guest on Radio Charwell, so I'll probably get told off there. And
really, can we get told off by Radio Charwell?
David and Goliath, then. Should we go with David and Goliath?
It's probably biblical. That's probably okay, isn't it? We're allowed that.
I think so.
Yeah, 41 for 2. So
And I definitely back David in the fight as well.
Yeah.
Actually,
good. And no run.
There we go.
He's a bit disgruntled because he knows he's let himself down there with his line. I have to say that I'm not quite sure why you'd risk bowling with 2 on the leg side.
I think he deserves everything you get when he's got his cricket shirt hanging out bare. Standards that should be upheld.
Well, I'm just disappointed that shirts still don't have buttons and
But you're very strict here at Downs, you know. You find people for inappropriate dress.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
post-match.
Absolutely,
You
yeah.
know? I mean, what's going to happen to Matt Bowden with his shorts and
No,
gilet?
Matt's all right. He can get away with anything
Is
because
he?
he does so much for the club.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And Claire runs the club, so if anyone steps out of line, we're all in trouble. So
You got a sartorial pass this afternoon, Matt. You're on the clear, mate.
Yeah.
There you go.
A quick update from the scorers. I'll just grab a mic there.
Yep.
Quick update from the scorers. Although Thame did get 154, the target is 152 because they were 12 for 3, and at the point they came off, the overs were still 50 overs, and so they readjust it statistically based on the number of wickets you lost. So that means the target is actually 3 runs less.
Well,
how about that?
Well, I tell you
How
what,
about that, Colin?
What they say to me
say
is,
that again?
Yeah,
I don't know whether that makes sense. But
when I'm commentating with Kieran Bushnell and Darren Woods, they explain something like that, and I've got a glazed look on my face, which they say, sums it all up. But there you go.
When Woodsy starts to explain stuff like that, everyone gets a glazed look on their face.
And that's for Kieran Bushnell. He could never deliver that in such a professional manner, Mr. Bowden. That was excellent.
Anyway, we are
well
chasing a target 152, and they are 42 to the good so far.
And we're
So
now ahead of Duckworth Lewis.
I can't see because backward points in the way.
Well, Duckworth Lewis says 38.
Oh, I can see now, yeah.
And we are 42. So if the heavens open, which they don't look like they are.
no, it looks like we can see far more blue sky now, and I think can you see it on the camera? You probably can't because it's just got the tree line there, but slightly above the sight screens at the chapel end, we've got far more blue sky than clouds, wispy clouds, I think so. And it's
quite a small crowd here.
Yeah, I think it's probably weather bear's been a bit indifferent. I would say that the blue sky is a very similar colour to the Thame kit.
It is a bit,
There you
yeah.
go.
It's more.
It's all about painting a picture,
Obviously
Colin.
I've been
It is
stuck at
indeed.
Lords for 2 days. Have I missed much with the Jubilee and all that stuff? Is it actually
Yeah, it
finished, or is
definitely happened.
Is it still going?
The Queen stood on the balcony,
Yeah.
loads of people down the mall,
Right.
red arrows,
And is
that
that now
type of stuff.
finished? Is it finished and everything? or is
There's
it-
a pageant tomorrow. There's a
Yeah,
big day tomorrow.
There's a big. There's 4 stages in front of Buck House tonight with the bands.
Oh,
and
there is,
things.
isn't there?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just to let you know, Bear, the Queen said she'd apologised she couldn't come today. She's a bit knackered from yesterday.
That's okay. I'm seeing her later in the week, so it's fine.
Okay, so there you go.
I'll pitch through the offside.
I think she's umpiring on Sunday. Is she not? Is she not? Was that next week? I can't remember.
Yes.
Hope she's brushed up on the laws.
Yeah, she knows them inside out.
She has a butler to wave the finger. That's what she does.
Joss.
Yeah, I mean, seriously. Very quick, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Oh, it's seriously. She did. If you did see it when she lit the beacon, inverted commas, later on the day at Windsor, she did look tired. So you can understand why she didn't make some.
Amazing woman, you know.
So,
absolutely amazing woman. There was a brilliant story.
That's a lovely shot.
It's gone
Just
before.
whip that through. That might not go.
No, he's had it like a.
I think
he's done well.
He's one of only 3 people in the world that was top that, apart from you and me, Matt.
You keep putting me in the same bracket as you, Bear. I think we should appear on the telly and.
So we've had a message from Shandal Hack. Give over to the new office. I'm not quite sure what that means. Perhaps you can send us another message and explain that. It's a bit too cryptic for me.
He may well have
had 2 hard
sent it
days
the wrong place.
At the head of cricket, it may come to the
there's
wrong
a
place.
thing on.
Let's hope we don't get anything more that comes to the wrong place.
46 for 2 now.
This thing on social media this morning that the Queen's aide, right-hand man, whatever you call him, they were away in America or Australia or somewhere, and they were stood there with the Queen. And there's these 2 people walking, really didn't have a clue what was going on, and then stopped because of all this hullabaloo, and said to one of the aides, do you, where are you from? And he said, oh, I'm from the UK. And he said, oh, do you know the Queen? And the Queen stood with him, and he said, yes, I know the Queen. And so then they wanted a picture with this aide. So he said, oh, do you know the Queen? He said, yes, I do. And there was some sort of decent one-liner. So
did she take a selfie?
So no, she took a picture of her aide with these 2 walkers, and they still didn't catch on that it was actually the Queen. It was absolutely fantastic.
The trouble is, in years to come, they're never going to be able to prove that the Queen actually took that selfie.
No.
Oh,
Will, it's gone big.
Yep, that's a great shot.
It's
Because
a very unlike Will shot.
No, but he when it's on leg stump and you've got 2 people on the leg side, it's a very safe shot. It's a great shot.
runs.
I think Will is bedding in nicely here.
50 up.
There's the curse of the commentator,
Oh,
Matt.
yeah.
Honestly, Bear. You had too much red wine at lunch again.
0 red wine. I'm still drying out after my 2 previous days.
Oh, you've been somewhere.
He's been at Lord's. He's
Had a very quiet time at Lord's. Watched a lot of cricket. Hardly saw anybody.
Good man. So 50's up.
Coming in from the.
Oh, that's a good nut.
net
Good
end.
reply.
Yes.
Good reply. There's Loslet walking around with his little harem over there. These young pros and their wags. Look, Colin.
You can't. You're just jealous, aren't you? Really? Let's face it. Come on, lads.
Because I said the word young. That's the
Is it
reason.
compulsory you have to take your shirt off when you're walking around?
I
the
think
boundary?
so. When you're with the wags, I hope they don't end up in court suing each other in
No.
10 years' time for
That's it, yeah.
slanderous comments at Oxford Downs.
You're talking about Depp. Mr. Depp, though, it's not a bad gig to go straight from the courtroom to be on stage with Jeff Beck, is it, Frank?
No.
So, I mean, sort of.
No, I was referring to the Vardy and Rooney
All right.
wags that.
This side of this table, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, we digress again. There's a
Sorry,
52
that's what I do.
Oxford Downs
The rest of the cricket game going on.
chasing 152. Reduced over game today. And, the weather is much better than it started out. If you're listening on Radio Channel, welcome this afternoon to us. Morning again from the net end. That's just put out and no run given in the end of the over.
Still looks quite tricky to bat on. Wills has gone to cut that then. Normally quite a good cutter of the cricket ball, but it's just not quite coming on. I think that's why they're probably tucking into the fuller pitch stuff.
I think so. You can understand that, especially if you've only got 2 on the leg side. Just to catch up, England are 99 for 4 at tea, chasing 277.
I think if Stokes had been out, don't you think Stokes had been out, that probably would have been a bit of a. You need Stokes and Root to do something, don't you? Really?
Yeah, they need to bat and bat. Really, they need 1 and over.
Yes.
That's all they need. They need 1 and over, which sounds pretty easy, but I just hope for Helen's sake that she managed to get another day at Lord's tomorrow.
That would be disastrous, wouldn't it? I must have a chat to Helen at some point, do an interview sort of before and after.
That would be good.
That would be good.
Dropping down in standard from being at Downs one day and watching England the next day.
Well, she's at the home of cricket 2 days on the trot, let's be honest. She's a wonderful, wonderful woman. I was talking to Ollie Armstrong's dad at lunch, and he was saying that Helen, by all accounts, drove to Stafford or somewhere to score, and the county's under 18s. They had 2 T20 games. He drove all the way up there,
Wow.
scores and comes back.
It.
She must love it.
Yeah.
We've got
Just
a bowling change here, I think.
Yeah.
2 slips, yeah, is that right?
2 slips, no gully. We've got a backward point. We've got a cover. We've got a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket.
More
Deep
the same.
square leg. Do you think they're going to try and maybe chuck a bumper
Well,
in?
I don't know. It's interesting because he's essentially, from that first delivery, he's bowling exactly what the chap at this end is bowling, just slightly quicker. And he's a little bit taller.
We've got a deep square leg, like he's going to bump him, but it's more like a field for a spinner, apart from the 2 slips. Oh,
Yeah.
it's probably 1 slip and a gully bear, isn't it? Or 1 and a 4th slip. It's a
Looks like a first and a 4th to me.
yeah.
Square cover, short extra.
That ball's moving, isn't it? That was going,
It's definitely swinging about. I spoke to Captain Cockles, and he said that first, when the ball was new, it was doing a bit, but then it just stopped. Just stopped moving once the shine's gone off. That's swung. That's a good cricket shot.
That's a good shot, yeah. Well, it did. You said that it took the shine off. We were talking about whether the pink ball is harder than the red ball, and it seems to last a lot. Just after that, the ball got clattered onto the roof of the pavilion. So he just said to me, "Well, that's probably made it a bit softer now." So she's lost a few tiles off the roof. So
The weird thing is, because now the rules have changed about how you can shine the ball after COVID, that I think there's less care and attention put in. There might be, certainly with the pink ball, with the red ball, and the old days you could shine it with your sweat or a bit of spit, saliva, whatever. But you can't do that now.
you can use sweat.
You
can't
can
or
use
not?
sweat,
but
yeah,
not
but
saliva.
it's just I just think that there's less chance of getting reverse swing with the pink ball bear than there is a red ball, because they've just got this.
I think
They're
they've-
weirdly
they've-
made, aren't
they've
they?
failed to replicate
Yes.
the red ball with the white ball and the pink ball. It's as simple as that.
Oh, so good nut.
But and also, it's not allowed to have bottle tops and dirt in your pocket either.
Or sandpaper.
No, definitely not sandpaper.
Well, so a chewy sweet too, so a sweet as well.
I think that's probably why they stopped the saliva thing, is
Yeah.
because of the sweets and a few jelly babies or jelly
There was
beans.
a rumour that a certain Australian in 1971 used a lot of Vaseline to make the ball swing a lot.
Yeah, and obviously all this
Not
face
mentioning any
paint
names.
as well. They used to wear all this white stuff on their face,
Yeah.
didn't they? That, I'm sure, ended up on the ball a little bit. But then, Mr. Atherton chuck a bit of dirt in his pocket, didn't he, once? Got into trouble. But
Well, that's just a bit of a bouncer there, left, and
we did
end the over.
hypothesise that he had the bouncer in his bag, and I think that was just
Yeah.
to let the batsman know that he's got it in there.
Yeah.
But it wasn't very dangerous. A tennis ball bounce and just a loop straight over the top of Wills's head. So
51 for 2.
I think we've got an Amazon driver that's
I think we
lost.
have, yeah. Got a delivery.
Interesting things happening with Duckworth Lewis in that in the last 3 or 4 overs, it's hardly gone on at all, and our score is now 10 runs ahead of it, and just only 3 overs ago, and
We were
haven't
behind,
exactly
weren't we?
been
We were
s-
5 behind.
We haven't been smashing the ball all around the park, and all of a sudden we're 10 runs ahead of Duckworth Lewis. I mean, Duckworth Lewis is hugely complicated and complex formula.
It is, yeah. I think we did lose Mr. Duckworth, didn't we, during COVID?
Did we?
One of the two, yeah. No, one
Okay.
of them's fortunately passed on. But
Isn't there another method, or somebody's added to the Duckworth Lewis method recently, or not?
I don't know. It's probably another.
not sure. I think
pages worth of,
Duckworth Lewis, the patented view.
Yeah.
As we predicted, he's putting himself some protection. He's got a deep square nose. Now we've got 3 on the leg side because he's obviously
Set a field
not
for a bad
controlling.
ball.
Well, he's not. He's obviously not confident in his control. And there you are. That's exactly why.
That's through mid-wicket, wide mid-wicket. It's a beautiful cricket shot, that.
And it's
4 runs.
And it's almost
Very
as though
good.
with that extra protection there. He has stayed on the leg side,
Matt,
but it's gone for 4.
Yeah, we just do apologise. We are live here, and we've got houses but next door, and it looks to me as though we have a
Exciting stuff. That's the first time I've seen Matt go into a canter for a while.
I know, the ball went
Probably
through on
wants
his
to get to the
drive.
parcel before Mrs. Bowden gets it.
A brown
Well, let's
paper
just hope it's her
parcel.
birthday present.
Yes. Here we go. Anyway, we've got Fazl, I think it is, bowling for Thame from the net end towards the chapel end, and 55 for 2, chasing 152. He's got over that one, but
Good
well
bit of
stopped.
fielding.
Tom is looking very focused.
Yeah, he's relaxed, isn't he? You can see he's sort of getting into the groove.
To be fair, Bear, he was the one that batted well last week, didn't he? Looked in good nick. Timing was excellent.
Yeah, he did.
He went back to one
good,
which
he's a very good cricketer.
Yeah, there's no question. I know he's disappointed the way he got out. He's
And that's
just
gone for
literally guided
There's
that
length on
beautifully.
It's beautifully. It's nearly hit a car on the way in.
That's very good.
That's very good. Luckily, the ball hit the boundary rope and flew over the car that was trying
Mind
to
you,
get
seen the
past
dents in
Amazon
the
van.
side of the car. He's obviously been to cricket before, I guess.
There's all sorts of Matt's presence being delivered.
That
by
was a
Amazon
quality
causing
shot,
all
though,
sorts
because
of-
he knew exactly.
He didn't try to hit too hard.
No, but he punched it
timed
between cover and extra cover, and it was just sublime, to be fair.
He did
And
get.
as we approach, this is the last over of the power play, and this is now a very successful power play.
He didn't move the bat much at all, did he? Guided it really, sort of lovely.
He
Yeah,
used
good.
body and momentum, and his head was over the ball.
It's interesting to see KP on. Oh, you wouldn't have seen it because you were poncing around at Lords, but they did a bit with KP talking about technique, and he was saying, having said about moving your feet to the pitch of the ball, and he said, I didn't take any notice of that. It's all when my head was. He said, if my head was over the top of the ball, front foot or back foot, then I could do what I wanted with my hands, but
And
that's out. There we are.
It's a matter of fact that if your head drives the movement, your body has to follow.
It's the same with boxing. It's the same with most.
That's 2 bits of fielding from
But
mid-off.
that's a catch.
I think that's been a little bit ordinary. I think he could have had a dive at the previous one, and I think he could have been walking in and dived forwards and caught
Well, the
that.
guy at mid-off last week at Wargrave would have snaffled that, boy.
Yes. Yeah. Who was that?
Eric.
Nothing gets past Eric. Especially not on a
No.
Saturday night.
No, stop it.
59 for 2, chaps. Keep it clean. Family show. Don't forget we are not just broadcasters, your usual
Get off my
YouTube
show, mate.
things, yeah, and we're live across.
His name is Simon Smith, by the way. I think you'll find most things were pretty calm and professional before lunch, weren't they?
Yes. No, we're doing okay this afternoon. It's sun's out.
No written complaints
Got
yet.
cricket. Oh, that's a swing and a miss.
Weird, that. I think Wills has gone to put that
Tried to
up
hit
towards the
that very
score
hard.
box, didn't he?
Yeah,
Full
actually,
toss.
that was a very similar ball to the one that Tom just hit. If he just leant into
Yes.
it and timed it, it would have gone through for
Yeah.
4 probably.
He's on the back foot, like you said, Bear, trying to smear it up to Wag corner.
This is the pitch for getting the pace of the pitch and timing the ball.
Oh, Will, stop it.
Ooh. Dear me.
This is Tom needs to just walk down, tap the pitch, and just say to Will, "Come on, we're 59 for 2."
Doesn't matter if Wills is 30 not out at the end, does it? It's just bat.
This bowler's getting a hurry on, just past the umpire now, and
That's a good nut. That is a much better nut.
Yes, it's like a decent bowler. So
Yeah.
far, this chap.
Yeah, on the old IT there. Could you tell us what the bowler's name is? Coming in from the Chapel End.
A Brown.
Brown.
A Brown with an E. Brown with an E.
Brownie.
I did see him warming up with one hand, right, as a batsman. Yeah,
He
was in
got
the
a few,
nets.
didn't he? With the
Yeah,
bat?
he's
He's their top. Was he their top scorer, Colin? He was there or thereabouts.
maybe yeah.
I don't know. I'm not very good with this.
Here it
honestly.
comes.
Ooh, yes, he looks good, doesn't he, this lad? So this is a
Yeah.
tough session here. They are 59 for 2.
Just in case he gets interviewed for the radio, he's put his top on. I know.
No, let's not interview him.
Very live commentary. So nice perambulation around the old. He's had the. That's up.
The thing
and that's
is, though,
punched
at this
through.
level, you get one bad ball, you get punished. But it's only going to
Yeah.
be 2. Only the one.
No, that should have been 2.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. And that's the difference. That was a definite 2.
Definite 2.
Well, stopped. End of the over. It's 14 overs gone. 59-60. It is now.
It's Losbrock
For
there.
2.
Oxford Downs premium left arm opening bowler. And his young, lovely girlfriend, Holly.
So it's the end of the over here at Oxford Downs. And
So, Colin, where's your next gig?
Are you happy with your bowling performance today?
We think we're probably at Walmsley
joined by
again, which is
bowling
the
legend
Right, okay.
which is a fantastic Getty
Yeah,
ground,
lovely place to play cricket.
for
it's
the
a
Oxfordshire
general
finals.
chit-chat.
I think. I don't think
Okay.
Oxford Downs is going to be
No.
Very good today.
in that, but so
A little bit wayward.
so yeah, that's probably the next gig I think we're going to do. We might come down here again, but we tend to have a little bit of a break of the summer as the.
And so, are
Probably.
you on the radio Chilwell every Saturday?
We're usually there
afternoon in
every
the summer.
Saturday afternoon, and I commentate on Oxford United
Yeah.
directly to the Radio Charwell network, and also I do non-league football for BBC Radio Oxford.
Okay.
So pick up for Oxford City mainly and Northley. When Kieran Bushnell's injured, I tend to be on the bench and get brought out.
Full on, yeah.
We've got a change of bowling. We've got Kay Burrows coming on from the net stroke car park end.
I think Kieran Bushnell's still on furlough, isn't he?
Yeah. No, he's all right. He's off now. He's fit and well.
That's very slingy action, isn't it? It's very Millinga the Slinger, but a little bit higher. Graham Dilly-esque without the foot drag.
Yeah, that's not quite at all.
So your summers, Colin, are a lot calmer than the winter then, I guess, if you're commentating on City and United.
I think we try and get about a 4-week break, I think, because don't you get pre-season starts quite early.
Yeah.
They only get about a 6-week break.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, leave that
Will
alone.
just seems to have lost his mind a little bit at the moment. Just needs to rediscover his composure. So we're in a really good position here.
If Oxford City and Oxford United have a game on the same day, which way do you point your mast?
It depends how well Oxford United are doing. The reason I commentate on Oxford City is because they were dreadful for a long period of time. But no, we try and split it up. We've got some good people that could commentate at United, but the Paul Lyons, the finance director of Oxford City, often does. All that's been
that's
hit.
over the top. That's
Yeah,
safe enough.
for-
That's 4
He's
rolls.
just got enough bat on that. It's gone over the top of mid-off for 4.
Oh, so I think Paul was on one of the
Yeah.
team's calls that I was on.
Yeah,
Yes, that's right.
So Paul Lyon, so I funded a streaming service for Oxford City because we weren't allowed to do full commentary anymore from the Kassam Stadium because of the sort of FA rules and things. So I've provided a streaming service for Oxford City. That gives us content for Cherwell as well. So, but I like Northley as well now. Northley just got promoted.
Oh,
so
right,
it's been
yes,
a
I
good,
saw that,
Good
yeah.
fun as well to go
That
and
was through
see
the
them.
playoffs, wasn't it?
Yep, absolutely right. Yeah, good story down there. He's got a slow run in, this guy, hasn't he?
Yeah.
This bowler, and then he gets got a real whippy arm, hasn't he, to get the speed.
I think if they've got a spinner in their team, they need to put him on pretty quickly.
60
Because at the moment, this game is just drifting away from them.
That's okay.
64 for
I'm
2.
speaking from the point of view of cricket being the winner.
15 overs. They got wickets in hand and plenty of overs to go, lads. In the game, past the umpire. And
Great shot.
Cricket's always the winner, Bear, when you're about.
Always the winner.
Hit him clean on the shin.
I wonder whether that was
It's a caught
was
and
that a
bowl chance.
I
Yeah,
think
I think
it
so.
was a
Yeah.
chance. I think initially I thought it was a bump ball, but actually I don't think it was.
Good looking shot. He should have caught the.
He got
what's
smacked in the
umpire
ankle.
doing?
Caught,
I was worried
caught-
about him.
Yeah, caught bowl and catcherty, I
So you
think.
must know what it's like being hit on the shins. So was that likely to be painful?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think, seriously, got no protection, has he? So hard ball. And he's thinking about it, isn't he?
He's dropped the ball.
I think he's...
Tactical lace.
Doing the shoelaces, that will help.
You missed a bit of a Brahma early. Obviously, there's a bit of rain, Bear, for 20 minutes, 40 minutes, and it was a bit moist out there. But one of the ends that hadn't been covered, for some reason, the ball's gone out. I think Freddie's gone to the boundary, and George has come running in for no apparent reason and castled it. Literally, he's gone over. So the umpires are involved, and up his foot.
I'm assuming that's going to be a very large fine later on.
Has he got Velcro boots? Because that boot's come off very quickly, isn't it?
Right, so we have a...
Got a break in play.
He could have a break in his foot.
Tom Cross has taken the opportunity to get a drink in.
Yeah.
This is probably, don't know, you don't want to, once you've got your eye in as a bowler or a batter, you don't want to have a break in play, do you? But
He's not, to be fair, this chap's not having a great day. He's possibly not gone for a chance at mid-off. He's just dropped a caught and bowl that hits him in the shins.
Now he's got a busted shin. He's probably going to come back.
Did he get any runs? I hope he got some
Now,
runs.
see, there's a new thing that never happened in our day, Bear.
What's that?
That Tom Cosford puts this liquid chalk on his hands.
Liquid chalk?
Liquid chalk, obviously to keep a grip, so if your hands sweat. In the old days, you used to wear a pair of innards that were like
I love wearing innards.
cotton
Innards were
gardening
yes.
gloves.
Yeah.
I never batted long enough that I never needed them, but now it's gone to this sort of liquid chalk.
So we have legend of Oxford Downs cricket in general.
Oh,
all-round
the
guru
legend of
Ted
all
Heap has
cricket.
arrived. Ted, how do you see it so far?
I have been here all day to say I've just arrived, but
Just arrived in the commentary box. Sorry.
You two.
Well, it's in our favour at the moment. Clearly, we've got 80 to win, is it? With 8 wickets in hand. So we're in the box seat at the moment, provided we can bat sensibly and bat properly and don't give our wickets away. And we should get over the line, hopefully with some ease. But that's easier said than done, I suppose.
And just a question of getting used to the pace of the pitch and taking your time. And we've done the hard stuff. We've got to start. Presumably now we just follow it through and don't leave it. Don't get bogged down.
Yeah, we've only used 15. Well, 16 overs gone. We've got another 30 because it's a 46 over game. Another 30 overs to get whatever it is, 80, 90 runs to win. So you know, that shouldn't, as far as the time's concerned, there's no object at all, no issue at all.
Thank you, Ted. And if you listeners have never heard Ted in action before, you can buy one of his books, and he will be doing a book signing on his tour later on throughout the county.
There you go. So coming in from the Chapel End again. Oh, that's a confused the.
Ted. Tom Cross has just picked the ball up. How do you feel about that?
Well, that's out, and he picks up the ball. That's out.
Ted, with that attitude, you're not going to sell many books.
Chapter 1: Why not to pick the cricket ball up on the pitch?
So just to carry on plugging Ted's book signing, it's at the Sue Ryder charity shop.
Nobody's going to move for that. That's
okay.
Ooh, hang on.
Gone for 4.
The cover very inexperienced. He still sprinted after that. I think Matt and I would have been turning to.
I'd have caught it there. You know that.
So the way Tom is batting, he's batting in a very relaxed way. He's not looking stressed. He's not. I think we can safely say he's obviously had a good week.
68 for 2. The bowler just decides to pull up, and he's not going anywhere at all. I was quite concerned that with the 3-hour sports programme on Cherwell, I was going to be sat here on my Todd with nothing to talk about. But
no, you wish you were.
Oh no! I think
every single batsman, without any exception, has apart from George, was only in from one ball, has wafted outside the off stump at some spot today.
That was a waft, wasn't it?
It was a waft.
He was lucky there.
To be fair, it's just one of those wickets. It's going to happen. You know, that's a really
beautiful
nice shot.
That's a really good shot.
It's probably one of those decks you're never really in on.
No, you're probably right.
You're not going to.
It does look still green.
Yeah, it's doing a bit. It's got a bit of moisture on it, and it did rain heavily before they brought the covers on, didn't it, Colin?
Yeah,
it really did.
Sat here panicking about the fact there was.
The good news is we have George Sandbach and Freddie Smith going around the boundary discussing why left-handers.
I guarantee you they're not discussing anything about cricket. Absolutely guarantee you that.
Scoreline is still 60.
So Ted, is this your 45th book you're bringing out? Is that right? That's just. You missed the plug.
Oh, that's gone. That's 4.
That's over that same fielder. He's not interested, is he?
What? Again, I would say there is no point. There is no point being 2, 3, 4 yards in from the boundary. No, it's 4.
That's 4. No, just
if you're standing on the boundary and the ball goes over your head for 4, something's gone wrong.
I would say that's the same guy that was at mid-off.
Yeah, and he's done his shins.
And I think that's a chance.
Yes, I do. I think he's in the wrong place. I think he should be leaning against the fence and walking in so he's just inside the boundary when the ball is bowled.
Is that your approach to fielding, leaning?
I never found myself that far out, actually.
Is that where are you getting back?
I saw a lot of teammates around the boundary, but I was never there myself.
Just tuned into Radio Chell. You listen to a home counties Premier League Division 2 game between Thame Town and Oxford Downs. And Oxford Downs are currently batting. Burrows in to bowl from the net's end. That's a defensive. Yeah, nicely done though, but well defended. And there's no run.
72 for 2.
So the scoreboard once again hasn't gone on for that.
Yeah.
If you look there, Bear, it's always up to date.
Yes, I know. And I'm just wondering why our main scoreboard isn't going.
Because Helen's got a scorebook, this computer, and that to do.
She's a good girl, really.
She's amazing.
And Matt's tried to harmonise it all, but he says life's too short.
That was too short.
Bye-bye, Ted. Thank you. Let us know when your next book's coming out. Ted Heap, absolute legend.
Keep going really quick because he's on one. I'm just trying to tip Freddie and George off. Here we go.
Incoming then.
So go really quickly because he's on one about you two. No swearing. So
so we've been discussing whether there's any value in having left-handers at the top end of the.
You've been discussing.
You mustn't blame yourselves. It's not an easy pitch to bat on. George, anything you'd like to say about your innings?
It's a hell of a knock, I thought.
That's George Sambatch, ladies and gentlemen.
Should have hit it for 4.
It must have been demoralising seeing how difficult the ball Freddie before had managed to nick.
Freddie shot was terrible.
I don't think it was that good.
Oh, that's
really
nicely
good
done.
That's 4 holes.
Absolutely beautiful shot. You see, that's what happens when you're a right-hander. You can play shots like that. Oh, you're not getting any arguments from the box.
Dear me. We got. I tell you what, it's the first
Never
time.
listened to me. He might have done it at rugby, but not at cricket.
First time I've heard sledging, not actually on the pitch, but in the commentary box from the siblings of the commentators. So there you go. This is a
one's
a
ever
first
listened
for
to me
me.
at cricket, Freddie.
Burrows then
Your ratings are going to soar after this.
into bowl from the net end. Defensive and no run. Ticking over nicely now. These two can carry on for a bit. Then
I'm just trying to see when we lost those 2 wickets. I think that's a 50 partnership now, so that's probably the biggest partnership of the day so far, Colin, which is just a bit of stability. It's very good. It's what we need.
And you say you can bat down the order, is that right, Downs?
We bat all the way down to number 11.
All the way down to number 4.
Oh, we've got a bit of crowd trouble in the background here.
When you say
It's
we
a
bat
very
all
good shot, Will.
It's a beautiful shot.
Let's take off this over.
That's a brilliantly timed
Cut
shot.
away and moves him on to 30.
But that's the modern game, isn't it? You've got to be able to field a bit, bat a bit.
I think we can safely say our batting order starts from 5 and goes all the way down to 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, George, can you go and run? I think Will wants some tape. So if you're looking for an excuse, there's. Yeah, go on. You done lunch? You did lunch.
Yeah,
Very good.
We've heard good reports from lunch, okay? So yeah, well done, lads.
And I think it's a lot to ask someone.
But the 24-hour clock is counting, George, for the old food poisoning.
80 for 2 now with that marvellous 4.
I think they keep getting the scores mixed up because Will's now gone on to 33 on that board, but he's 33 on the official board. Am I right in saying that, Bear?
It says Will 33.
Yeah, so they've given those runs to Cosford on that board, but I think they've given the last to, I don't know. It doesn't matter anyway, really, does it? 80 for 2.
Scooped up there. I think that came off his gloves, I think, really, rather than the bat. I didn't hear any...
So, while I was away, did you have the Badger in the commentary box with you as well, or has it just been Matt and Matt?
It's been Matt and Matt, and we had also we did have
the
Paul
Badger,
Fowler,
who's known as the Badger.
Okay, right.
Pauline Fowler.
Oh, that's gone. Yes, nobody out there.
Hasn't got all of it, and I don't think the guy chasing it is that interested. He's faster, slower, but no stop.
He didn't catch it. You're absolutely
No.
right. But the fielder thought the ball was going to go to the boundary
Yeah, he
faster,
did,
then
didn't he?
realised it didn't.
It's like the weird fartlet speed training he was doing then, just run and sprint and
There's an
stop.
element of shoulder dropping in the fielding side occurring.
Yeah, but, you know, as they always say, add 2 wickets to that score, and all of a sudden it's 84 for 4, and it's a different game again. Oh, are we coming round the wicket? Gonna really try and bump him.
Yeah, it's going to bounce him. Let's make sure the man at deep back of square leg is in the right place this time.
He wants one of those child things in on a leash that are like a bit of elastic that he runs in, it pings him back to the fence again. Oh, if they moved the screen, but he hasn't done anything. Or maybe Tommy Cosford just wanted the screen to cross.
Ooh.
That's okay. You can
Yeah,
probably
he's
bowl there
okay,
all
yeah.
day to Tommy Cosford. That he played against Sussex Twos, and Jofra Archer was making a bit of a fitness comeback.
Oh dear me!
Yeah, and he got pinged. So he went to hook Jofra, and he Jofra hit him clean on the noggin.
Oh, right.
Twice he tried it. Twice he got hit on the helmet, and actually
That's kept a little bit low, but he's timed that
Yes,
well.
beautiful shot.
Another 4 holes.
he rolled his wrist beautifully on that.
That's
After the square, and as I said before, if they've got a spinner, they better use him quickly.
Well, that's 16 in the last 2 overs, just some bad balls, really, isn't it? Overpitched to Will, who put through, and then backward cut, and then there's 2 hook shots. Slower ball.
Oh,
Angry man.
blimey!
Take the buzzards.
The YouTube film of Tom Cosford being hit by Jofra Archer twice went viral instantly.
Bowler
his
was a bit-
family.
Bowler was a bit angry then, wasn't he? Sort of got the ball, saw him slightly out of his crease, Tom, and decided to have
bit of
a
heat.
shot at him.
They're beginning to get a little bit frustrated, especially this bowler.
He's quite quick, and he gets his overs in, doesn't he? Gets his runs in because he's
But it's a funny old field. You've got mid on really wide and a very wide mid wickets. It's just a bit of an odd field, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
They're sort of not
it's
doing
almost
anything.
like they know they've got to get wickets to win this game, but then they're bowling so many loose deliveries that they want to try and protect the boundaries as well.
Yeah.
Bit of housekeeping going for Radio Channel listeners. You will be losing our commentary at
Must
5
be
o'clock to take the
mortified, Colin.
news. Yes, I know, but to get the news from IRN, and then we'll be back with you just after 5 o'clock, after you get the news, and then we're on till 5:30 with Radio Charwell, and then I think you go to Healthy Hits after that. So
Yeah, we might.
we are very indebted to Oxford Downs again. I think this is the first time that Radio Charwell have done a live cricket commentary. Southampton Hospital Radio have been doing live commentary from Hampshire for many a year, and now across at the Rose Bowl as Burrows comes into bowl just past the umpire now. And that's well fielded there, and stayed low on the ground though.
Will's little period of swishing and head lifting has gone now, and very pleased to say that he's back in the zone.
And that's his dad talking, I think, isn't
No,
it?
it's not.
Oh, it's the other
You've
way
got the
around, is
wrong
it?
one.
Excuse
All
me.
right. So
That hasn't been proved.
okay.
I was the milkman in the village where Bear lives.
No, Burrows into bowl
Freddie could be
again.
mine, definitely.
No. There you go, from the net end then. Defensively, good shout from No there again. Good. These two have done well, haven't they, to come in, I think. And
Yeah, I think they came together when the score was on 22, if I'm reading that right. Is that right? Just there, Matt? Yeah. Well, certainly Sando didn't add to the score after Freddie got out, but
This has been.
look at that. Isn't that brilliant,
an
Colin? That
absolute
technology that
It
Matt
is
has
good
done
stuff,
is
yeah.
amazing.
Partnership, this.
it is
Really
good stuff, yeah.
It's a partner of so 68 off 75, bearing in mind the state of the game and the run rates and stuff today, they're pushing on very well.
And they're batting sensibly too, aren't they? Not sort of. I mean, there's this huge criticism these days about modern professionals who don't value their wickets.
Yeah,
So
I
these
couldn't
two
agree
definitely
more, yeah.
doing that. So
Maybe we send them up to Lords.
yes, indeed, yeah. Especially when Helen's scoring.
Yeah, and Bear's up there not watching.
Just show them a few videos of Jeffrey Boycott batting.
Well, I'll let Shoopy refuge up.
Get past that.
Burrows stops his run up then for some reason. Decides he's not.
His bad foot.
Yeah.
We think the umpire's addressed his trouser in the sock, Colin. So
Yeah, is he the other end now? Is he the
no,
same
I think
one?
it is this guy, but it
Perhaps
may
he
be the
came
other
on a
guy.
bicycle. You know, he's probably got a
Took his
bicycle
clip
clips
off
on,
at
yeah.
lunch.
Sure, he's not a Freemason.
No, we
Well,
tried
had that one.
but
Yeah, tried that one. And that's
Oh,
all
that's
edged.
safe
All that
for
could have been
houses.
caught, couldn't it? But it's gone for 4 though.
There's no one there. There's only a cover, gully.
I think it's fair to say that they are looking very frustrated in the field.
Yeah. So they've got 2 short extra covers now.
92 for 2. Unless there's an absolute catastrophe, you'd like to think this is going to be
You're doing another lap?
downs.
Yeah. But it's funny, you've got 2 short extra covers here. They obviously, for the fuller pitch ball, to stop the batsman from driving, then he's bowling wide out, long ops outside the off stump.
I
So
don't understand those positions.
No.
It hasn't looked like it's going to get them wickets. Mind you, he's going to hit it straight to them now. There's going to be out,
yeah,
isn't it?
possibly, but he's got to put it in the right spot to do that. And it's not like that we've been in ball after ball. We drill through there, is it?
No.
Burrows into bowl again
Both,
from the
both
10.
boys on 37, are they?
Well, he's run up. He stopped
That's
again.
twice now.
What's going on here then? So
I'm surprised the crowd aren't up booing Colin, really, and the masses that are. Oh, there's the Badger. So the Badger's ditched his commentary gig and he's got himself a pint of Stella, has he?
he has, yeah. He's looking very relaxed though.
Berryman and the other.
Right, let's see if Burrows can make a full run up now and actually bowl the ball for a change. He's not running very easily, is he, this lad? But he does bowl that.
A wonderful
He's
shot.
hit.
That's a great
Brilliant.
shot from Will.
4-4.
Wonderful shot. He's timed that to death. Again, you have to look at the field and ask, why is he bowling a...
Well, I don't think Burrows is. If you look at his run up, he stopped 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
This lad,
Struggling,
and he's
I
also he's not running very well, is he? He's a bit awkward where he runs. So whether he's actually got an injury.
But good concentration for the batsman, though, because it is difficult when somebody fakes running in and keeps stopping and starting. And
Bit of gamesmanship, do you think?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Hope
I
not.
think his shin's
Well, it's
really
not
strong.
working.
I think his shin's really hurting him.
Oh, Will.
That was a waft, wasn't it? And
It's gone to cut
I
it.
think that's
It's
probably
bouncer.
thanks.
But no
bowling
thanks.
change at this end.
Time for tea, chap.
96 for 2, chasing 152. This slightly shortened game here because of a bit of a rain. It was 50 overs down to 46, and through a complicated bit of statistics, which that bound was very, eruditely described to us, which I couldn't repeat. It was a target of 54 because of the reduced overs, and I think run rates. The target to win today is 152, but there's an awful lot of maths and stats that go on in the background, like Duckworth Lewis and everything else, which makes sure that everything is even Stevens. It's almost like a handicap, isn't it, in some way that you sort this
Nice
out.
and easy for the people that are listening to cricket for the first time, thinking, "Oh, this is quite a lovely way to spend Saturday afternoon."
Yeah.
Until the complexities come in.
Well, it's like poetry sometimes. You don't understand it, you just let it wash over your head, isn't it, cricket? I think so. That's what I think. So you sort of sit here, good company, good food,
thanks.
good beer, and everything else, and then
Bear turned up.
Sorry for ruining your party.
Yeah,
We've had a
no.
message from Prav, who says, "Come on, the Spartans."
Who are they?
Prav is our one of our pacey bowlers who's somehow not available today.
He's in Greece.
He's gone overseas.
So he's gone.
So
on
we've got
on
the spinner
lads,
on.
He's gone on a lads cricket tour.
Bear, we've got the spinner on that you've talked about.
Well, they need one. They need something because at the moment this is cruise control for Oxford Downs.
But as you've said, you lose 1 or 2 wickets, and it can change the game completely at this
Very
stage of the
quickly,
game.
and then things get a bit twitchy, don't they?
Someone once said it's a funny old game.
No, did they? Was it leggy? Here's your leggy they're on about.
There you go. That's it. That's for Warney then.
five
That's gone
wides.
for 4 leg buys.
Five wides, that is.
Five wides. Oh wow. Okay, blimey, that was a.
I have to say that's not the way you want to start a
No.
spell. The
Well,
keeper is mightily relieved. That it's
That's very unshame Warren like, that he wouldn't have bowled that.
He'd have probably stopped for a cigarette by now as well.
Yeah,
Warney.
or a pint of lager,
or a dart,
a
as he used to call
Chewies,
it,
a
didn't
a tinny.
he? Yeah. I'll go and have a dart. That's 4. No, great fielding. Well done.
well. Let's examine the field for a second, shall we? So he's bowled his first 2 balls on leg stump, and he's got a backward square, a deep square leg, and a mid wicket.
And a mid-on, wide
Got an
mid-on.
awful lot of people on the offside who at the moment are totally redundant.
Has he got deep third man? No.
That's better line.
4 holes.
Just hit it through the middle.
Oh, look at that. Well placed.
He probably needs a sweeper on both sides.
I mean, this is something I could never do, right? I mean, play cricket like that, and the timing, the judgment to actually find the gap and just sort of not swing your bat wildly, but just
No way,
sort
none
of
of us could do
direct
that.
it. It's brilliant. Yeah, timing is fantastic, isn't it? But we're a short break in play because when the ball goes, so just to orientate those listeners on Radio Chill not familiar with the Oxford Downs ground, we are looking towards Whitney, what's the chapel end of the ground, with the Rose Revive behind us and Kingston Bagpoos. If the ball gets hit to the right-hand side, though, it goes to the shrubbery. It has been reclaimed, though. It's now punched straight back down the wicket. This could be 4 again, I think.
That could be 4 again.
I think it is.
That's a sensational shot. That
Yeah.
really, that's the shot of the day that I've been here. Since I've been here, that's the best shot I've seen. Absolutely beautiful, easy straight drive. There's a guy again, 3/4 of the way back.
But they're not the most athletic side, are they?
No, I think that is fair to say.
You might say in football terms the heads have dropped a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I think
Thame
you're right.
Town, which I think is
I think you're
a bit
right.
unfortunate.
Well done, Cosford. Well done.
Just going through the motions.
Yeah, I think so. Need to see whether or not the skipper mix it up a bit and try and
It must have been
snaffle
that
1 or 2.
chicken and pasta bake that's weighed them down, do you think? Oh, he's got that
That's
out of
just
that
a
one.
hoik, but it's 4 more. It takes him on a 49.
I tell you what, though, getting into this cricket commentary, I thought cricket commentary was all going to be very erudite and everything else, but the number of slang terms that have crept in, like scratchy, that's a bit scratchy, a hoik, this sort of thing, and I'm thinking to myself,
My son says he schnicked it.
Schnicked
And
it.
I mean, we used to say snick in the old days. Where's the schnick?
Don't know,
Maybe
but
the Germans have coming into the game. Schnick, 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 schnick.
Wasn't that a great program? Wasn't it?
but it's all these sort of.
Hello.
That was just, I keep having to say to people, what do you mean by scratchy? You know, but there you go.
No, it is funny.
Oh, he's got it again,
Second.
same place.
That's better shot, though. That is a proper cricket shot. This is
That's
53.
A very, very, very good 50 from Tom.
How many balls has he
Beautiful
faced for
shot,
that?
Tom Cosford.
Of 40 balls in
Yeah.
that
Well
situation.
done, Matt.
That's very good.
He's very. He raises his bat to all corners of the ground.
Right.
Standing ovation, Mexican wave.
I shall leave you two to commentate while I just make sure that the
That's
channel
risky.
listeners get to the news. I'll be back with you after the news.
Are we now no longer on Sherwell? I think we are still on. Caged bear, old bear. Right, 117 for 2 off 20.
Bowler somehow managed to talk himself into another over.
Yeah, well, don't say that, 'cause he might schnick Will off. So Will is on 41, and Tommy Costford has moved on to a very brisk 53. Oh, Will, he's done it, you know.
Sorry, I take full responsibility.
Oh, he'd
for
be
that.
gutted. Oh,
my word!
What has he done?
You can't see that on the screen, but it actually bounced out of his hands, and he caught it on the second time. And I do apologise to his father, who's sitting next to me, because I've taught that one out. The commentator's curse. Thank you.
I think Will's it's not a great cricket shot. He'll be fuming about that after battling away.
He's done a massive job.
Yeah, but he doesn't see it like that.
Yeah, no, but when he sits down and he's had a couple of beers later on, a couple of shandies later on, he will understand.
I
he's
hope
done
so.
A sensational job. And the good news is we've got a professional cricketer coming into bat, so
Yeah.
it's all fine. I don't mean Eric, by the way. I mean. But Gus has had a few injuries this season. He's currently on the books at Northampton. He's got a contract. Oh, has he? Oh, okay, fine.
And loads of that. And a hip flexor. Do you know what one of those is, Bear?
Is that one of those balls they roll backwards and forwards on?
Yes. No. He's done a hip flexor.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
My hip never flexed.
Not
anyway.
bought one.
No, if I had a flexi hip, I'd have been sitting here, I tell you.
So, Gus, here we go.
Yeah, so Gus hasn't played for what?
No, he played Thursday. He played 2 T20 Thursdays for Northants 2s.
Yeah.
So he's had a little bit of cricket. He said he didn't get any runs, but I think he's enjoying himself. He's been at rehab, and obviously Northants have been looking after him properly. So he tells me he's given up drinking, which is not a bad thing for a young professional that's been given opportunity. He spoke very, very maturely when I had a chat with him earlier on. So, you know, good luck to him. I can't believe that.
I think he may have hit that. I think he may think he's hit it. As you say, add 2 wickets.
Add
to the
2
scoreboard.
wickets.
I don't know, but from his reaction, to me, it looks like he thinks he's nicked that onto the pad. I thought I heard 2 noises. I'm very, very well, thank you, Badger. Thank you very much, Badger. I'm trying to. I'm trying. I'm pleased to raise the standards of the commentary box.
Second hat-trick of the day.
In what?
Hat-trick ball, sorry. Second hat-trick ball of the day.
How was your day today?
Today was a day of consolidation after 2 very hard days for Thursday and Friday. But I do feel now that I'm back in the land of the living. Did a lot of hobnobbing and chit-chatting, as one does. I thought I'd come do some hobnobbing and chit-chatting behind a microphone instead.
Game on then. 117 for 4
So-
all of a
so
sudden.
Mr. Burrows, having talked himself in.
And welcome back to our live commentary here at Oxford Downs. And while you're at the news, we lost a wicket, didn't we?
2 wickets. Yeah.
Oh, 2
We've had
wickets.
our second hat-trick ball of the day, and it was a very good hat-trick ball. Was well played by Eric.
So Burrows to bowl from the net end again, and a defensive punch. So we've lost 2 wickets now, 117 for 4, chasing a target of 152. Welcome back. If you're listening to Radio Chower, welcome back. You've had continuous commentary from the YouTube channel at Oxford Downs here. Were they? I was paying attention to the knobs and whistles and things on the old mixing desk there. Were they poor balls, good balls, or just bad batting?
Bit of both.
It was Will played slightly across the line, slightly flamboyantly, and skied one, which was taken on the second attempt by short extra cover, and then Gus came in and played around a straight one, and the only argument I guess that he would have is, did he get a nick on it? If he didn't get a nick on it, it looked fairly adjacent to me.
Yeah. I think it was missing leg and off, Bear. Well done, Eric. Eric's off the back of 100 on Thursday.
So what was the game on Thursday then?
It was Graham Coates' 40th birthday, but he's actually 42. It was a Leo Sayer. It was stinking hot, but we all had a great day. Henry Welsh got his first ever 100.
Did you get any runs?
No, I skippered, so I didn't bat and didn't bowl.
And yes, and Henry got his first ever 100.
Henry got his first ever 100.
100 is always an exciting
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah. Foresight for the skipper that day, you know.
Yeah.
He never bats. He never gets a bat because he's such a good bowler. So, and he batted really, really well. It was a brilliant day, absolutely brilliant day, and then topped off by the Jubilee celebrations.
And are we thinking that Henry is going to be knocking on the door of the first 11 in a year or so?
No, I guess he should be, shouldn't he? Yeah.
We were saying earlier on that when I first saw him at the crease for the Lord's Taverners, he was barely above his pads, but now he's grown, hasn't he? So he's
a seriously talented player. There's no question about it.
So we've still got Tom on the wicket, haven't we? Who's
Tom Cosford, yeah,
sticking.
That's just reignited the excitement of the fielding side. Those two quick wickets.
Yeah, well, it does. You know, like goals change games, so do wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. But we should have enough in the hutch. Tommy Cosford obviously is on 53 not. James Alwyn could certainly play. And then we've still got Matt Warner, the captain.
Oh, that's gone.
That's
That could be 6.
That's massive.
Yeah.
And that's gone straight into the big net that's just been put up for that very reason.
Yes.
That takes Tommy on to 59.
So I did have
long hop and was dispatched in the way it should have been.
Explain to me why the net's there, but that's the first time I've seen the net
Well,
be used.
you see the big house behind the big red cherry tree.
Yes.
There's a chap in there that doesn't like balls into his garden, so we've had to put the fence up to stop that from happening. Is the most political way of putting it.
Also, I think there's always been a slight worry about cars getting.
Yeah, you're right.
It's
Yeah,
quite a busy road.
I played an over 40s game with Cornsey. Were you here? There's an over 40s game, and we were in the middle, and Cornsey's at this end, and he's just hit it over the top of the Oxford Downs sign, just as the curry delivery man
Oh, no.
is driving down the road. He's gone straight in his passenger window.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's just smashed the window, and he was not a very happy man, but he didn't get a lot of joy pulling in here and trying to fall out with Paul Humphreys and one or two others. So, yeah, it's quite entertaining, but that's taken 11 years to get. No, he didn't, because it was all over his dashboard, I think. But yeah, and that's, to be fair, there's quite a lot of cycles up and down there as well, isn't there? At weekends,
Yeah, I think so. I have seen here at Lord's Taverners the ball hit the houses behind and take a few roof tiles off too. So I think
that wasn't your house, was it, Matt?
No, it wasn't Matt's house. Yeah, yeah,
it does. Yeah,
it was the first Lord's Taverners game I commentated on. It was the end, and there was about 3 or 4 sixes, wasn't there? The 1, 2, 3, and each one hit his garage roof. So, but they were all somewhat lubricated at the time. So,
to be fair, almost all of the people who live around the ground are real supporters. Of
Yeah,
the
they
club
are,
and
yeah.
and true club members, and they understand that if you live near a cricket pitch, you're
Yeah.
going to get balls hitting you in various places.
Quick catch up. If you just tuned in from Radio Channel, good afternoon to you. Welcome to Oxford Downs live commentary of this home counties Premier League Division 2 game between Thame and Oxford Downs. Oxford Downs currently 124 for 4, chasing a target of 152 in this reduced over game, down from 50 to 46 overs. And we'll be with you with live commentary till 5:30 on Radio Channel. And Burrows into bowl now from the net end towards Tom, who has a good swipe on that one. It's gone straight through.
That's
gonna be
terrible at
4.
this level.
Yes, 4 runs.
Oh,
and
we got a
someone's
pulled
done a
hamstring.
hammy.
I think we got
a terrible
all sorts
bit of
happening
fielding.
there. It was a nice controlled shot. Extra cover made a poor attempt at stopping it. Deep extra cover was just building up into top gear, and then looked as though he pulled a fetlock. The result was 4 runs.
He's going off at Farrell Scott now.
He is now, yeah. So Burrows is bowling now. Got a
We
smack
don't
on the shin or the toe, didn't he? That's
We need a vet soon.
Yeah.
I think, where it's going. But in all honesty, how can you have a bit of fielding like that, extra cover in the ring, and just stick a plate of meat at it? It's just beyond me. Should be a 5-shot penalty, anybody fielding their feet.
It's
Sunday game is allowed.
No.
But you'd be all right though.
Absolutely not. Never.
For cricket at this level, they don't look the fittest side.
God gave you hands for cricket and rugby. End of. Not feet. That's for football.
Diego
No, I don't.
Maradona
No.
had a different view.
Shot.
Well, is he going to stop it?
Off to the vet.
He did
No.
stop it. Yeah, he did all right. Yep, that's good stuff. Again.
So 5:30 could work out good timing, Colin. We've got 20 minutes to go.
I know, I've done
Boys
really
need
well.
23.
So I
You've
was
timed this beautifully. haven't you?
Panicking earlier on. I did have standby programs to put out and everything else. I got a lovely chat about cricket teas we did during COVID on the Friday Night Live show, because the Sussex League about 2 years ago, we're going to ban cricket teas. Decided we're going to do it, and there's a big uproar, national press, and
rightly so too.
What was the reason behind them banning cricket?
Because of COVID, I guess.
Yeah,
and not bringing
but I
it
mean,
back.
an excuse. And
why did the ECB stop people from using? We couldn't make a cup of tea, could we?
there was
They
all sorts
banned
of
all the
stuff. I
kitchens.
mean, hands. I mean, again, talking to Paul Lyons, Oxford City, he spent more money on hand sanitizer during COVID than he did on players, actually. So, you know, it was a lot of stuff that people had to do. And they did get some furlough cash, though, as Burrow comes into bowl again from the net end, past the umpire now. He's evened up his pace a little bit more. Oh, that's a good one.
I couldn't understand ECB closing kitchens, because every catering kitchen in the world was open to an eat out to help out, but we weren't allowed to make a cup of tea at cricket club.
It was odd things happening.
Yeah.
There were a few vague things, weren't there? I think so. Mind you, if you were Downing Street, nothing mattered, did it really?
No, good.
No, you could have a
Anybody
knees up
did it, Bear?
party. And
I don't know. I wasn't there. I was invited to the party.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I just didn't. I couldn't make it. Unfortunately, I was at one up north with the Labour Party.
Well, the one that no one knows about,
Yeah.
or the one that's just come out.
Another swing and a miss.
Last week, the umpires wouldn't take your hats and caps when you were bowling.
That's a bit daft, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
seriously, you
Still
don't
now, they
get
wouldn't
it
take
from
them.
hats, do you, and thing and everything else. You get it from
No. But I think
airborne stuff, don't you?
I'm not sure that's an
I'm
ECB
still
thing. I
hearing
think
of
that's
people still getting COVID, but they're people that have never had it before. So I think they're just the last stragglers that haven't managed to have it are
I was
getting it.
triple jabbed and had it about 2 months ago. So,
yeah.
but it was a good dinner at Corpus Christi. So I think, frankly, if you're going to get it, you might as well get it somewhere after a
To be
good
fair,
dinner.
if that's all you got at Corpus Christi, you did well.
about to go on University Challenge.
Yeah.
Right, come on then. Cost, we'll get the job over and done with.
I think if we get 102, this could be absolutely broadcast perfect timing. We've got 20 minutes to go of our Cherwell Sports special, and he's hit that one really well. Is that going to go all the way? I think it's just short of the boundary. 4 runs though, and which takes him up to. Let's just get it clicking over. 133 for 4. Chasing a target 152. This could be broadcasting perfection, where
You get everything when you come to Oxford Downs, don't you?
well, just as you come to 5:30, we go off air. I'll have a jingle, okay, and then that'll be it. I think so.
That's the same,
I mean,
Another misfield at backward cover gives Tom a free run, takes him up to 70.
Picks up length so well, Bear, doesn't he? Because that, wasn't that short of a length, and he's just rocks.
He's hurried today.
No.
Sometimes he can be a little bit anxious in the way he
Yeah, he
attacks
said
the ball.
last week he was disappointed the way he got out, because he said he needed to treat the spinners with a
No,
bit
I
more
think
respect.
he's
And
looked a class act today.
yeah, that's
that's
a
a
Jimbo
good.
slot.
That's gone. Yeah, gone all the way, is it?
No, it stopped at extra
Okay,
cover.
stopped.
You can't see.
I
Guy
can't see.
slips
Yeah,
in
yeah.
your way. Look,
Who's batting now for Downs?
James Alwood,
He's
known as Eric.
Tall lad.
Tall, handsome.
Oh
Where did it all go
dear
wrong?
me, where's that going to go then? Just get
Just down here for a bite.
get
Eric
one.
played 3 shots against that, and that confused the keeper, who then missed a straight one.
Yeah, choose a shot, any shot, okay. But
Well, he had to go. He
Yeah.
tried the forward one, tried the backward one, and then the leave.
well, I assume that meant the ball was probably moving about a bit then.
Well, I think it was a classic leg spin delivery, just short of the length.
Tom back on strike now.
There
Oh,
we
he's hit
go.
that again, isn't
Straight
he?
down the bloke, so he's going to bottle it again.
Yeah,
No.
no, he got hold of it this time round. You think you should have caught that, do you?
If you run towards the ball, you got a better chance, don't you? But I'm not so sure he was on his haunches. He wasn't walking in, was he? He's not very alert.
I'm guessing they've run out of ideas now. I don't know what they've got, but
Against Cropperty. Now,
so thank you for the question. We're just going to ask Matt the Guru. I don't mean obviously Matt Watts.
Have you got a mic there?
I know nothing about anything.
We're going to find out for you and give you the answer to that question, but you could go on.
Hang on a bit.
Cropperty 265 all out, and we're 41 for 0 of 10.
So Burrow's into bowl
Information
now.
provided by Nick Owens on site.
And that's a nice.
Four
It's
holes.
going to be 4. Yeah.
Again, very. The guy at short extra just didn't want to sting his little pinkies then, did he?
Yeah, and I'm just
Just
wondering
waved it through.
whether mathematically Tom might be fancying, if he could get to the right place at the right time, whether he could sneak 100 here. I don't think he can.
Well, he can do a fielding like this. He might get a 200 if he had enough on the ball.
Not enough runs to get.
Yeah, I know that, lads. I'm just being funny.
So Burrows into bowl again from the net end. That's a nice defensive stroke there, and there's no run.
Do you think Tom is interested in a red inker, or if the ball's there, 2 shots, job done?
No, I think Tom wants a red inker, and he wants it finished as
What's the
quickly
red
as
inker
possible.
then? Come on.
When you're not out.
Okay.
So the bat-
In the
the
old
scorer
days, you used
puts
to get a little
red
red star.
pen.
Okay.
Helps your averages, obviously.
I'm
if you're not
learning
out, doesn't
lots and lots now. Burrows into bowl again. He's past the umpire. And that's been... oh, he didn't quite get hold of that, did he?
Someone's tired.
First sign of petulance from Mr. Cosford today.
He's looking for a drink, I think. He's put his
Needs more
hands in
chalk
the
for
air.
his hands, more chalk.
Yeah, something.
I don't. So where'd you buy this chalk? I'm quite
I
interested.
don't know.
I've never even heard of it.
No, it comes in a
What's wrong with inners?
comes in
We
a
all used to
bottle.
wear inners in the old days. I used to like
Comes
inners.
in a bottle. That's all I can tell you, Bear.
Comes in a bottle.
Yeah, it's on the black market. Probably get it on Amazon, I guess.
Burrows into bowl again from the
Yep.
end. And has he got hold of that one?
Is he? Yeah, I think
it's
he's
a one.
probably-
Yeah, just a one run. So
Is he
a single.
counting? Is he counting?
I think Eric is very happy to
Yes.
participate.
He wants a drink, I think.
The final bits of this game.
You want a drink, or does he want some of his liquid chalk? Gloves are off.
141 for 4, chasing 152. If you're still with us on
Now,
Radio
this is over
Charwell.
pitch. This is going through extra cover. If it's not, it's not. Oh,
he's-
Jimbo.
Oh, he caught. He's out. That's it. And 5th wicket down. No question about that one. But that wasn't a classic shot, was it really?
Well, it was a half volley on leg stump. He's just clipped it very comfortably to mid square leg, and
Here comes the 12th man, look, with a drink. Now he's become a dad, look. Look how organised he is. Drinks in one hand, spare pair of gloves in the other.
You
Nappy.
need to. I mean, seriously.
Have you noticed a change in his general responsibility of life, or was he
No,
always quite
he's-
responsible?
No, I don't know really. He's just... It's amazing when your lad becomes a father and you catch them changing nappies and being organised, and not that he wasn't organised, but it's just, you just think, oh my God.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. It's...
Who's coming into bat now
This
for
is
Downs then?
Captain Courageous, Tom
Cockles.
All right.
So now the confusing part is we have Costley and Cosford batting.
Okay, all right.
not
Yeah,
that much
we've had
confusion.
Matt and Matt. So you're right there, Matt. Do you want to come and have another chat? You're right back there on the back line. So yeah, you're right. Okay. Well, so I'm just hoping that that Downs do the job almost a minute to 5:30. Okay, and then I can go out with a jingle, and then that'll be absolute perfection this afternoon. Thank
2
you so much
shots
for coming.
away.
Yeah.
So just in case your listeners are not happy with what they've listened to today and they've been upset by anything, my name is Matt Watts, and everything I've said has been on behalf of Matt Watts.
There you go.
Utter lies.
I thought what you could do is you could probably blame
Thanks for
Paul
that.
Fowler, couldn't you? Because he's
Thanks
sat
for
there
Kia.
drinking a pint.
Yeah, he is,
Yeah,
isn't he?
so that's it. I think.
Thanks, Angela Rayner.
Anyway, Burrows into bowl again,
Ooh.
and that's off
Push
the
to
legs
square
there.
leg.
The push
I think
isn't going anywhere.
I think he was quite pleased to see a bit of bat on that, because that would have been very, very in front.
141 for 5. Tom has scored what? I can't quite read
He's on
that.
76 not out.
He's good then, isn't he? He's done really well.
Yeah, he's looked imperious today. I think it's the way to describe the way he's looked.
Is that 55 balls as well? It is.
Yeah.
That's pretty good going, isn't it?
72 minutes.
Do you need new glasses, Belle? Do you just want me to get the screen closer to you? I need to be further away.
I normally have my multifocals on.
Oh, right,
Unfortunately,
no.
I've got my half moons on instead.
What have I got on? I got mine as well. So
These are my telling off glasses.
no, well, I sussed out that with my previous glasses I could either see the outfield players at football or read my commentary scripts. I couldn't do both, but now I've got these ones and I can do it. Okay, so yeah, so that's it.
Fully
So
professional glasses. Then.
yeah, these are okay. These are but I've
Right.
got
Just a matter of interest, what's your listening population of Charwell?
Well, the sports show is up there towards the top of all of our listeners' things. So because people tune in from not just hospital, because it's an internet radio as well. But we get a couple of hundred in the afternoon, which is pretty good going. So
I used to get that bear till you rocked up, chap.
No, we're
before lunch.
We're
Me
lucky
and Matt
with
was
that.
in the
There's
thousands.
more chance that someone might actually know me.
That's gone straight
That's
down there,
another-
but no run at all.
Off the end of the bat, that.
I think Tom has had enough, and he's now decided that it's time for.
But he's only just got a new pair of gloves, so that liquid chalk doesn't work if Will had to run some other gloves out for him.
Right.
Maybe we could talk about liquid chalk.
Yes.
We'll
on
get
next
some over,
comms.
shall we? Have a look and see. We'll have to do a thing on.
It makes your hands go very, very white.
Well, I would imagine it would do. So coming in from the chapel end again, and that's
a better shot.
nicely placed. And
There's
that's
two there.
Found the gap.
At least two, because the guy extra
Yeah.
mid-off was not walking in. Like you said, they don't look interested.
2 runs up to 143 for 5. Getting a nice round of applause now from the
fan club
pavilion.
The team love it when Tom runs a 2 or sometimes a 3.
Is that right? Because they know he's working hard for it.
Well, they
Yeah.
just enjoy it. They just enjoy the watch.
Yeah.
Come on, Ivor.
All the nicknames coming out. We've heard a few this afternoon. They've all been clean as well, which I'm very grateful for. But there we go. Coming in from the chapel end. He's got hold of
that's
that
a
one. Is that going to be
super shot,
6
yeah.
or 4?
It's 4.
I'm not sure. What's
That's
the,
timing. That is timing.
It's a 4, isn't it, I think? Yep.
So I think is this the opener that's come back on by the looks of it? Is it
147?
the opening bowler? Don't know.
Don't know, he hasn't put it up yet. Oh,
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So 5 runs to win. Is that right, Matt Bowden there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the category of good game to lose.
Even the sun's come out now.
Yes,
right. Is he going
yeah.
to try and do this in one ball? Because that's the sort of styley that Tommy Cosford likes. No, he's going to nick it off.
That he is going to get a 4, is he?
No.
No, it's stopped there. That's just a single.
So, if there was ever a time for the peacock to spread his feathers, Bet,
Yes, this is it.
this is your man.
So
And the brothers down here as well now. So the sisters down here as well. Lucy in a midwifery costume.
We've got quite a crowd in,
I
haven't
had
we?
the pleasure of sitting
Costume,
in
but
costly corner the other day at the
Did
last
you?
game, and it's an interesting listen. I have to say they are
Vigorous.
They know their stuff, and they are very, very excitable.
Yeah.
So we are approaching the end of this game. It's Downs are chasing target 152. They're 148 to the good now. Only 5 wickets down.
We did tell them that you had to finish at 5:30.
Well, it's
You
pretty good
wanted
going,
to
I
finish
think.
that. So the boys have timed it well.
So a little bit of a nudge there and no run. And it's well fielded back to the...
2 balls to go. We're going to get another over out of this.
Could do, I think, yeah.
So good win, all by 5:30. Bear, that's all right for you. Are you happy with that?
Paid 5, won 3, lost 2.
Yeah, now we're into the longer format, aren't we? We're into win-lose cricket for 9 games, white clothing.
And people blocking out.
Oh, that's
beautifully
4
lit.
holes.
That's edged
And
past
that's the
first
game.
over.
So
that's-
And that's that.
Well done, boys.
Is
Very
that it?
good win.
That's done.
Very good
That.
run chase.
Fantastic.
Successfully done.
So, YouTube viewers, you've just witnessed a pretty good performance here from Oxford Downs, I think. So, and Tom is what's his score? Not out then. Finally,
83. Tom.
83 then. So he's denied his 100. Got a 50 though, but he's done we witnessed some fantastic stroke play here from Tom. What's his surname again, chaps?
Cosford.
Tom Cosford there, anchored, I think, quite literally this innings this afternoon, and quite rightly getting the plaudits from.
It was the partnership, Will and Tom. They put it to bed, really.
So I think it's been a beautiful afternoon, gentlemen, really. So, and I suspect they're going to go back in for some more food, are they? Is that right? The pasta bake's gone, I believe.
Yes, it's leftover tea now.
Yeah, and at 5:22,
85, is it?
Radio
Partnership
Charwell
of
listeners will be leaving us for healthy hits at 5:30, and I've had a
That won't be brought by
wonderful
you, will it, Ben?
afternoon. And
It's been great having the Charwell listeners.
It's been brilliant.
Yeah.
well, this is a first for us. I think it's the first time we've done a live cricket commentary, because we've got the technology now to do that and stream live into the Radio Charwell studio, which is now based in the Churchill Hospital. We've had to move our site just recently. And the kit's been
Big
moved.
round of
So
applause for Tommy
warm
Cosford.
applause
Brilliant innings.
coming from
So
the...
will you just roam around clubs that have this facility, or will,
well, I think
will we see you again?
No, I'd like to come again. I think so, and talk to Matt, because you've got the right kit. We've done 3 Lords Taverners games here so far, and it's worked. And each time we've done it, we've got a little bit better at the stuff that we do. Matt's brilliant, because we had a few dry runs with Matt to make sure that the technology works. It also helps to have the fact he's got power from his house just across the boundary rope here, and an internet connection as well. But the little box
living crisis, Colin, you take that into consideration.
I know, but we are indebted to our chairman and also our chief engineer, Michael Clark, who's got these little mini PCs. I'll hold it up there so you can see it there. That's a little gizmo here, which has got a little bit of software inside it, which the studio knows that when it gets a signal from that at a certain time, it just picks it up and fades us out for the news. So well done to you, Neil, and Michael Clark this afternoon. Without that technology, we wouldn't be able to do it all. We're also indebted to Zoom, because where would we be without Zoom? I suspect you're zoomed out, are you, or not? Or
I love Zoom.
Teams now, isn't it? We've
Teams,
got Teams now.
Mostly Teams in the office.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, I must admit, I'm a Zoom man myself. So
Larry's band, wasn't it? Zoom.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Gentlemen, if you'd like to carry on chatting a little bit here and bring Matt in and perhaps do the stats and things to run through that for us this afternoon, I'm going to just listen back into the Charwell output on a different set of headphones. If you could just carry on the chat for a little bit all about this afternoon and your views on the game and the pitch and everything else, okay? I'll listen to Charwell and then I'll come back to you when I know we're out of the Radio Charwell link. So back to you, gentlemen, for the time being.
Thanks, Colin. So just quickly, Downs have knocked 152 off 5 down, off a 26 overs even. Tom Cosford with 83 not out with a great knock and some serious blows in there. Looked very calm all day. Bear, his partnership with Will seems to cement.
That's crucial, yeah. There's a little bit of a hiccup. Came in on a hat-trick ball. Obviously, coming on a hat-trick ball is always a little bit nervy. And from the moment he took guard, he looked in complete control of everything that was going on out there. And then he and Will, that partnership broke the back of the opposition really. Once they got into the 70s and 80s as a total, and the run chase was down to below 50, 60 runs, then it was just plain sailing really. There were 2 hat-trick balls, so to win a game so comfortably and be the wrong end of 2 hat-trick balls is something you don't see very often.
So it was an 80-odd partnership, I think, wasn't it, Matt? 85-ish, but that seemed to break the back and certainly break the spirit. 95 partnership with 95, but I think Thames' heads dropped a little bit. Some question fielding and certainly some questionable field placings throughout the afternoon, but pretty good. The boys are sitting in the circle clapping each other now. Look, somebody go and chuck on some fish.
Yeah, they're not. I don't know what the debrief will be. Just well done, everyone. I'm not quite sure. I imagine the Thame debrief will be slightly more self-critical, but
yeah, maybe.
I think they're in a position. They're in a rebuilding phase. Thame, a bit like Arsenal have been in for 22 years.
Yeah, but I think one of the highlights is Ollie. Obviously, Ollie Armstrong making his debut, 17, brilliant, very good.
Apparently he bowled quite well.
He did bowl very well. So, yeah, overall the boys needed a win. It was a much needed win before we go into the different format that starts next week for the next 9 weeks of the season. So,
it's a very different game because you have to have the bowling firepower to be able to bowl sides out, because it is obviously possible for a side to block out against you.
Yeah, win-lose cricket.
Yeah, so that's something to look forward to. Well, the format is is it 120 overs in the day? 110 overs
10,
split.
63.
Yeah, and
57.
And there are different allowances for how many overs you can have, whether you win the toss and bat, etc., etc. So it's encouraging people to win the toss and bat.
But the fundamental difference is the team that bats first, whatever the total they get, the team batting second, if they don't get that score, they have to be bowled out for the team batting first to win.
Yeah.
So it's much harder to take 10 wickets than it is.
And this is where a really good spinner comes into their own, because you need to have the ability to get men round the bat, a good spinner, ripping it and making it very hard for teams to block out.
Yeah, much tougher format, much tougher, it's a much longer format. Really, mentally, it's a long day in the field. So the boys have been doing 50 overs, but there was only 30 odd overs today, and then straight away next week, if the weather's right bad, then it's 63 overs in the field, and that's a long time.
And we're back to using a conventional cricket ball, which behaves like cricket balls have always behaved, and the mentality is that when people put whites on and play with a red cricket ball, they're not quite as aggressive as they are when they go out there in the one-day format. So there is a different mindset to batting in particular.
Anyway, there we go. Matt, do you want to come and say a few words? Matt Bowden, everybody, what a legend, what sets all this up. Genius, good man. Thank you for your
There's so
company
much
today,
technical
Matt.
stuff
Colin,
around
nice
here.
to see you again. Thank you so much for that. Oh, he's chatting away. I messed that up. I was just saying thank you, Colin.
Yes. Well, thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. We're coming towards the end of this Cherwell Sports Special. I'll get a chance to play my jingle.
Cherwell Sports Special.
So we are very grateful to Oxford Downs, Matt Bowden in particular. I say a big thank you to Matt Bowden, Paul Fowler, Matt Watts, and the one and only Bear, who's graced us this afternoon. Having spent 2 days at Lord's, he then decided to slum it down here with us lot down at Oxford Downs.
There's been no difference. It's been seamless coming from Lords to here, and I've enjoyed myself immensely. Thank you.
So you've been listening to a live outside broadcast here directly into Radio Cherwell Sports and the Oxford Downs YouTube channel. Matt, you've enjoyed yourself this afternoon?
Yeah, very much so. You know, always get nervous before these games. It's just very odd. I'm a big Oxford United fan, and I used to be very upset when Oxford were out. But Downs winning today is, great.
Thanks a lot. And I think it's Healthy Hits next. I'm Colin Ryde, and thanks so much for listening. And get well soon.